Hey, 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 I am back with another show, FE Chit Chat. If you're wondering why I've put FE instead of Flat Earth, it's simply to bypass the censors, because it seems like anytime you put Flat Earth in your tags or your title, they are censoring the shit out of this stuff. Like, seriously, I mean, you should see the live views that some of the channels are getting right now, way, way, way down on where they should be. And also, listen, if you haven't already checked on who you're still subscribed to, I would highly recommend that you do that, because it would appear that people are being unsubscribed and they're having their bell notifications taken away too. So if if you're subscribed to another channel and you think, oh, I haven't heard from them for a while, go and have a look, see if you're still subscribed to them, see if you've still got that bell notification rang, because it's quite likely that they have removed that against your will, and you just don't even realize, because there's probably a lot of people that you already follow anyway, and it's quite easy to let things slide and to miss out on a few people's content. So definitely check up on that. So I'm a busy boy today. This is my third stream. I've had two already, two mini ones, and this is going to be a bit of a longer one, obviously. We've got a few people in the chat already, which is absolutely awesome. And we're actually joined right now by Brandon Toy. And Brandon Toy has been a long-time subscriber of mine and a long-time Patreon, and supported the show quite a lot. So, Brandon, I'm very, very happy to have you here tonight. How is it going?
Hey, what's up, Randy? What's up, everybody? Good, man. Much better to be here than over on Jose's. I'll tell you that. Nice to be on friendly ground again.
Have you been there recently to Jose? That's Jose J.G. Gonzalez, who also does live streams too. So if you haven't checked that channel out, I suggest you perhaps go on over there if you're a Glober and you want to get some globe massaging. That might be the place to go.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. I was over there yesterday. I was the man in the barrel for them for a couple hours, and Bob and all those guys were on there, and I had a one-on-one with Sean G, which was interesting, where he took the subject and then got pummeled for a good hour or so.
Wow. Sean G. He used to be a flat earther, at one point.
Yeah, I saw that video. I watched one of his videos where he his like coming out video as a non-flat earther anymore. I couldn't really pick up on what exactly made him change his mind. It sounds like he just started trusting science, is what it equated to for me, but I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Yeah, I haven't really spoken to him much. I mean, I think I did go on a couple of his live streams when he was, when he was first starting off as a flat earther. I think he's into mixed martial arts, if I remember rightly. But yeah, he's definitely gone back over to the globe. A bit like Jose, he's gone back over to the globe. Yeah, it's these things happen. What can you say? I mean, people are very fickle, I suppose. They don't want to put the hard work in. They don't want to be on the losing side, in their opinion, because they always see that flat earth is getting battered, when it's not. It's literally not. We're kicking their ass, and
Right.
And they don't like to be on the minority. A lot of people don't like to be in the minority. A lot of people like to be in the bigger group, because they feel more secure and safe in the bigger group. Unfortunately, in that case, then they're often being led down the wrong path, quite clearly. So, what's it? I haven't been on Jose's for such a long time. What's the typical makeup there? Is it a bit like, because you got Nathan's at the minute, and none of the Globers seem to go in on Nathan's anymore. So it's really like a kind of circle jerk over there for flat earthers. But what's it like on Jose's? Is it the same on there as it's for Globe Earth?
Well, there's a couple of flat earthers that go on there, so it's not a total circle jerk. But yeah, Nathan's, they're trying to starve him out by ignoring him. It seems like a premeditated strategy that they have to nobody to go on his show, although Rumpus does pop in every once in a while. But Jose's is more like they have a couple of flat earthers, and they'll do a one-on-one, come up with a topic, have some conversation, and then after that's over, at least this is how mine went, and I've seen some gone, like SE Montreal's on there, Gleam pops in there, Chris Berry pops in there, a few other people pop in there. I think Bev might have been on there recently. And then they'll open the floodgates and bring in quite a few Globers and just try to beat the crap out of the flat earthers.
Typical. Let the floodgates open. But to be honest, that's what happens on most streams. You know, I mean, if you look at Nathan's, if he gets a Glober to come in, you know, Nathan's pretty civil to start with, and then he ratchets it up a little bit and a bit more to the point where he's berating them. And then he'll just, you know, if he's not actually screaming at them at that point, you know, the rest of the panel jump on them. So I can imagine it's probably the same at Jose's.
It pretty much is the same. You're right. Yeah, it happens on either side's channel that you go to. We can be pretty vicious here too at times, I suppose, Ranty.
Yeah.
When, someone comes on.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
Bob with his Titanic.
The Titanic. Oh yes, yeah, the wonderful Titanic. I still don't even really understand that. I understand the presentation, but I don't see the relevance at all with it. It's like it just meant nothing. Had no relevance to the subject. Oh, I don't know. But
I keep asking him if he thinks you can apply refraction to some other mysteries, like the disappearance of Bigfoot and who killed JFK and stuff, but he won't give me an answer. I'm wondering how useful his theory is.
It was a really weird presentation that he did, but thank you for doing the presentation, or thank you for coming on the show. I really do appreciate it. You had free reign to do whatever you wanted to talk about, and the Titanic one was definitely one for the records book. If you haven't listened to that, go and have a look at the last video on this channel where he came in, Bob the Science Guy, to do a presentation. You might be surprised at some of the claims that were made on that, but you know, that's just the way it is. I suppose it was something novel, something different. But interesting that you just said something then about what happened with Nathan. Is it, you say it's like a kind of a concerted effort from the Globe side to not have people come into his show? I mean, why would that be? Is it because they're frightened of coming in because they can't really argue the case, or is it because they don't have a case, or what's the plan behind that?
Well, I think what they're doing is they're trying to starve him out. And if they can get people to come over to their ground, which is now Jose's, because Jose is really in direct competition with the same kind of crowd, same kind of debate format as Nathan. And I think Nathan and, QE were pretty effectively bringing ballers in there and embarrassing them and pummeling them, and we're getting a pretty good crowd for a while. I just suspect that their strategy is to starve Nathan out. They'd rather get them on home turf and beat the crap out of them. And one thing you mentioned, Ranty, and then I'll shut up for a minute, is this social pressure that they put on people. So I think their main goal when they bring you in there is really not to try to convince you with logic that the Earth is actually a sphere, but to demoralize you and put social pressure on you and show other people that might be thinking along the terms of flat Earth that this is not a thing you want to do. So it's very much psychological type operation, in my opinion, not to get conspiratorial.
Yeah,
I do think that they have a strategy.
That's really kind of underhand though, because whatever you think of Nathan's show, ultimately you go over on that show, and if you've got the truth on your side, you should be able to win your argument. So the fact that they're just deciding to is it another boycott? I mean, it just makes, you'd think that though they would want to go over and they would want to take on somebody like Nathan and Quantum Eraser and the rest of the panelists over there, because ultimately, if you want a litmus test as to where your argument is, that's the place to go, because you're going to have your toes held to the fire. So it makes no sense for them, unless they're deliberately just, like you say, trying to starve him out and trying to sort of like bury the opponent sort of thing, sort of like kill the opponent so you don't have to face the tough questions. But that seems like a really shitty way to try and win an argument rather than bringing the proofs of the argument,
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they've got a real thing with QA. I think maybe 2 or 3 times yesterday, just kind of out of the blue, one person or another accused me of being like QE's butt boy or a QE parrot. That's one of the things that they like to say over and over again, is that you're just coming in here and parroting QE's talking points. And my rebuttal to that would be, well, this is what logic and truth sounds like, and maybe it sounds similar, but that's because we're saying things, that make sense along the same logical lines. And nobody's parroting QE. I mean, yes, there are people who parrot QE, but they will accuse you of that no matter what you say. So they have a real hard on for QE, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, QE's been battling him for the longest time, hasn't he? He's been fighting these guys for 5-6 years. So he used to go on their streams, when it was the Globers that ran these streams, and he used to go in there, and he used to be just him against five or six of them, and he'd have these points, but then they would argue, they would talk over him, so he never really had a platform.
Oh, sorry about that, Randy. I dropped out for a minute, I think.
Sorry, no worries. So basically, he had 5 or 6 against him at all times, and then he would have the same points, but then they would talk over him and take the piss out of him, and then he put up with that for years till he found Nathan's, and then he's got a platform there where he's able to do his thing. I just want to shout out FE News for the super chat, who says, "Good to see you live." Thank you very much. Good to see you in. What can I say? We have 69 watching already, which is pretty awesome. And we're also joined by the Mind of God. How are you doing, my friend?
Ranty, good evening. What's up, Brandon? How are you guys?
Hey, what's up, Mind of God?
Hey,
Ranty, dude, it's crazy, man. I was just on a convo for like an hour and a half with a friend that I reconnected with, and he lives in Canada, and he's talking about, the martial law and all that stuff happening, and talking about survival skills and all that, dude. And I just realized how little I know how to survive without this system. It's just crazy. But I didn't want to change the topic, but glad to be on.
No, I mean, to be honest, that's something that we all should be looking into, to be fair. It's something that I've been talking about quite a lot recently. Is like, we need to prepare. We need to prepare in any way possible. Medication, food. You're going to need to learn how to survive skills and stuff like that, because we are like sheep. We are literally, we've been taken away from being able to grow our own crops and have our own chickens and land and stuff, to actually then just wake it. I mean, me especially, I've only ever known life as going down to the shop or the supermarket or whatever. I've never had to grow my own. My grandfather grew his own, I think that was just because of his upbringing and just because of what he did. He had a garden and he had potatoes and all kinds of rhubarb, all sorts of stuff out there, and I used to help pick it for him. So, and because he lived near, he sort of taught me a little bit. But me personally, I've never had to do that. I've just go down to the corner shop. If that gets taken away, I'm up shit creek without a paddle, which is why I've been planting like mental. We've got a backyard here, so we've got no soil, but I've been buying pots, buying topsoil and compost and all kinds of stuff. I've been planting anything you can think of, sort of like carrots, potatoes, onions, peas, just all loads of stuff. There's about 35 pots and buckets out the back, right? So there's plenty of stuff that is going to be growing in about 3 months' time. But that was really a kind of moment of like, this could get really real at some point,
Yeah.
And
depending on which direction it goes, for sure.
Right.
Well,
I've just been so conditioned to assume that, all these major things kind of go away, even though I teach the end times. I told him, I was like, dude, you're telling me this about real issues you have in your life actually, puts a mental picture in my mind, because I haven't seen the tanks in the streets yet or in Houston, but he said it's happening, in different parts of Canada. It's crazy.
What are they doing up there? What is going on? I guess I haven't seen any of it.
I think he said in Toronto, he was in BC, but he said in Toronto, and I saw another person in a comment talk about how the military is already in, small towns like Sudbury, and I grew up near a small town near Sudbury, and I was like, what? Like, I just assume it would always happen first here in Texas or like Houston or, a big city, but I didn't think Canada would be
Detroit.
the first to, I didn't think Canada would be the first to throw the military out in the streets kind of thing.
No, that's very interesting because, well, now you think about it, though, Mind of God, it's closer to socialist up there than in the United States.
Right.
But I could see it going either way. Yeah, it's very curious what's happening right now with them tightening and ratcheting everybody down. And we seem to be like a dumb herded animal. is how
Right.
I look at it. Just totally ignorant, totally led by our nose by these people.
Yeah.
And it could go anywhere. I'm afraid that if they came out and said, we want to collect all your guns here in the United States, that
Right.
people just willingly do it. They would ask them to do it because they think it's going to help them or save them.
Right.
It is weird the
Damn.
control that they've been able to grasp in such a short space of time.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
you know,
And it's all psychological.
this evening, no word of a lie, this evening we had the whole street out clapping like lunatics at 8 o'clock for the NHS. Fair enough, you know. I mean, I appreciate the work that the NHS do. I really do. You know, I mean, you know, if as I suspect this is a real thing, you know, that it could end up saving my life. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, and that's mine. But for us all to be conditioned that we have to go out at 8 o'clock or socially shamed, you know, because if you're not actually standing at your front door clapping, then people will notice that you're not the one at the front door clapping. You know, the rest of the street's out clapping. You know, why aren't they clapping? You know, and this has been going on for a couple of weeks now, about three weeks or so. And it just seems like the first week, I think there was about 5 people at the door. But tonight, I think it was like every house, them all out clapping. And I'm like, this is like a form of hypnosis.
Right. Yeah.
You know, to actually, you've told everybody to stay in the house, which they've done, and you've taken away their ability to go out in groups or go down to the pub or go and get, sit in a restaurant or go to work. You know, you've removed all that, and then you get them to stand on the front door and clap about it. You know?
It's brilliant, man. It's so devastating. I'm not laughing at any individual, but it's crazy what they've done. It's unbelievable. It is a form of like NLP. It is a kind of hypnosis. I agree.
Oh, for sure. So I still haven't bought into the entire thing that it's an actual deadly pandemic, to be honest with you. It sounds like you have, Ranty, and I don't know. What's your opinion of it, the mind of God? Is there really something super dangerous called coronavirus that is going to kill us all if we don't take these actions?
I don't think that the only thing I know for a fact is that the government doesn't care. I straddle the physical, non-physical because it could work with both narratives that I present in the Bible, but I don't know, you know, and I don't want to necessarily say immediately that it's non-physical because I don't put it past people to inject some kind of tailored, you know, virus to do certain things that Ranty's mentioned, you know, get rid of the elderly because the pensions are all bloated, you know, and we see that in the news and different things like that. I now with the Ball Earth, Flat Earth, I know that there are people smart enough / evil enough to do that, but I would lean towards it being non-physical. I absolutely know for a fact, though, our government doesn't care about us because of the Flat Earth.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing that really gets me, and it really makes me start worrying, is whenever the media and the two political parties and the entire system, the whole establishment, starts agreeing with each other and taking action in the same direction. Right. Exactly. That's a huge red flag for me, because every time that happens, something horrible happens. Exactly. If you think about all the wars we've had in the last however many years, that same thing has happened there. The housing crisis was kind of the same. Y2K, yeah. I mean, you name it. It's never good news.
Right. Dude, that's the same with the ballers, right? All the ballers always co-sign each other. You know, we have our little disagreements amongst Flat Earth. It's like normal behavior, right? Some are religious, some are not. Some are, you know, have different opinions. But everybody on the baller side, they love each other, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, it's just funny how that narrative is playing out everywhere.
That's very true. That is very true. And it's interesting what you said about the war, how this sort of like builds up to the war every single time. And I posted about a month ago on my community status, again, predicting that would probably be the likely outcome the way things are going, because it just needs another reset. It really does. I mean, if you think how Flat Earth has come to the forefront of most people in the world have heard about Flat Earth at some point, whether they've looked into it or not, they're aware of it. And, you know, I mean, it's such a big psyop when you think about it, what they've done, you know, how they've been able to get away with telling us that we went to the moon, you know,
Yes.
etc., etc. And that all leads into the, if when you come to flat Earth, you understand that you obviously know that they never went to the moon, and because everything is tied up, there's so much tied up. They have so much riding on outer space, the moon, the moon landings, all that kind of thing. So much is riding on that, right? Flat Earth is such a threat to that, such a threat that they even, like last year, the YouTube CEO was actually speaking out and mentioning flat Earth, specifically calling out flat Earth, and naming and shaming kind of thing. But I think that only just drew more people to look into it, perhaps. But ultimately, it's such a big deal for them, and it's such a threat that they just need a new reset. If they were to be able to sort of like do an EMP attack. So it doesn't have to be nuclear wars. It could be EMPs. They could take out the electricity grid in a few different places, and hey ho, once your electric goes and everything's fried, you've got your power stations are fried. You've got your cars that are fried if you're using it. Your mobile phones, your fridges, your freezers. Just literally all your electronics, they're gone. I mean, you'd send us back to the Stone Age, and we wouldn't be able to cope. Literally, like what you said, Mind the God. How you wouldn't be able to fend for yourself without today's modern world. And it just feels like that's. It feels like if they were going to do a reset, what better time to do it than to have a war and have people crying out for a war? If you've seen the way that whether or not China is to blame for this, right? For this event, right? You've still got the clamour from all these different countries calling out China. Right? Now, we always knew that there was going to be some kind of war going down at some point between probably Russia and China and maybe Iran and a few other countries around there. It's the East versus the West kind of thing. So we always knew that it was probably going to go down at some point, but the clamour for this war, well, the clamour to call out China for this is massive. It really is. And, I've been one of them that have called it out too, but for a different reason. But ultimately, it just feels like it's going down that route. You don't have to say that you agree with that, but, me personally, that's just the way I see this going.
That would definitely be a destructive forces that you could collide at each other if you wanted to create maximum destruction, was United States and the West versus China. And they're just as brainwashed over there as we are. We think we're the non-brainwashed ones, and that's what they tell us. But both countries are equally as brainwashed and controlled and ready for violence, in my opinion. So it is possible.
Yeah. Mason B says he doubts that the virus is real. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. He says seeing empty hospitals. Well, you see, I've got an answer for that. I really do, and that would be that they've told pretty much everybody to stay away from the hospitals because they want to free up the spaces for people coming in with this COVID-19. And to be honest, seeing that I actually know people that work in Blackpool Vic, and they have said they've seen a massive drop in people going to A&E, a huge amount, and they were actually saying, wow, it just goes to show how people literally were just coming to A&E with the mildest of symptoms for this, that and the other, when they didn't really need to come, because since coronavirus has come out, people have been staying away, and the A&Es have been pretty much empty. They've had very few people going up to A&E because they've been told to stay away, and you need to be, and people have obeyed that. There's no real serious people going in, so saying that you see in empty hospitals, well, yeah, that's true. And also because it's very few and far between in the it's only really in London you've got this massive apparent surge in cases. But outside of that, the rest of the UK, in Blackpool there's only apparently 96 people confirmed with it. If you go by the official figures, 5% need an ICU bed. Well, that's 5 people that are going to need an ICU bed in Blackpool Victoria Hospital. Well, yeah, that isn't gonna make the hospital bulging at the seams because nobody's still going to A&E. So you're going to have empty hospitals. So I've got a kind of answer for that. But again, who's to say what the truth is? I've also seen videos where people are saying that they've all the deaths that are being recorded are all going down, every one of them, as being for coronavirus. So
right. Yes,
I have
saw
seen
that.
some evidence
That's a
of
good
that.
one.
I've been researching that. There are some specific examples that I have collected where they have said that a infant has died or a person has died and it wasn't related to the COVID virus at all. They tested post-mortem, or the person just happened to have coronavirus in their system or whatever they're testing for, and they put it down as COVID, and even used it in the news to kind of say, oh, this is the youngest person to die in this area, or look at this horrible, tragic death. So there's some propaganda going on out there either way.
one thing that is for real, though, is the effects.
Correct.
And there's no denying that the effects are just going to get worse and worse. And you know, if everything...
Randy, you know what they're planning to do? You know what they're planning to do here, man? Close the golf courses, dude. That is devastating, man. I was almost in tears.
Oh, that must be horrible.
Oh, now I told
That's
my
too
friend
far.
because he was telling me about real life, food and all that stuff that he's preparing, and I was like, this is how much of a zombie I am. I'm like, dude, as long as the golf courses are open, I'll be okay. But now that they're going to close the door on that, it's crazy, man. They do have literally complete control over my entire life.
That's worse than...
Well, I was, either way, you're right, Randy. Either way, we were correct to prepare because the effect is real and what we're doing in society is real. So
right,
you better have your shit together and be prepared for whatever's coming.
Randy, I got a question for you. You don't think that narrative that they come up with to quote solve this is trustworthy, right? I don't think you've ever taken that stance, correct? Like you comfortable with this being real, planning for it, but whatever their solution is, because we could all probably come up with 10, thousands of different things that this could lead to. You wouldn't co-sign that automatically, right?
Well, they've already pretty much scripted it out what's going to happen. I mean, if you look in the mainstream media about how they're reporting it, and they're already talking about this second wave. I mean, they were talking about this second wave like fucking 3 weeks ago, right? Because the mainstream media only started really picking up on this about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and going into it really hard about 4 weeks ago, and around about 3 weeks ago, they started already pre-programming people to think about a second wave. And I was clicking onto this immediately as soon as he started talking about it. I'm thinking, how can you already start talking about a second wave when we haven't really even had the full impact of the first fucking wave?
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Right. And it's like, you already know that that's what they've got planned. So what they've got planned is they've got this spike in apparent deaths and the drop off. So then they're going to relax some of the restrictions, allow people to go back to work. And then we're going to have the second wave hit. But when the second wave hits, that's also probably likely going to be the time that the food that you have in your country that you've managed to stockpile over the past 10 years, everybody that's stockpiling food, in these warehouses to supply to the supermarkets and stuff, well, they've got maybe 5 or 6 months, let's say, in storage, and then they give it out to the supermarkets. They might not even have that much, but they've still got a supply going, right? But in about 4 or 5 months' time, when this second wave hits, well, then you're going to get all the knockback from all the farming problems, all the logistics of how you're importing, exporting food. You're not going to get that. So all this idea that we're going to have a lot of food in 4 or 5 months' time is just nonsense. You might have it now, but you're certainly not going to have it when the second wave hits, right? Mm-hmm. So when that second wave hits, and then suddenly it's like, well, we can't have, we've got no food, so you're going to have the no food, you're going to have a second wave hitting. People are really going to start losing the shit then. That's
another thing. Another narrative that they're putting out there is that the reinfection rates are high. So even if you've had it already, you can still get it again, or spread it again. And I think that's part of the push towards we have to have a vaccine. And I think eventually they're going to want to push to enforce vaccines through either your employer, your school, wherever, to make you take the vaccine. And that I'm not down with. Period.
Hell no. Can anybody watch an interview with Bill Gates and him not say vaccine in like 15 seconds? Like, he's just the scariest.
No, he's obsessed.
Person. Oh God.
And here's another thing. SC Montreal says about the locust. You guys have heard about this locust swarm, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it a couple of times in the past month, but it's ginormous. Right, and this fucking, well, it's not just one, it's three, and these locusts are just devouring thousands and thousands of miles each week of food. They're just devouring everything. I don't know how you could term it in farming language. Is it sort of like, let's say 100 acres or whatever? I don't know, or 1,000 acres or whatever. But they're just destroying so much crop. They're eating it so much crop. It's unbelievable, and we're not really being told about that. But that will again have a massive knock-on effect in the food supply chain for sure.
I've actually been pretty impressed by the store's ability to keep most things in stock. We've had shortages of meat and of toilet paper, obviously, but other than that, we've always been able to go and get stuff so far. But I can see how if that was interrupted a little bit more, we would start having
and it would
issues.
just take a few days. That's where I think Ranty's wisdom is even more important for those who have family and other people, that like it just takes a few days of a disruption. That's what's scary about this whole situation.
Absolutely. And I'm personally setting up my garden right now, getting ready to bud some plants indoors and get my yard all ready, because I got put out of work for like a week because of this whole thing too.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Then we haven't even talked about the economic consequences to people being out of their jobs that much, but
I know.
I definitely think if you can garden.
Music Man says they predicted crop failures for this coming fall last year. I'm not too sure about. Well, you're probably correct, but I haven't actually seen that. But I'll take your word for it. And if that's the case, then it's all this predictive programming again. Or maybe they saw this locust swarm and they just allowed it to get to the size it is. It's fucking enormous. The last time I looked into it, it was 45 miles wide, 20 miles deep, and 500 foot high. There was billions of these.
Where is this thing at right now, Randy?
The last I heard, it was in Africa. So, it's just destroying the crops over there, eating so much. I think I worked it out. I think the locust that were swarming and how much they were eating, I think they could go through the whole of the UK from top to bottom in around about 7 days. If they, so if the whole of the UK, and they just went across it, they would just devour it all in like 7 days, all the crops. So that's how much they're destroying. So it's just.
So wait, the locusts are not honoring social distancing?
No.
What the flip, man?
It's shocking.
That's
shocking.
Not good. That's crazy, man. That's scary, dude. It's like the world was already struggling, and then we're getting like pounded every day. It seems like different stuff.
What we saying
about these locust swarms happen every so years or something? I thought I've seen these before and they've happened. Is there something special about this one?
It's because it's just so big. It's not your average size. It's ginormous. The biggest one is super. I think they estimated it was like hundreds of billions.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, and it's how did you allow it to get that big? How was that allowed to get to that size? And it kind of been maybe through design. Who knows?
You know what we should do, Ranty? We should troll the ballers and get them on here and help us explain all these things, because they're so smart, right? Like they understand, geopolitics and all that kind of stuff. Like, what do the ballers have to say about this? They don't really seem to be mentioning this on their streams.
I was in Jem's Discord listening in a little earlier. It sounded like they were pretty quiet on the subject outside of repeating what the mainstream news is saying.
Right. That's what
calling anybody who has an alternate conspiracy theory an idiot and we'll kick you off the server, that type of thing.
Yeah, if they care so much, why aren't they doing what Ranty was doing? Like prepare, take care of family, food. If they love the world so much, right? Because they care about, information and knowledge and all that. So all I've heard from Fight the Flat Earth is wash your hands every 30 minutes, which is just insane. Coming from him, that's insane.
It drives me crazy that there's not been more advice given in the community as a whole. On Globe side as well. There should have been plenty of information put out there for people to look beyond the conspiracies. Okay, so there's the 5G, the issue. Whether that's true or false, there's still the coming issues with everything else that's linked to what's going on right now. You know, I mean, there was no GDP out of China for like 4 months, right? So there was nothing going in or coming out of that place, yeah. And you know, I mean, if you think how many companies in America and stuff rely on products from China, think of the supply chain issues you're going to run into with that. You've got to look at hyperinflation. What's going to happen with that? You've already seen how volatile stock markets are. Not that it's going to affect you and I, but in the big scheme of things, it has a big impact on other companies, or companies, large tech companies and things like this, or companies that the elites don't own, you know, because they're the ones that are going to get bought out for cheap. You know, I mean, these companies are going to be forced to be bankrupted so that the elites can pick their technology up and their companies for next to nothing. But you've got the haulage companies that are going out of business. You've got the shipping industry that's going out of business. Flights, place. They're all going out of business. You know, I mean, how many people in America signed on the dole? Was it, or this month? Was it like 6 million people?
Oh, it's
10 million in the first couple of weeks.
10 million.
16 million.
Wow.
16 million in 3 weeks.
Is it up to 16? Wow.
In 3 weeks, that's insane. That's close to 10% of the working population.
What was it before? It was only like 260,000 or something like that.
And usually it's flat because those that come on leave. You know what I mean? Like, it's usually a kind of a sort of a, you know, a fairly sliding scale. You know, like 200,000 people come online, but then 200,000 people will be getting off. So they can prepare for it financially, but you know, they're insolvent. A lot of these unemployment funds. It's crazy.
Well, that's what I'm particularly worried about is the longer that this goes on, the people who are truly most vulnerable in the society, who don't have much money, who aren't getting unemployment, who, you know, eat hand to mouth, are going to start getting desperate.
Right.
And I think that's why they put that money out there, why they gave everybody those $1,200, because they knew that was going to be the case, and they didn't want that kind of social upheaval. So they had to throw some crumbs to everybody. Yeah. But they sure got their money out of it.
And it's funny, that 1,200 just motivates people to maybe extend their credit a bit. So they're going to be pushing their credit limits, and then they'll use it just to pay off their credit. So it'll be a net zero. So, but then it gets them more tied to the system, you know, being in debt, potentially slightly more. So I agree with what Ranty's getting at. This whole narrative is basically like central banking just having a deeper and deeper grip on the whole world, really. It seems like that's what's going on.
Yeah. This is horrible for small businesses. Horrible.
I've got a shout out Music Man who says, go look at the live prices to wheat and grain stocks. It's an easy analysis to make. So essentially, I imagine that's going to show that wheat and grain has gone through the roof, as I would expect. And SC Montreal says he just did a Google search. The worst locust swarm in 3 decades in Uganda is already facing food shortages. So, I mean, this information's out there, guys. And, you know, I mean, you've only got to look into the bigger picture. You know, you just don't look down your street and think everything looks rosy today. You've got to look bigger than that. You've got to be able to, see the big picture, not just a big picture, the biggest picture you can see, and then you'll get a whole idea of how all these little jigsaws, if you've got a jigsaw puzzle, how they're all fitting together. You know, so if this haulage company goes out of business, what effect is that going to have on the companies that it was supplying? So if they were transporting the wheat, let's say, from point A to point B, and this haulage company goes out of business, okay, well, how is that company then going to get the wheat when the wheat starts up again? But is the wheat actually being farmed? Are the farmers able to get people in to actually harvest? Is that actually happening? From what I'm hearing, it's not. I'm hearing a lot of these harvests are being spoiled. You know, and all this is going to pan out in the coming months. So everything has a knock-on effect with everything else. And you've got to understand that where you see your life is right now and how everything, your food's stocked on the shelves. I've seen prices going up in my supermarket. I've literally seen the price rises on some items, not all the items, but on some of the items I've seen a drastic increase in price, which has shocked me. But I expect that's going to be the norm. I think it's just this hyperinflation is going to go through the roof if you've not got your food, if you've not got the ability to purchase some goods right now. Go ahead and start farming. You know, you need to prepare for this because things are going to really. I can't stress enough. Right, I've been worried sick about this, telling you guys about this, and it's really stressed me out. And I have felt very lonely at times, on this sort of like mission. It felt like a mission at times to try and sort of like talk about this, and it has been hard. But I'm hoping that from the panelists we've got on tonight and some of the comments that you're seeing in the chat right now, that a lot of the stuff I've been talking about is actually, you should be able to see this now, right now. If you weren't seeing it a month ago or 2 months ago, you should be able to see it now. So it's still not too late. You can still prepare yourself for this, for your family, for even tell your friends, go and dig the garden up. You don't have to have a nice lawn. If you've got a lawn there that's got soil there, you can make food. You can literally make food. Buy a £5 bag of potatoes, dig a little hole, put one potato in one of the holes around about half a foot down, cover it back up, leave it for 3 months, go back to it, dig up, and you will have 6 potatoes where you had one. So it's really that simple. And you've got a garden that can provide, a couple of potatoes, you can feed your family for a day. I don't know, if you really needed to. It sounds really tough, but it might go down this way. And if you're not preparing, a garden means nothing. A garden is irrelevant, right? A garden is irrelevant.
No, Ranty, your point is logical, because even if times were great, it doesn't hurt to even just think about those things. And I think that's so scary that even us sometimes truthers, we're so programmed to just trust, the system, the mechanism. So I think what you're saying is logical, even during good times, much less now.
Yeah, what's the worst? You end up with a garden and some extra vegetables at the end of the day, right? Or you have a little bit of savings, a little bit of food in the pantry. Doesn't hurt anything.
Yeah, exactly. And the funny thing is, it's like if you've got your preppers and stuff. So when the preppers were going out and they were saying, "Oh, we're preparing for this." Now, I've never been a prepper ever. I've never prepared for anything. So I would hear the prepper. I would watch a couple of prepper videos, and they would say, "We're preparing for this, and we're preparing for that, and we're buying all this." And you'd see all the comments where people were taking the piss and saying, "You're just making these industries rich, buying all that food and this, that, and the other." And when I first put the video out, a couple of images about some things that I'd bought, it wasn't an awful lot of food or stuff. It was mainly a few bits and bobs with some toilet rolls. Not a lot there, but a lot of people were commenting on the toilet rolls and saying, "Oh, you bought a lot of toilet rolls there." Yeah, maybe I had. Okay, I think there was about 50 toilet rolls or something there. But the thing was, it was interesting that people were just taking the piss out of me for going and actually buying some stuff long before there was even the slightest idea that people were going out and panic buying. So this was about 5 weeks before there was all this uproar about people panic buying and the shelves being stripped. And then I didn't really follow up much on that. I made my post and that was it. And then I got people trolling me in the comments saying, "You've been buying food that the elderly should have been able to have access to."
What the hell?
Oh my God.
Come on.
I'm like, what? Yeah, I was buying this before the panic buy. Hello, you caused the panic buying. People like you caused the shelves to be empty. Holy fuck, man. Right? What? So
that's funny.
Not the media, and all these other clowns.
Yeah, you can never win. You can never win in this debate. Seriously.
Jeez.
No,
that's a stretch.
What part of the problem is, and it's a big problem, is that, especially with our community and others, truther communities, is that there's really no one that you can trust for good information from the mainstream. So anytime we hear anything, we automatically question it or even dismiss it. And I know we call some people auto hoaxers, but they're right most of the time because they lie so much. How can we possibly trust the media or the government to tell us the truth about anything? That's the problem. We need people that we can trust.
And also,
it's not a healthy society.
But Ranty, that's why don't get offended if sometimes you're correlated with that. Don't take it too personally, because like Brandon was saying, we've just been so kind of burned really throughout our life.
My view, 1875 says he or she purchased some onions to plant from eBay for £7 a couple of weeks ago. They are now on eBay for between £15 and £20.
Wow.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
So
some of the prices that they've gouged things up to is just unbelievable for masks and stuff like that.
oh, there was that woman, that Chinese woman that bought all those masks. And did you see that video?
No, I don't think so. I saw the guy with toilet paper in his garage.
What's a mask gonna do? Does anyone know the science behind that? What the hell does wearing? I get scared when I see people with masks around, like my apartment and stuff. I'm like, why are you wearing that? So, like, do you know what is that actually
creepy.
supposed to do?
Well, in China, they always. I mean, if you've seen any of the videos from China, I mean, go back like a year ago, and you look at the clarity of the air around there. It's like foggy all the time. I mean, you can barely see a few hundred yards down the road. It's really, really dirty air. So the Chinese are always wearing masks. They've always got masks on, and I don't know whether that's when we see these Wuhan pictures with people who are wearing masks, if that was just an overlap, because of that, or was it specifically because of the virus. But it would appear that these masks were highly sought after in China. So this Chinese woman who lived in America, she went out and she bought all the masks, the N95 masks in and around, I think it was California. Don't quote me on California, but I think it was around there. And she spent days and days traveling around and buying all the masks everywhere, thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And then she sold them to China. She sold them to China, and then the Americans had no masks in those locations, and she was on video bragging about it as she's going around. She actually films herself. I've just bought 10,000 more masks from this shop, and people don't realise that they're going to need these masks. Ho ho ho! Really laughing about it, and I'm like, wow, you evil bitch.
Was it Brenda Von Ozen? I'm just messing with you. I gotta always throw the ballers under the bus. Man.
But here's the thing: the Chinese
that's
bought them.
Fundamental tenet.
The Chinese bought them, though. That's the thing. So if whether or not you believe she still bought them here and sold them over there, and I mean, what can you say? I mean, she had an outlet for them immediately. It was a quick flip for her. Let's say she invested.
It's a valid business.
Yeah,
it's not illegal.
She invests 50 grand.
Right.
She might have made 20 grand on it. Let's say, so she's made herself a quick 20 grand for doing it. But she had no qualms in taking those masks from the American people and selling them over to China. She had no qualms about that whatsoever.
Yeah, she wasn't breaking the law. She was kind of throwing us under the bus for her own people. I guess I can't really blame her.
But Brandon, everybody's doing that, right? People are like, oh, that's so evil. Yeah, well, they've been outsourcing to China for decades now. All these corporations making tons of money, putting people over there in devastating working conditions. At least she's sort of helping. She's actually offering them, something that can help them. That's sad that people take flack for that. Again, I'm not saying go and do that kind of stuff, but that's the fundamentals of our American economy for the last at least 20, 25 years.
Oh, for sure. Well, we're screwing our own people out over who don't have jobs. Right. Yeah. And then we can't sustain ourselves, and then we're dependent on these viruses that may or may not be real, whatever, in other parts of the country. We can't even sustain our own self, as a country. We're dependent on all them. Yeah, we sold out our own manufacturing base.
Right. It's crazy, man.
Well, it's the same everywhere, I think. If you look around, it's not just in your country, but here in the UK too. Even though a lot of people they've put it's called furloughing. Yeah. So the government pays like 80% of their general salary. Some companies still can't carry on. They can't afford to pay the business rates. They can't afford the government they made this package available for companies to apply for, but ultimately the admin on that, it's so slow that these companies are having to fold, and the banks aren't really helping at all.
No, they're not.
They're not in any kind of hurry to help you out. I mean,
What's new?
Yeah, I mean, we had to get in touch with our mortgage company to say to them, we can't afford to pay next month's money, well, this month's money, and they said, why are you ringing us now? Ring us 5 days before. Don't ring us now to tell us. We're dealing with other people that have got a mortgage coming out in a few days' time, and we're trying to help them. So we're not willing to take your call right now. You have to call 5 days before. I'm like, what?
Weird.
It's like giving a kid with a sweet tooth a bunch of candy to go and distribute to everybody. That's what it's like giving the banks money to go and help people. They're not going to be quick to give it to anybody, man. It's not shocking. It's sad, but that's such a stupid mechanism.
I know. It's like, well, in my case, so my missus has been furloughed, so she's only getting like 80% of hers, and I can't go out to work. It's as simple as that. I can't afford to catch a bug and give it to my mum. It's as simple as that. I can't, because I still have to help out with my mum, and I've had to let my carers go that I was paying the extra money for. So I'm having to take up the slack on that too. So it's kind of like a catch-22. I'm in like a vicious cycle right now. So even when this fucking catches up eventually and I'm able to go back to work, I'm probably going to have to work like 70 hours a week to actually finally get a bunch money so that I can get the carers back in to take over what I've been doing. It's just crazy. And you're not getting any help from the government in this. I mean, they've said that, for self-employed people, we've got to wait like 3 months. 3 months before we can claim anything.
Jeez.
That's ridiculous.
That's a long
Well, and that's the thing. Even if your mortgage company lets you slide or the electric company lets you slide, you don't pay your car payment, it's all going to add up unless they add it to the end of your loan. But in the end, you're going to be under the gun in debt again. So that's one of the best case scenarios in this whole thing.
Get this. So the government put out this package and they said that we've instructed the mortgage companies that if you fall behind, if you can't afford to pay your mortgage, get in touch with the mortgage people and they'll defer your mortgage payments for 3 months, right? So, people hear that and they're like, that's a lifeline, yeah? Absolute lifeline in a time like this. And they may extend it, if this carries on. So you're thinking, okay, 3 months, excellent, we're out of work, we're getting furloughed, we can help with that. Then you find out that your credit score is going to be damaged if you take out the 3 month deferment of payments to the banks. If you take it out, if you go ahead with that, they're going to punish your credit score for that, right?
And that's going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars in the end.
In the long run, because your mortgage, our mortgage, we have to renew it in like next April. So they take it, what your credit rating is, at that time. So if we're still going to have to go through with this 3 month job, right, which might turn out to be 6 months, but then the credit score is going to be shot to pieces. So when you apply for a new mortgage next April, right, they're going to give you a massive percentage, because they're going to say, well, your credit score isn't very good.
You're right, Ranty. It's like artificial way to increase the interest rate, without actually, being able to do it because it's already locked in. So yeah, indirectly, it is a way to bite us in the butt that way.
Cleary says
the corporations are also taking advantage of this along those same lines in that they're going to lower wages. They're also going to lay a bunch of people off. They're going to cut people's pay. A lot of people have already been cut 10, 20%, something like that, if not lost their job outright. The new people that they hire for the next year or two, with the little hiring that they'll do, are going to come in at a lower rate. So they're going to gain in that. They are getting hurt right now, though, because they can't do anything. And they have to do this stuff to survive, supposedly, but we're really going to get screwed, the little people, in the end.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody that's going to have to take out some kind of government assistance, because they've offered this government assistance to sort of like everybody and the small businesses, etc., etc. Everybody that's taken out anything like that is going to get screwed in the long run. I mean, the UK, for instance, how much this is costing, if you think that this is just all free, no way is this just free. This is going to...
You know what they called it here? The CARES Act. Can you believe that?
The carers.
assholes.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Come on, dude. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Cleary says for $2 he sends a super chat saying, "Ranty, if China made the virus, it won't last long." Ding ding.
Hey,
Yo,
you
why
want to hear
does it-
something that'll piss you off, Ranty? In that stimulus bill that they cut here, they gave NASA $100 million.
Unreal. For what?
That's what I said too. Yeah.
Oh man, for more
I'll have to
pictures?
double check that. That was in the draft right up to the end, but I haven't checked the actual last one. But they had it in there, $100 million for NASA and all these other government agencies. That was just like a big giveaway to all the government and
Brandon, let's say they gave them
institutions.
$100. What are we gonna do? Eat those images? Like, come on, that's absurd. That's
They
great.
put something in there about it being for responding to the coronavirus crisis. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but
right.
yeah, I'd be interested to know how they spend that money. Not that it matters.
That's an abomination.
Dividanti asks, "Have you looked into the new coronavirus laws in the UK?" Well, I have actually, and it's shocking. I mean, I don't know if this is the same in the UK, in America or what have you, but essentially, if they suspect that you have a temperature or they suspect that you may be slightly ill, they have powers, the police this is, to walk into your house and detain you, and they can take you away to a safe location, somewhere undisclosed at this time, safe location, put you in isolation there so that you're not infecting anybody else, and you don't have any powers to appeal this, and you're not allowed to get representation from anybody like the lawyers or anything that would help you get out at any time soon. Also, there's an indefinite time frame that they can detain you from. An indefinite.
Remember when we were watching them do that over in China, throw people in those little metal boxes and rip people out of their houses and welding doors, and thought, well, we could never contain it here in the West because we don't live under a communist government and we can't do that kind of thing to other people. I don't believe that for a fucking second. I think people would let them do that shit and most people wouldn't even bat an eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the powers that the police have now, these last for 2 years, and it's an ongoing, it will be for 2 years, and then they can extend it, I think, every 6 months or so, for another 6 months and another 6 months. So basically, they can lift you anywhere. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there, but that was the main thing that I took from that, was basically, just on the grounds that they suspect you may have a temperature, right?
Yeah.
They can do all that. They can, and they can also do it with you. They can take you away from your children. They can take your children off you. They can do all kinds of stuff. I mean, the powers that the police have got right now. Once they really fully understand, the police, that is, these powers. Oh, those power-hungry guys that are out there right now, those guys that have always wanted to be somebody, will be threatening the general public with those. You know, because when it gets common knowledge what the bobbies on the beat actually have. You know, they will be pushing that. They will be pushing it to detain people and do these kind. It's there. It's all in black and white. There was an excellent video. I think I can't remember the channel that published it, but there was a woman that ranted about it, and she had bullet points of these bullet points. And basically, she was running through it. It took about 10 minutes to rant through. Do you realise you're giving up this? There was this, and this. And I was like, wow, I didn't even realise that. And then I actually read the bill, and I'm like, yeah, she's right. She is right. When you break it down, it says it just like that. Well, not just like that, but when you could interpret that way, and that's exactly how it is. So I don't know if that's what it's like in America right now.
No, but Ranty, you brought up a great point, because the friend I was talking to before this hangout, he said that the way the elite work, and I never sort of thought about this, but it's obvious, like they like to do everything legally, even though to us it's unlawful. So they use these times to pass laws and legislation. So what they're doing is, quote, technically correct. And so, yeah, man, they're probably slipping a lot of stuff, through.
Yeah,
right
they're
now.
pushing for special rights. I know the Justice Department was pushing for the right to indefinitely detain people during this time. I didn't see if that went through or not, but they're definitely pushing it. They could probably get away with murder right now and just tell people it's to stop the coronavirus.
Right.
I believe most people are buying this, just eating out of their hands.
Here's the other thing.
How does somebody believe this narrative? It's so dumb. Like, overall, the government cares about Not to be rude to people who maybe are sick, but few thousand people. Come on.
Yeah, since when?
Really?
Since when do they give a shit about tens of thousands of lives lost?
Come
We have
on.
people that die every single year from the flu, tens of thousands more and other diseases. And they don't give a shit.
Right.
I've got the best
Why
one.
do they?
I got the best one for you. I've just remembered it because you guys just talked about it, and it just jogged my memory. Is that if people die with a suspicious, if somebody dies in suspicious circumstances, right? The police, an autopsy and whatever, are not to investigate it.
Oh yeah, Renty, they are relaxing crimes. You're right about stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
But they're not to investigate. So if they suspect that you've died in suspicious circumstances, they're basically to just write it off and move on.
Oh man, dude, it's gonna be a free for all.
I was like, what?
Why don't we get Baldy Cats, Conspiracy Cats, in the chat to come on and give us a teacher's perspective? He probably helped write some of that legislation. Why aren't the ballers speaking out? You know, we're getting censored on YouTube. They were silent. Now we're getting the government trying to jam a bunch of needles into us. They don't seem to be worried. You think they're gonna blow kisses to them forever too? I don't understand these people, man. What's up?
There you go. So the Conspiracy Cat. If you want to join
Yeah,
it. You know, I mean, add me on Skype. Ranty Flat Earth.
Talk flight paths. Flight paths.
Yeah, we can talk flight paths. We can talk anything you like, mate. You know, come ahead and join and tell us about it. We will be actually. I mean, to be honest, the people you have on the panel right now are probably the nicest flat earthers you're ever going to get to come in and talk to. So it will be an excellent time for you to come in because you're not really going to get berated.
Correct. One anecdotal point, Ranty, on the flat Earth. I asked my friend who's into directional drilling. I asked, do you take the curvature into account when you're in the lateral? Because you know, now they've drilled pretty far in the lateral, miles actually, with this new technology. Do you take into account the curvature of the Earth strata? And he's like, no. So we have pilots who are coming forward with flat Earth. Why don't we have a couple of teachers who are honest? You know, with how.
Well, why is it that
Nonsense.
no profession where we would expect them to take the curvature into account takes it into account?
Exactly.
They all have these calculations where it says, don't worry about the curvature, don't worry about the shape of the Earth, just assume it's flat. Who does use the curvature?
Exactly.
Does anybody?
Give us one, anybody, you know, and just, oh man. I mean, pilots, who else wouldn't? Like, if you can't get a pilot to give us 100 solid different ways that the curvature and the motion is really precisely accounted for, I mean, who else are we gonna ask? You know, and I have an interview of a friend of mine who's a pilot. He's still a ball earther and he still believes the Earth is a ball, but he just basically said he assumes that it's flat stationary. And I'm like, come on. Like, he didn't even give me one, you know, solid reason for the Earth being something different than flat and stationary. So,
Well, this just goes back to my bigger point. Any evidence that appears to substantiate the flat Earth is claimed by the globers as proof of the globe Earth or part of the model, such as Coriolis. We have nothing on record, no instance that we can substantiate of a pilot taking the Coriolis effect into account on a north-south flight, east-west, nothing. And what they'll say is, well, it just happens naturally because you're correcting for it as you fly north or south because of wind resistance and pressure, and it's such a small force. There is no way to substantiate anyone who accounts for curvature or spin.
yeah, in a technical way. They always say,
Yeah.
like you said, oh, naturally, or just, you know, that
It just
kind of-
happens.
It's gradual. Yeah, exactly.
It's not
Come
important.
on, dude. Yeah, I'm just going to get in a plane and just, you know, figure things out. You know, the plane just kind of figures it out. Don't worry. Really?
You'd think going at 600 miles per hour through the atmosphere, it'd be important to know what the shape of the Earth below you is. I know they don't ignore mountain ranges or, the
Yeah.
topography. How can they ignore the curvature?
That's crazy, man.
Have you been watching Roxanne's streams at all?
I haven't, no.
Okay, so
I used to in the past, not as much anymore.
well, she's been doing a little. She's been asking some of the Flat Earth channels to sort of like sing a song and make their own lyrics, perhaps. I think that's why Tony put his video out, but he just did a a rip-off of Gary Barlow, etc. But I've been writing down so many different songs that I can interpret in different ways, and I'm thinking of making a song too. So, for instance, like you've heard of Imagine, John Lennon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So imagine all the people, etc. So imagine there's no imagine there's no horizon. It's never where it should be. So I'm thinking of making a song like that. So, I just wondered if you guys had heard that or wanted to participate in it.
I did see Tony singing with what's his name? What's that song? Never Gonna Give You Up. I think I saw that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. I think it's just to make things a bit light-hearted for people. Whilst we're in lockdown, you see a lot of people doing crazy stuff. So
That's a cool idea. Yeah.
I thought I'd participate anyway. I'm not the best singer at all, but I was just thinking that I would put something together for that. I know it's a bit off topic. I just wanted to kind of shout her channel out and say that that's what she's doing. So go and head over there if you want to listen to a bit of light-hearted stuff. People are saying, all right, just sing it. No, I'm not going to sing it, guys. I actually made the song. I've made about 5 songs. I've recorded them, but really, I hate my voice. So it's like, why would I want to put myself through that? I'd only get the piss taken out of me. So I might do one. I might release one. How's that? Sorry, I interrupted you. What you was talking about then, guys? About flight plans and stuff. Would you be willing?
Oh no, it's okay, Ranty. We'd really need a baller to come in here and give us a technical example of anybody that uses curvature or the shape of the Earth in something that you would expect them to use it in. Now, they might come in and say surveying, but I haven't seen them substantiated. Have you, mind of God?
No, I mean, if you're designing a building that's apparently moving on a surface, the face that's up against the side that's moving, I guess, in that direction of rotation, you would account for that. That would be obvious because it's different than the other side. So I don't understand. Obviously, that is a bit more extreme, but just the curvature and all that, I haven't heard anything. It's just the name Jesse Kozlowski keeps coming up over and over again, as if we should just be impressed that there's a person with that name and he has 30 years of surveying experience. It just doesn't make sense.
No, after all these years, all these hundreds of years, we need to rely on a study that Jesse Kozlowski did to measure curvature over 1 mile. Why is it we need such a random and proof to substantiate something that everyone's supposed to have known for thousands of years?
Exactly.
Well,
if it were that way, you could come up with so many different proofs. Even if you didn't do them, they would be very, very open and welcoming to brainstorm them. You know what I mean? Even if we didn't have the money to do them, they would be like, yeah, if you had the resources, you could do this, and then not always just hiding stuff in optics, which people have uncovered through this channel and others. But yeah, that's telling to me, just in and of itself.
Yeah, I think it'd be very obvious if the world was a spinning ball. We probably wouldn't have much room to question it because we'd be able to verify it ourselves. But it's constructed evidently in such a way that it's impossible to verify, and any evidence that it's a flat, non-moving plane is also evidence that it's a spinning space ball. It's kind of amazing.
all roads lead to the ball. The surfing on a water ball. Yeah.
Completely unfalsifiable.
Paige says to Pete Shea, where the heck do you come up with these ideas? And she's laughing her head off. But that's because he said, Pete Shea can sing, but is it true that I myself, was a male stripper? What can I say? I never was a male stripper, Pete Shea. You can try and take that image out of your head and replace it with something else, because that never happened, mate.
I think you should take your Imagine rendition to the next level and include some stripping, Ranty. I think that'd be a good thing to do, and I think people would want you to do that.
Strip for my mortgage.
Obsessed about 5 copies.
Yeah, good stuff. No, yeah. Listen, Wolfie 6020 or whatever he's called. He's always talking about flight paths. I mean, do you think you guys could actually rise to some of his challenges, because I haven't really looked into it, so I don't know how difficult it is. So it's something that I have no expertise in whatsoever. But I'm looking for somebody that can perhaps get into that sort of argument, about flight plans and paths, and be able to do that. Is this your, do any of you guys have a speciality in that, or do you know somebody else that does?
I don't particularly. I did look into one thing that Wolfie was interested in putting videos out on, which was the Coriolis effect and rotation itself. But I haven't specifically looked into flight paths in depth. I've watched a lot of other people's videos, but not myself, no. Not enough to have a debate with somebody on the finer points of it. I'd have to take a week or two and study up.
I've had Bob the Science Guy take me through SkyVector, and then MC Toon tried to put the same voodoo on me during a hangout in the past. It's the same argument, like you can't have a triangle like this, and they start using spherical geometry in a 2D sense, and then they start overloading. They just keep flipping back and forth between coordinate systems and think that that's some kind of proof. It's the same rhetoric. I don't know if Wolfie would do something more advanced, but it's going to end up coming down to the same thing. They're going to present some kind of path and say that this is impossible geometrically. But what I've seen is that the geometry that they're using, the rules apply to a 2D plane when they're talking about spherical coordinates. And then you're going to get in the same arguments that you did earlier today, Ranty, with that. What is the, most optimal flight path? They can pretty much make up any story, just like they can with optics. They can say infinite refraction. They could say, well, no, that's not the optimal path. Stuff. So that's what I've noticed that they do.
Mm-hmm. And it has to be said, some of these flight plans don't make sense on a globe. They really don't. And some of the emergencies that they've had, where they've had to divert to the nearest hospital, again, doesn't make any sense on a globe.
No, there's definitely a lot of circumstantial evidence that you would just look at and say, yeah, of course this makes more sense on a flat Earth. The whole thing does. Flight in itself does. A flat, non-stationary Earth.
I mean, pilots, I don't think those pilots are actors that are coming out on Russian Vid's channel and Casey Josh and all that. He went up to them in the cockpit, filmed it. I mean, that's either really, really good acting or those are actual pilots. That said,
they've I've had a couple ballers say to me that they'll give me $1,000 each if I can come up with a commercial pilot that is a flat earther. I know they're out there. I haven't bothered to look that hard. Yeah. But I've got these guys on record saying $1,000. They think that there's no pilots that are flat earthers.
Jeez. That'll come out publicly. The two that I know personally are still, quote, ball earthers. One of them's more open to flat earth because I know him a bit more personally. But they don't talk about it. And once they don't talk about it and say they don't have any concrete way to prove it, to me, they're effectively flat earthers.
Well, and the thing is, they get destroyed. These are these pilots that come out. I think we've had a couple of examples of that where they just get attacked mercilessly.
Yeah.
If they come out as flat earthers.
One of my friends actually does flight simulator still, and he's an amateur pilot, so he's intimately aware about that whole space. And the other one's in the military, so he's not going to say anything, And I would never release his name, but, he's still a ball earther. But I asked him, where do you account for it? Because he's also an instructor. It's like the guy should come up with like hundreds of different things. He's basically like, for us, it's flat and stationary. It's point to point as a line drawn on a map. That's literally a quote that he said to me. So I'm like, I mean, it's flat then. Like, what else does a person need to say?
Oh, here we go, guys. Hold on. I thought I added somebody then.
Is this the dodo?
No. Let's see if I can bring that person back. Let's see. Somebody just tried contacting me. There we go. So that's his name. Let's see if we can add him to the call. 1 second. So,
all roads lead to flat Earth, people. It's not easy to digest that reality. We've all been duped, humbled. Wow. It's scary to think that seems to be only part of the deception.
There we go. So
that's funny you say that, because I was talking to my brother about this coronavirus thing, And he was basically saying, if they were lying to us on this massive scale, I just can't believe it. I don't want to believe that we are capable of being lied to on such a massive scale. That's a big mental hurdle you have to get over.
How did we never think to just look up and be like, be like, hey, how far does the sky go? Or like, what's moving, the ground or the sun? You know, it's crazy. Like, I'm pointing at myself. I can't believe that. That's 38 years on this earth. I didn't do that once. That's sad.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so we've been joined by a guest. Hello? Who is this?
Hi, Rand. It's Music Man.
Music Man. How's it going, my friend?
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine, yeah.
How you doing, mate?
Yeah, we could hear you fine. You're dropping out a bit now.
Come on.
Yeah, you've not got a great connection there, my friend.
Hey, well, he's trying to connect. Let me ask you guys a question. The other day,
Any better? Sorry.
So say again, Music Man. Go ahead. Yeah, that's not very good, mate. It might be best if you're on a PC to restart it or restart your phone and perhaps join again. But you will be added to the call, so all you have to do is click join.
Is he a flat earther, Ranty? Do you know, or a baller?
Music Man.
Yeah, flat all the way, man.
Cool.
Flat all the way. Awesome.
Cool.
Yeah, it might be best if you...
Flat.
You sound like Pete Shea.
Yeah, he does.
Well, I'm Welsh.
You Welsh? Right, okay.
Ranty, you can't make fun of him by calling him Pete Shea right when he joins the panel, man.
I didn't.
Nice, right?
I didn't mean it that bad.
Okay, sorry. I got it. Shout out to the dodo.
Right, okay. So
I was going to ask you guys, yesterday I was on Jose's, and it was interesting because I got into a discussion with Bob, and he seemed to be leading me down a path with some imaginary experiment using two bowling balls to try to get me to say that gravity is a force. Do you guys understand why it's so important to them that they categorize gravity as a force?
They just don't want their model to be wrong, and their model is set in stone. And if one of those bricks falls, if one of those bricks is incorrect, then the rest could tumble. So they've got a solid wall, and they never want that solid wall to be penetrated in any position ever. It's always going to be a strong wall. You can't take a brick out of that wall. It's there.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. As soon as you start chipping away at it and trying to bring it down bit by bit, they're not going to allow you to take one bit. It's only them that are allowed to take that away. If you think of the the Earth's atmosphere now extends beyond the moon, right? so prior to that announcement, it was the globe belief, where the atmosphere ended and where space started. As soon as they say that the atmosphere extends beyond the moon, that's okay. That's okay for them to say that. But a flat earther can't say it and be proven right, because that's just not the way it goes. That's not how it happens. You're not allowed to take those little bricks away from them.
But Ranty,
interesting. I wasn't even arguing. Oh, go ahead, Monica.
Well, Brandon, I just want to say the acceleration is their effect of gravity, right? When you drop something and accelerates, that is their effect of mass attracting mass, or however you say it. And so that acceleration is sacred to them. We would just model that with, the item, the height, the atmosphere, and say, that's what happens. That's the way, like the hand said last time, that's the way God designed it, or the creator. We're okay with that for the most part. And then they say that, no, that acceleration is gravity. And so F equals ma. So the acceleration is created by the force, and so that's why they need to protect that F equals ma relationship. So it's not so much the force; it's actually the acceleration, but caused by the force, and that's why they'll always say every form of acceleration requires a force, no matter what. So it's sacred.
I see. Yeah, because I had no problem either way. I mean, I wasn't trying to protect from saying it was a force or agree that it was force, because to me it really is immaterial. We know what happens. We can test what happens. I don't need to know anything else besides the object's density relative to the medium that it's in to know whether it's going to go up or down. So why do I need to know? Why do I need to call that a force?
Yeah. We approach the problem differently. We would do what normal people do. We model things. We would be like, hey, this item is in this environment at this height and it did that. And we're like, okay, that's great. That's what it does, you know, and then we could reproduce that with those same parameters and be like, okay, that's what happens. You know, when you put this item here, it does that. They look at the result and be like, oh, it's accelerating. That must be because of gravity. And then they unpack their whole language is basically seen through that channel. And that's not real science, you know, and that's what everybody's been pointing out. Really everybody, but Warrior, Sleeping Warrior, and everybody. It's like, ha, that's gravity. It's like, really? You're gonna make up a term just because, you know, you saw something fall at a certain rate that's understood why that's happening? It doesn't make sense.
Well, that's what I asked him too. I said, you know, why should I care? Why should I care if it's mass attracting mass or the bending of space-time? What is the utility of that piece of information? And how have you even arrived that that's the cause and effect relationship? Because I don't need it to model it. I don't need it to predict what will happen. I don't need to know that at all. I already have the cause and effect.
But we can predict it with what you were saying, with the density, the height, the atmosphere. We can tell them exactly what's going to happen. So they're just doing what they need to do to create, you know, really a whole worldview and understanding of our existence. And then the bending of space-time is just them adding more layers to the story. So,
yeah, it was interesting. They started going down a avenue of, well, how would you build a bridge? We need it to build a bridge. We need it to do this and that. And, you know, by the end of it, I think there was consensus that, no, you really didn't need to do that because they did those things long before anybody had the idea that it was mass attracting mass or the bending of space-time or anything else. There's no utility to that information.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just thought I'd ask you guys and get some perspective on that, because I thought it was an interesting direction they tried to take me down. I wasn't sure what they were getting at.
It's always very religious. It's almost like the ballers are like Jehovah's Witnesses. They just come and really focus us down a very narrow set of terms. That's why when Right the Hand was debating last time, we had to clarify the terms. You know, what does a force mean? What does this mean? And then all that stuff, really, even with refraction, you know, that's what they don't want to get into. That's when they start getting angry, start swearing at us and all that kind of stuff, when we get them to concretely define something, because once they do, and we start using that in other places, then everything falls apart. So,
you know, Jehovah's Witness is a good way to call it. I was thinking more along the lines of Scientologists, but half dozen of one, six of the other, I suppose.
It's very narrow, like it's very rigid. And then, you know, when you step off that path, you can sense that they get emotional. So there's something else going on when people do that. But that's
when the insults start. That's when the personal attacks start.
Yeah.
Dude, that's really what they're best at.
Yeah, he was flipping out. It's like, bro, we're just talking about optics. You know, it's like, it's not a natural reaction for people to get that triggered. And then even for people to call us dumb when we're asking valid questions and we're all educated. So just by that qualitative measure alone, we know that they're hiding something.
Oh, they really have to let you know how intellectually superior they are to you. They'll talk about that constant. I've never had a conversation with one where they didn't tell me how stupid I am and how much smarter they are than me. Seriously. Yeah.
And smart people don't talk like that. They know, like really, really smart people, they're insecure about the fact that they're much smarter than people. So unless they're incredibly pompous, and there are, but most of them, they don't really, you know, add to the fact that, you know, no one would hang around them, you know, in a public setting if they kept highlighting the fact that they're tangibly smarter than people. So no normal smart person that I've come across would ever get the gall to dial in on these debates and yell at people that they're.
And if they were such geniuses, would they spend all day? I mean, some of these guys I think are online all day, every day.
Right.
And not just online listening to the show or commenting every once in a while. I mean, in the chat, constantly commenting, constantly on a stream all day long, like it's their job.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Brandon,
probably
you know
is their
what's mad
job.
funny, dude? This is mad funny, dude. So Sleeping Warrior posted a thing about the moon thing, which I thought was really cool, you know, with the 3 holes in the thing. And then of all the reactions, people are like, oh, can you do this? And, you know, can you add this thing? And then Carlos Pagan comes by. He's like, what if it was through a magnifying glass? I'm like, what does that have to do with anything that he did? Like, they just come up with the stupidest critiques to people's tests. It's just so dumb, man. Like, it's painful. But
yeah, that was a really good test. I was wondering what they'd come up with. Oh, go ahead, Music Man.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Do you want to take?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up there, Music.
Randy?
Yeah, Music Man, I'm sorry, you're breaking up, mate.
Oh.
Your connection's not very good, I'm afraid, for Music Man. Yeah, we can't hear anything you're saying.
Ranty, what's the future of the channel, man? Where do you want this thing to go? Are you going to focus more on life day to day, or the flat Earth? Or?
What the channel? Well, I'm a flat earther, absolutely. You know, I mean, I want to carry on talking about flat Earth mainly. That's going to be the main topic for at least the foreseeable future. So I don't plan on branching into more stuff. I mean, I think the only reason I'm talking about the coronavirus, right? And here's the thing, right? I'll get to that in a minute. Actually, let me come back to that. So the only reason I'm talking about this coronavirus right now is because I see it as it's more of an urgency to talk about that than it is about the flat Earth. But don't get me wrong, I'm quite happy to talk flat Earth all night. So don't get worried about that. But as for the term coronavirus, because there's a lot of topic and discussion about, whether or not a virus is a virus and what it does and what effects it can do and can it be transmissible between humans, etc. Well, isn't it by design that they named it a coronavirus? To get us arguing about a virus rather than an actual biological weapon, which is my contention of what it is. So in answer to your question, it's kind of, there's a lot of answers to that, but basically it just feels that the reason that I've sort of diverged a little bit recently is because I see it as it's more of a priority to talk about this as much as I can, get it in whenever I can, to make people aware that when I talk about this subject, it's to actually think about preparing for yourself, your family, your friends, what medication you're going to need. That's important, your own medication. So if you're on any kind of tablets or anything like that, then get stocked up, get prescriptions in, get them stocked up. You're going to need them. Learn your survival skills, which the mind of God, you found out today that what was it you said? You literally have none.
I got none, man.
So...
Dude, I mean, I felt bad because I'm single. Like, he has a family, so he's I would be in the same mindset as him. Like, you got to look at the numbers and. I can kind of make my own path, but, I was like, damn, dude, like, we didn't take one single class. I remember in grade 6 or 7, we took, like, woodworking and a little bit of home economics, but ever since then, like, nothing, dude, like, practical.
Can I just say that we've got Paige here. Paige has joined, and also Pete Shea wants to join the panel. He wants to have a word with Brandon. So if that's all right with you, Brandon, I'll bring him in. If not, I'm quite happy to keep it just as it is. But Paige, nice to have you on. I haven't spoken to you for a while. How's things with you?
Yeah, g'day, Ranty. Hi, everyone. Things are getting a bit serious over here as well. The Victoria has become the hardest, police state in Australia so far. Like, the cops are just going crazy over here with, authority. They're just drunk with power at the moment. But we've recently had two of our biggest right?
Yeah, sorry, I just added someone to the call.
Yeah.
I think I
No
added
worries.
somebody to call. Yeah, somebody called
Hello,
me.
Ranky.
Just,
Yeah, sure. Professor Phil
we've
Bill.
just had. You right?
Yeah, go ahead, Paige.
Yep. We've just had two of our biggest soy producers, big farms that farm only soy. They've been contacted by the government and asked, in sort of no uncertain terms, to start growing vegetables. So I think the Australian
can you hear me?
government totally realises that we're not going to be able to import the kind of stuff that we were importing, and we're going to have to look after ourselves. And they're already getting our farmers ready for it.
Wow, it's surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah, Professor Phil. Yes, we can hear you. By the way, so just hold on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. So.
Yeah. So Paige,
Okay.
so what you're saying here is that was it the suet or was
Soy.
soy
For
farm?
soy milk and stuff. Yeah, soybeans.
Right. Okay. So they've been asked to switch production to something different.
To vegetables.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Two of the biggest farms that we've got in Australia, they've both been asked to now start growing veggies.
Well, that's really interesting, and it's not really surprising with what we've got probably going to happen.
No, it's not surprising.
Coming.
Yeah, I must admit I'm very impressed with our government, considering they're part of, this elite system. They are actually sort of, putting their hand up and going, hang on, back off. We still need to take care of our people. So hopefully it might not get so bad here.
So, Professor Phil, you've joined this evening. Did you
I
have
thought I heard you talking about gravity, so and I did promise to pop in. So I thought, well, okay, today's a good a day as any.
Awesome.
G'day, Phil.
We've got
So
we've got
so
two
if you wanna
panelists. We've got two
talk about
panelists.
your gravity, that you were there was a bit of confusion about what gravity is or does. So I thought I'd at least tell you.
Confusion. I think the
No,
only
I don't
think we were
person's on your
confused.
side.
Phil.
Well,
It's
it
got an
seemed like
impressive
you were
resume.
confused.
Okay. Well,
It
I've,
seemed-
Gravity's got an
I'm
impressive
confused.
resume.
well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put myself on mute, and I'm going to let you guys have a chat with Professor Phil Bell. Please keep it civil.
Yes.
Let people finish their responses before you jump in, and hopefully, with bringing, Professor Phil Bell's decided to join, guys. Let's get stuck in there. Let's get the knives out. Let's get to the heart of this. Let's find out what's going
Okay.
on.
All right, good. So so I've got a couple of questions. Why do things fall to the ground? That's my first question.
Did you pick
Because
it up?
they're more dense than the medium that surrounds them.
So okay, and
What about
why do they?
helium?
Yeah, well, helium. What happens with helium is that helium just displaces the other things that do fall to the ground. So
So
because,
everything doesn't fall to the ground then?
yes, it does.
No, helium doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Helium
if
falls
there
to the
was
ground now, does it?
If
Holy
there was-
shit.
Paige,
Come
if
on,
there
Phil.
was nothing there,
Oh
if-
no,
if
Phil,
you put-
that's just ludicrous. I'm going to get really cranky if you start saying absolute nonsense like helium falls to the ground. Like really?
yes, it does.
Oh fuck me. Oh no.
I think you're the one that's confused, Phil.
Well, no, he's saying everything else is displaced that's going down. So you've just violated your first statement by saying, quote, everything. So why are you coming in here hot, making
What would
blanket
happen?
statements when-
What would happen if you had a helium balloon in vacuum? What do you think would happen?
Who cares?
You could still
We
go
don't live
keep
in a
going up.
vacuum.
Who cares,
You-
dude? Why
It's
do you
not my
care?
point. It's
I'll
not my
answer.
but
I'll
we're
answer.
living-
In theory, it would be heavier than the medium that surrounds it, so it would fall down. In theory, although I don't know what happens. Have you ever put
So
a
that-
balloon,
so that
a helium
does-
balloon, in a
so-
vacuum, Phil?
So helium doesn't always go up, right?
Well, we don't know, and we
I
don't
don't-
care.
In
about
our
that.
atmosphere, it always goes up. Yes.
Would you agree that it's got something
live
to
on
do
the
with how
Earth.
much
We're
there
in
is,
the
how much
atmosphere.
helium there is in a balloon, for instance?
Does that change the density?
Yeah.
Yeah, then
Yes.
yes.
Would you agree that you could put too much helium in it so that it wouldn't go up?
What?
Let's say, for instance, you had a balloon that couldn't expand and you put too much helium in it. Do you think it would still go up?
Have you ever done that?
Yeah, you're asking us literally to just imagine something we've never experimented, never actually done.
It's not really hard.
Would we know?
It's not really
Have
hard.
you done it, Phil? Have you done it, Phil?
No,
It's a thought experiment, Phil. Not
yes, of course. I know. Of course.
Well, blow me down with a feather. I tell you what, you cannot now check whose channel is saying what. So let me just show you right now. So Darwin, let me just go across to the three dots. Hang on, where we go? And Darwin to the three dots. Normally it would say go to channel. You can't go to their channel. You can't check who's who. Colin Dresser can't go to the channel. You cannot see who is talking in your chat. So I'm sorry, Music Man, but I can't confirm your Music Man. Just as I wouldn't be able to confirm that Flat Earth Data is Flat Earth Data because I can no longer go to the channel. And this is really bad stuff. Really bad move here by YouTube. I can't hover over your name, and I can't find out if you are the real Flat Earth Data. I can't find out if you're the real MyView. Wow, seriously bad move there, YouTube. Seriously.
Guys, it won't fall.
Does water
people
fall?
keep saying, can I finish? You people keep saying everything falls. It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
That's just a blatant lie.
It does.
Oh
Hey, Phil,
No, but
do things go up or down? Do things rise or fall in the atmosphere based on their density relative to the medium they're in? Is there anything that doesn't behave in accordance with that?
All right, let's try another one.
No, answer my question, Phil.
Does water fall?
Answer his question.
Answer my question, Phil.
Don't
Yes,
obfuscate.
Yes, if something's less dense, if something's less dense, other things around it will displace it, and it will rise.
So it rises.
Yes, of course.
And
but it also
if it's
falls.
more dense. So that's the rule. There's no violations of that rule that you're aware of,
your
correct?
Answer.
So Phil, let me articulate the broad difference. Is that what Brandon and we're getting at, Paige? We're saying locally to an object, what's above and below it and around it will dictate what it does. You're going to come and sell us, which is what you're doing, that at this action at a distance, that thing is actually moving because the Earth is nearby and then there's some attraction. So
yes, absolutely.
Right. Okay. So I just want you to know we're aware of that argument, and there's a lot of people who don't buy that, and it's just ridiculous because
that's their problem.
One second. The information and the parameters at the local level fully describe to us what happens to that object, and we're comfortable with that.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need anything else to describe what happens to matter.
Yeah, we don't need all this other bullshit.
Okay.
We need nothing else.
Explain why things accelerate at the same rate.
We just explained.
In fact, why do they accelerate at all?
We just explained that we can tell you once we do the tests of that object in its surroundings and what happens to it in a real atmosphere, because that's where we live, we will do that test, record what happens, and tell you if you do that again, it's going to happen again. Why that number was chosen, why, we don't know. First of all, it depends on the units. So that movement is arbitrary in terms of what its units are, but we didn't govern that. We didn't make up mass, we didn't make up movement or motion and the atmosphere and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the creator did that.
Yeah, you're asking heavy questions. That's
I want to know how your density, relative density, explains why things accelerate.
He just explained it.
No, he didn't.
Oh
he just said
He
just said some gobbledygook about God.
Okay, so you didn't
say anything about why it accelerates.
You didn't understand what he said. Okay, let him explain.
I understood what he said, and he did not say anything
admitted
about
didn't.
accelerate.
You just admitted it was gobbledygook. So you didn't understand. Because everybody else understood what he said. But
Let's try again.
So maybe you need to be quiet. Let him explain
Paige,
it
you
again.
be quiet for a second. Start.
Triggered out,
I'm going to start the sentence. You finish it. Things accelerate because. Off you go.
1 second. So this is I would look at acceleration not as a natural phenomenon, and you would. So you're allowed to believe that if you want.
What do you mean not as an accelerator?
1 second.
Are you disputing that things accelerate?
Let me finish the point.
Stop talking over him.
Let me finish the point. If you want to attribute that motion, whatever it is, acceleration at a certain amount or whatever the number is, if you want to view that as a something that's quote phenomenal, that's outlandish, and then you want to assign a cause or a name to that, you're more than welcome to do that. There's people like me, we don't need to do that. We just don't need to assign a name to that because we know that is just the way our environment is designed.
You're allowed to say I don't know. You're allowed to say I don't know.
No,
it's
a different wording. We're not compelled to attach a phrase, a word to that. We just can say that is a natural thing. That is the way that it operates. Our whole environment. It's not
Shall we try again?
Gravity and then a bending of space time, and then that's the lever that's being pulled in 4-dimensional space that's allowing things to accelerate. There's not some, gravity.
Shall we try again? Things accelerate because off you go.
Of the design that we're in.
I think I can give a shot at answering. So if you take an object of greater density and drop it, let's say an apple, you lift it up and drop it down through the air, it's starting at 0 speed, correct? When I drop it.
Shout out to Darwin for the $5 super chat, who says Mason B is ace. Indeed, Mason B is ace. If you haven't had the opportunity to go and subscribe to his channel, click the 3 little buttons to the right and go to the channel. Oh wait, you can't do that. Let me see if I can get a link. But yeah, thanks very much, mate, Darwin, for the super chat there. Much appreciated, my friend.
Exactly
wrong. And
That's
I can
your
show
opinion.
you why. And I can show you why it's wrong. Okay, here's another sentence for you to start with.
You mean you can tell?
Things accelerate.
Why don't you just tell us, Phil?
Things accelerate at the same time, at the same rate, because. Can you finish that sentence, please? Things accelerate at the same rate because.
Why don't you speak like you're talking to people who are not 5 years old?
Through the same air.
I just want you to explain why things accelerate at the same time, at the same rate. If I drop a bowling ball and a bus, they will hit the ground at the same time.
Was that in a vacuum? It might have been in a vacuum. They don't fall at the same.
I don't need if they are as big as a bus and a bowling ball, I won't need a vacuum. If I drop a bowling ball and a bus, they will hit the ground at the same time. Why?
Hey Phil, if I drop an apple in water and I drop one on land in the air, will it accelerate at the same speed? Will it drop at the same speed?
No.
Okay.
Because different medium.
I'm talking about dropping something in the same medium.
Yeah, well, you're dropping it in the same medium. What do you want?
Do you know what the famous experiment that was done by Galileo at the Leaning Tower of Pisa was? Do you know what that was all about?
He dropped a couple of cannolis off the side, or what?
Yeah, he dropped something.
No, he dropped things, 2 different things of different size and mass, and they hit the ground at the same time.
So what?
Why?
What do you mean, why? Because
how does relative density explain it? That's the reason I'm asking why. Now, shall we do
this is kind of like Bob's bowling ball example yesterday.
At the same rate and at the same rate because.
No, they don't. No, they don't, Phil.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. If I have a bowling ball that's 10 pounds and a bowling ball that's 1 ounce, they're exactly the same size, and I drop them, will they fall at the same rate and speed?
Well,
no.
1 ounce bowling ball.
Of course they won't. He's gonna reject this for a reason. Why do you reject that example, Phil?
Because they both need to be heavy enough so that they're not affected by the.
So that there's not a big enough delta between the 2 densities to notice the difference through the medium.
No, nothing to do with that. It's because of why do feathers fall?
What's that matter,
Phil,
Phil,
don't they?
Just
Does
to
a
accelerate it a
feather
little.
fall?
Float down, whereas a bowling ball goes woof and hits the ground. A feather just
What
goes.
about the bowling ball and the bus?
Okay, wait,
they both weigh a lot. Like,
yeah, pardon the pun here, but just to accelerate this, we'll give you this. So what? Now let's say that you have that as a real thing. How does this imply curvature? That's what
you want to let him beg the question.
No,
Yeah,
just
just because he's not going to give up. He's going to keep
No,
saying
he won't
why, and then we're going to be like, we don't care, and that's what it
Right.
is.
So,
It's like dealing with
at
children.
this
Yeah,
stage,
why,
we've
man?
established that you've
Why?
got no idea why
Why?
things fall at the same rate.
Can I ask Dr.
Actually, we just
Why?
destroyed your line of questioning, Phil. That's what happened. So
I just
you
want
know,
to establish where you are on
you
the
threw
page.
out anything that is contrary to what you said,
Your
and you just keep
explanation-
asking questions.
Your explanation is the bending of space-time. So you got a lot really working for you. So yeah, we'll give you that if you want it. That's your explanation. That's cool. You don't even know
Yeah,
what
show
that
me
is.
happiness bending.
That's ridiculous. But yeah,
Like,
if you want to
yeah.
believe that mass attracts mass action at a distance, and that's your explanation, that item is magically attracted to the Earth, and
It's not It's not magic.
it's
Phil-
magic.
Phil,
it's
can
not
you
physical?
Spooky.
Can you
action
explain
at
the
a distance.
mechanism? Phil, can you explain
Why?
how the
Why
Earth pulls
things
an
are-
object down?
Of course you
Okay,
can't.
well, because things of different mass affect space-time differently.
Oh, why? Why is
Wow.
that? Oh, no. Why? Why?
The space-time decides, oh no, you're only going to affect me this much.
Well, no, I mean,
but
if
that
he's
thing
gonna
over there
ask-
is going to affect me a lot.
If he's going to ask us the same questions, why don't we just do it to him? Why does
Yeah,
mass?
why?
Does mass influence space-time? How does that happen?
Okay, good question.
Yeah, I know.
Let me get my notepad. 1 second.
Yeah, I've got to write this down.
This is gonna be
Come on,
good.
Phil, we want your answer. We're all hanging on to
All right, Phil,
And
explain it.
no, I got a lecture in 6 minutes or whatever you did.
And
last
Phil, remember, it's
Yeah.
okay to say you don't know.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
And-
So
and-
now tell
and-
me
and-
how.
Brilliant, Chris.
Yeah. Now tell me how mass bends space-time. Explain the physical mechanism. Explain how that works. Go ahead.
Okay, so if
If you don't know it, you have time
Yeah.
to come back at another time. You know, you don't have to make
Yeah, I
it up
think,
on the fly. You don't have to
I
make
think
it
if
up
I
on the
want to
fly.
give you a proper answer on that, I think I'll just give that one a skip.
Yeah, have to double check my
Oh, okay.
bullshit first.
Okay. So would you say that you
Different
don't
shit.
know? Would you say you? Okay. So you admit you don't know.
Right at this minute,
Okay.
I haven't got a good
So
answer.
you
for
so you just admitted that you have about as much knowledge of how something falls down as we do, right?
Oh, I have a lot more than you, I would.
Well, then
suggest.
tell me how it works. So tell me how it
Okay,
works, big
so-
guy.
What I can tell you, what does happen, okay?
I know what does happen too because I can see it. I want to know
No,
what
you
I
don't
can't
know
see.
what happened
I
because
can see the rock falling, right? We both
Okay.
see the rock falling. Now tell me how this
You
mass
don't,
is bending
because you
space
don't
time.
even know why it accelerates.
Oh, no, hold on. You're telling me it accelerates because mass is bending space time. So tell me how that works.
He's asking you to explain it, Bell, because we can see the observation. He's asking for the underpinnings, the mechanism
Okay.
that's working.
Your question.
you came
is
in here
actually-
asking us questions.
You probably don't actually know how deep your question is.
Oh,
we
I
do
don't.
know.
Oh, you real? Oh, so you think I just accidentally asked this question? Is that what you're?
Okay, very quickly.
Oh, okay. Well,
Logan's
lucky
rubbing
me,
a
I
£2
doubled-
so
super
smart,
chat.
you
Professor Phil
accidentally
Bell,
asked.
the Earth is flat. Please wake up. Thank you very much.
It's such a great question. Oh well,
We had a
congratulations,
Sean
Phil.
Hawkins moment. We had a Sean Hawkins moment of brilliance. So yeah, there it is. Thank
Well,
you.
how about instead of patting me on the back for the great question, you just answer it?
Okay, well, I think I should give that question a lot
Okay,
of
so
respect.
you could
and
say
therefore,
you don't
I'm
know.
not just
though.
going to blurt something off the top of my head.
Oh, so you don't know. So you don't know.
No, to be honest, I think that's.
I do know what I would. I do
that's-
have
no,
an idea
hold on,
what
Professor.
I would say, but
Hold
I
on,
won't
hold
give it
on.
any justice by saying it. Right
Hold
here.
on, that's the
Right now.
actual intellectual honesty, which I'm going to stand up and give you a applaud for, because a lot of Globers would have come in and would gish gallop over that particular question. We know that right at the hand is an expert debater, and he's got this question, and it's a very tough one. So we would prefer if you actually took the time to get the correct answer in your model, whatever it may be, and we look forward
But
to
I
that
think
in
the
the
point
future.
is they call us stupid when we don't
For not
answer,
knowing,
but he's
and yet
admitting
here,
that he
exactly.
has to go and
No.
read it first.
Please,
So,
you'll never hear me say that anyone's stupid for not knowing something.
Okay,
Well,
but
you
Phil,
just came in asking 21 questions, Phil,
Yeah.
and you're not able to answer
I'm
the question
asking you some
yourself.
questions.
You just came in here and started talking to us like we were 5 years old, man. Fill in the
and I
blank.
just
No, I
and then
don't
I
think
just
so.
and then I
No.
just did the same thing to you by just going why, because that's
It's
all
a
you're
good
doing.
question.
exactly.
No, it's
nothing
not,
wrong with
Phil.
that.
Phil, It's not a good question. It's a stupid question. Do you know why it's a stupid question? Because the only thing you will ever do is see a rock fall. And I can just keep going, why?
I told you that you wouldn't understand the depth of
no,
your
don't
question.
tell me I would. Oh, so I don't understand. Hold on.
Just
So I don't understand.
Even
I don't understand. And this is why I picked this particular question, because I don't understand shit. But I picked this particular question and this particular phrasing of this question because I don't understand anything. Right, Phil? You're such a
Now, what's sad? What's kind of sad
is that you assume everybody's stupider than you.
No,
these ballers are a traitor.
What's sad is that,
all humanity.
you ask a very good question.
And no, what's sad is that you make it seem like I asked it by accident.
With something else like what you just said.
No, you make it seem like I asked
why
this
don't you
question
go away
by accident,
and put the
Phil.
answer together and come back?
Yeah, Phil, how about this?
Yourself.
Phil, how about this? You say you don't know, and you got to go get the answer, or you fucking answer it.
I did say
you
that
got one of two options. So then go. Then say you don't know. Okay, so you don't know. So now, when you were sitting here and going, hold on. So when you were sitting here and tell me how something accelerates. Actually, you were just projecting your lack of knowledge. So what you really want to do was ask us, bro, I don't know. You got to tell me how this happens. And I'm going to tell you how it happens, Phil. God designed a system that make things happen. Because what's going to happen is you're going to get to a point where you cannot see what's happening, right? And at that point, that's God. Because when you can't see what's happening, you're going to try and explain light with waves. You're going to try and explain gravity with space-time bending. You can't. That's why you're going, I can't. But you're a fucking professor. And you can't. Hold on, don't interrupt. You're a professor and you can't even tell me the physical mechanism that brings a rock to the floor. For the love of Jesus. You can't even tell me how this is happening. You got to go, It's the most basic of press. Awesome. How does the rock fall to the floor?
Thank you
can't tell me. So what do you know? What do you know? That much? That much. There's the rock falling and there's why it falls. If you can't tell me why it falls, the only thing you have... If you
That's
like
not the question that you asked.
It is the question. I can see it falling. I want to know why. I want to know the
mechanism. I can tell you why the rock falls.
I can see the rock falling.
I can tell you why it falls.
No, you can tell me you don't know.
He can put a name on it. That's all he can do.
Yeah, you can say mass attracting mass. No, you'll tell me a bullshit story.
You can say gravity,
and I don't know.
We can say the design. That's what it's designed. That's the environment.
The difference.
I know that's how you'll wave it away by talking about God.
How is giving it an arbitrary name not waving it away? Like, that's super rigorous. Come on, man. You're not dealing with everyday rinky-dink.
It's not the question that you asked me. Do you want me to? I'll put to you again the question that you asked me.
Yeah. What question do you think he asked?
No one's asking you a question.
He asked me a very, very good question.
Ask stupid people.
He asked me, why does something bend space-time?
Right, and you don't.
Because he's basically saying, why does
the rock fall? I want to know
no, that's a different question.
Hold on, wait, Phil. Let me explain. It's the same thing, because at a certain point,
no, it's
you
not.
have to hold on. Let me explain why. At a certain point,
you wouldn't understand your question,
hold on.
and you prove
Phil,
it.
Don't talk about me. Okay, so listen. At a certain point, you're going to have to just base it on, like, this is what happens. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, when you see a rock fall, I could say why. Now, at a certain point, if you say I don't know, you don't know. You have to definitively tell me this is why it happens and leave me going, oh, that explains everything. Because if you can't do that, you're just pushing it back with words. If you go, well, mass attracts mass. Why? Well, because space-time bends. Why? Well, because mass takes up space. Why does that happen? You go, well, I don't know. All you really did was just kept pushing the explanation back to the point where you go, well, I don't know. I don't do that. I have a finality. I have a finishing.
That happens
it's
in science.
God's design system. No, in science, it is just you keep changing the explanation.
No. Like you said, you keep pushing it back. Because at some stage there are things that you don't know, and your job as a scientist is to try and find out.
But
how do you find out?
Phil, is they're trying to find out, assuming everything came out of nothing, that everything has a
Nobody's ever said everything comes out of nothing. No one except the flat earthers ever said that.
Big Bang.
Exactly. You never considered God as a cause.
Came out of nothing with Big Bang.
Nobody. Clowns imply that. It's implied.
Did God make the matter?
No, it's not.
Professor Bell, you just walked into the lion's den, dude. Are you ready for this? We're angry.
I probably would have a different word for it, but lion's den's probably not one of them.
Sure.
Well, you can't answer our question, so how about you start there?
Imagine if a dumb person complimented me. That would be an insult, right? We want you to say that we're stupid. It would be insulting if you
I'm not
complimented us.
going. I would never call anybody stupid for not knowing something.
No, I'm saying we want you to call us stupid because it would be insulting if you complimented us because you're an idiot.
You tell us we're ignorant every single time you talk to us, Phil. What the hell are you talking about?
When did I say that?
You say
you
we
want
don't
me to
understand.
pull up
You
all
don't
old
understand.
conversations?
It's possible to be to not understand something without being stupid.
Wait, hold on. This is a good point, actually. Phil, let me ask you something. Can somebody understand the ball model and not accept it as true?
You've got a weird understanding about what model.
No. Come on, bro. Here's the thing.
Answer the
hold
question,
on.
Phil.
Come on, because you're going to tell me I don't understand.
No.
So how do you base?
We don't have truth in science.
Do you base somebody's understanding on the ball Earth model on whether they believe it or not?
Yes, he just admitted that.
That's my point. You're going to tell if I was a ball.
Their understanding's got nothing to do with what they believe.
Okay, hold on.
They can believe something and totally not understand it.
Oh, so maybe you can. Maybe you believe it. Yeah, maybe you believe the Earth is a ball, but you don't really understand it. That's why you believe the Earth is a ball.
I've got many.
Okay, when you say understand, understand, what does understand mean to you? What does that mean to you?
Okay, that means believe something you don't understand. That doesn't make sense, dude.
Yeah, how would you?
Of course, you believe something you don't understand.
Yeah, I believe in
the
God,
ball
I
Earth.
don't understand
We all used to believe the ball Earth, Phil. Did we not understand it then?
Exactly.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
I don't believe the Earth is a ball. Exactly.
Yeah.
Just answer. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Flat's not a shape.
I don't know what the Earth is. I just know it's not a ball.
I haven't seen the whole thing, and it doesn't behave like a big ball.
Well, actually, that's a good point that Right the Hand made.
You believe something you don't understand.
1 second. That's a good point that Right the Hand made. And until you do an exhaustive search of the entire Earth, you cannot conclusively say it's one or the other. To be rigorous,
exactly.
Which you don't care about.
We're all just globe skeptics.
Right. These guys don't care about rigor. They don't know what an exhaustive search is. They don't know what a unique solution is. They don't know anything.
Yeah, they gave us a model to test. We've tested.
So you're a flat earther who doesn't actually believe the Earth is flat.
Are you really this insufferable in real life as well?
Probably.
I believe water behaves the same in my bathtub as it does everywhere.
Yeah, those aren't beliefs. But mind of God, that's not a belief. That's a demonstration of fact. You don't need to believe that.
I believe that fact.
Phil needs to believe everything about he needs to believe that there's no air outside of air. He needs to believe there's outer space where there's no space when you go up high. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to believe in outer space.
Never demonstrated it.
Right.
Exactly. That has no bearing on my life, right? Like, if outer space is not real, okay, great.
Yeah.
Do you think things fall because of relative density?
No, I know things fall.
Let me clarify that. Relative density describes the falling. It's not a cause. You guys are obsessed about the cause, man.
Do you think that's correct? Do you think that's correct?
The whole sentence, isn't it actually?
Well, let me clarify.
You've just proven that it's correct earlier by using the language that.
Hey, look, I'm just going to leave these two battling for the minute. Windrider gives a $20 super chat, and he says he likes Globebusters and whips it, gets it. So that's that views on the subject. Thank you, Ranty. I enjoy your shows, especially with the world's bullshit going on, even from overseas, Florida. Right. Thank you very much, Windrider. You've been an excellent supporter of this channel as well as Cleary and everybody else, Mason B this evening. And if I've missed you, I'm sorry, but yeah, you guys have all been excellent. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate it.
If you know something,
so he said the wrong word. Stop harping on it.
I know that I can characterize motion based on all the variables that are needed to govern that motion. I know that. Sorry. Yes, I know that.
Okay, so do you believe what you're telling me?
Belief is looser than what I just said, which is stronger.
Telling you is true.
I'd just like to know how you can. I'd just like to know how you can assert something without believing it.
Well, I believe it and know it. I believe it and know it. So belief would be.
Phil, you came in here and asserted something without even knowing the why of it. So what are you talking about?
Exactly.
No, you didn't understand. You didn't understand your question, and which is a pity because I'm not sure how I can answer a question.
We never understand.
You don't even understand.
The wise, smart Professor Phil's going to come in here and school us.
Yeah.
So belief is weaker than knowing.
Yeah, belief is when, see, there's two things in the world. There's what you can see, and there's what you can't see. Like, you can't see why the rock falls. You can't see the unseen processes that are making that rock fall. You can only try to explain them with words. And that is where you start veering off and saying, well, my words mean more than your words.
Exactly.
Like, no, it doesn't.
Exactly.
We both have the exact same... Yeah, you did.
No,
we both have the exact same thing. The rock falls.
It's just that your explanation doesn't account for the things that happen, and mine does.
But it does.
Yeah,
it does. Rock, air, rock goes down. What more do you?
Why
need?
does it accelerate?
But you see what? That's your personal belief. Why is not going to dictate the fact that the rock will fall down?
No,
why
because
is your personal thoughts?
Your explanation does not account for the acceleration.
Acceleration
can I
is a
one second?
word.
1 second, right the hand. Can I try something? Do you agree that something that's repeated over and over? I'm talking to Professor Bell. Something that's repeated over and over, and is undenied. You know, it just, if you do that over and over again, it happens every single time. That gets close to or is an exact natural law, right? That you don't have to keep revisiting it. We can establish that that is a law, right? That's the way that we operate when things move in a certain way. That's the way it is. It's repeatable. You do the exact same thing. You put this here, it does that.
Exactly.
Sure.
So we don't have to get too hung up on getting the underpinnings behind that. That becomes philosophical. Sometimes
why? My whole
exactly.
My whole reason for being a scientist is to find out why things happen.
No, that's cool.
Let me ask a question along the same line.
Here's the difference.
Hey, Phil,
Here's the difference.
What utility does it have knowing that it's space-time bending or mass attracting mass? How does that change the situation or your knowledge or understanding?
Nice.
What utility does it have?
Reasons for knowing that. There's so many reasons for.
Name one. Don't go off. There's so many.
There's 666. I bet.
Yeah.
Well, for instance, trying to get a rocket into space would require you to have enough energy to overcome gravity. With, let's say,
wouldn't that just require you to launch rockets
worth of payload,
and see how they react? But wouldn't you just need to keep launching rockets to see how they behave? Okay, this one.
Isn't that exactly what they did?
How are you getting through the container that we have to stop our
you would want
to
be at least reasonably certain about what's likely to happen before you spend hundreds of millions of dollars.
So you would run tests, right, with test rockets.
Of course.
Okay, so what you're telling me is you don't need to know why. You're just going to be running the tests, and you'll get the results of the tests that you ran, and you'll be like, okay, this configuration worked. Well, you're not going to just. What do you think they do? What do you think they go? Oh, well, mass attracts mass, so let's forget this that worked. Let's create. No, they're using the effects that they observe. Yeah.
You can predict.
Well, in Phil's world, they went to the moon multiple times without one failure. So
here it comes.
He's taking us into Never Land.
He's going to predictions.
Can I say something?
He's going to tell me. Well, go tell us about the prediction.
You can predict.
I have the answer.
How much fuel and oxidizer you need to overcome the gravity.
You ready? You ready? Here, and this is how you deal with this, because this is where all ballers can say we can predict.
Unicorns are going to shit. Does it mean they're real?
No. He can't. He can. You will see. The only reason you can make these predictions. Phil, the only reason you can make predictions is hold on, Phil. The only reason you can make these predictions is because you did it already. So you burned 100 gallons of fuel with a 10,000-pound payload, so you know how far it will go. So you're not making predictions.
It's because when you make
hold on, let me finish. Well, Phil, let me finish. Let me finish. Yeah. So when you make a prediction, it would be like if the Super Bowl was going to happen in a month or whatever, and I was like, I predict the Patriots are going to win. That's a prediction because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't have predictions. You have a catalog of knowledge based on tests that you have ran with empirical data. So you know 100 pounds of ethylene glycol will burn because you've done it. So you don't need to burn 10,000 gallons all of the time. You have the tests that have established how this matter will react. So when you say we have predictions, you imply that you somehow don't know you've never seen the observation of the demonstration of matter in reality. Yeah, you don't, and you just go, oh, well, I think this is, no, you know what's going to happen based on seeing it happen repeatedly and building up this big catalog of knowledge of effects of matter, and then going, well, with this big knowledge of effects that we know will happen, we can build a rocket. That's what you do.
No,
you don't.
It doesn't work like that.
Bingo.
You don't.
Why?
The why never comes involved. Okay, Phil, how come I can build stuff when I don't believe in gravity? I built a 12-foot wall. I don't believe in gravity. Why is it still standing if I don't believe in gravity? How are my screws still into the wood if I don't believe in gravity? I don't even believe in atoms. But here's this screw holding this fucking wood all the same. Do you know why? Because it doesn't fucking matter why you think something happens. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen all. No, it doesn't.
It does, because I want to know exactly how much fuel and how much oxidizer is put on the rocket.
There's only one, Phil. There's only one way to know that, and it's to do it in reality.
No.
The only way to know.
Chemical equation that tells me what's going to happen.
How do you know if the equation's right?
I know exactly.
Based on previous tests and empirical data.
Can you just stop and let me finish?
Oh, yeah. Look in the mirror, Phil.
Phil, you're not guessing this stuff, bro. These all come from confirmed
you want
tests
to just stop
of matter.
for a minute, and I'll explain.
Do you want to learn?
How I know.
I don't need you to explain how they come up with the statistical stress test of.
No,
I know how gas
need
works.
An explanation.
No,
you just
because I already know. I already know it. Gas burns at a rate, okay? Oh, you don't think I know that gas burns at a fucking rate depending on the...
How many moles of hydrogen will work with how many moles of hydrogen?
Look,
God, you can just
you're
Google
just talking,
that.
bro. Yeah. And here's the thing, Phil.
Of course you can Google it. And who do you think put the information there?
Phil, people who did the test with fucking the stuff you're talking about. They did it already. You're not coming up with some number.
How much oxidizer is needed, don't we?
No, you just, Phil.
And we know how much energy is produced from that reaction, right?
Oh, my God. Because you've done the test already. Because somebody burned the fuel already, and you know how it will react.
You would never launch a rocket without having the test to fall back on, Phil.
You've never burned fuel before and never done any of these things before, and then you got it right. That would be a prediction. But you already know what is going to happen, so you just extrapolate your equation to fit however much of something you're using.
Exactly.
I can't.
You know it burns at the rate.
I can't convince you, but I'm just telling you that you asked me a question, and I will tell you.
Oh my God!
Because you're the one
he won't talk.
We need to know. We need to know about gravity so that we can predict how much fuel and how much oxidizer we need to be able to get 4,000 kilograms of payload into space. Okay, we need to know.
No, you need to launch a payload.
Phil, let's talk about gravity then. And since we're trying to get at an exclusive geometry, do you have a feeling or an intuition of how gravity would work if the Earth was then squished to a flat? Why would it not do what it does currently? Have you thought about that? How do you articulate that?
Yes, yeah. The problem would be the center of mass, because gravity will everything is going to be pulled towards the center of mass. And if you have a flat disk, where would the center of mass be?
You're conflating models. First of all, on the flat Earth model, there is no center. There's no core to the Earth per se that we know.
There is a flat Earth model?
There is down. Gravity pulls things down, or it goes up based on its relative density. Down, Phil. Things would still go down on flat Earth and up.
No.
You're just saying no.
That is not how
you're creating a straw man model and then trying to peg us against it using your model.
A rock doesn't fall to the center of Earth. It falls to the ground, not to the center of Earth. Come on. Come on, Phil.
Phil,
answer the question.
Falling towards the center of gravity.
Let's unpack this a little bit more.
No, it's falling down.
Let me unpack this a bit more.
Down is towards the center of the Earth.
Down is down.
No, he's saying
towards the center of the Earth.
He's saying the sphericity is needed.
Well, you don't need to agree with it, Paige. It doesn't matter if you agree with it or
because
not.
in reality, things just fall down. They don't fall a little bit.
They fall down towards the center of the Earth.
Okay, so if you're standing at a certain position, the center of the Earth is like a 45-degree angle from where you're standing. Does that thing then fall at an angle? No, it falls
wherever you are on the Earth, you are facing you are heading towards the center of the Earth. Yes. It's a sphere.
The same effect is down on a flat plane, right? Wouldn't you say?
Yep.
No,
Wouldn't
it's
you
not.
say? Yep.
No,
Okay,
explain.
because if you had a flat plane, where would you think the center of mass is?
No, but we're going.
It's really going to depend on how thick this flat plane is. By the way,
No, it
doesn't go
down.
through the ground. Nothing falls through the ground. It goes to the. So if you drop an apple, it's falling to the top of the surface. Now you can say that's being pulled by the center of the ball, or we can say it's falling straight down to the floor. It's the same thing. You're describing the same effect.
But wait,
You're
let,
never gonna see it fall any
let me get
further.
at this. Let me get at this with the vector. So, Professor Bell, you're saying that that sphericity, that directionality that's the only way that gravity can operate, right? Along the surface of a sphere towards the center, right? That's all that it can do.
Gravity can operate on any mass.
Okay, so
no matter what shape it is.
Okay, so on a flat Earth, you're saying that everything would drop towards the center, right? That would be the contradiction.
It makes no difference what shape it is. Gravity will still act.
So you're saying it would always
as
act
long as
towards
it's
the
an
center.
object and it has mass. Object.
He's literally just agreeing to yes.
No, that's not what I said. I just asked where would the center of mass be on a flat disk, and how thick is the flat disk, so that we can try and establish where the center of mass is.
We don't need a center of mass, Bill. It goes down.
Your balls, we might be able to find that out.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. You can have your simplistic view of why it falls. It's okay. Yeah, you drop something, it falls.
Yeah, because we don't need anything more to explain the
Professor
world.
Bill.
You don't need anything
Bill.
more, but I do.
No one does, Bill.
I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do, because I need to be able to understand gravity so that I can predict how much fuel and oxidizer to put in the rocket.
Why?
I need to know this.
Professor Bill.
We're talking about something that's extremely expensive. Every kilogram
Professor Bill.
that I put up there costs $36,000. Every kilogram that I put up there costs $36,000. It matters.
Material to the subject at hand.
I got a great question for you. You're talking about your rockets, right? And how they leave Earth.
Yeah.
The velocity of the exhaust coming out is relative to the size of the nozzle, right? And how much, combustion energy is involved with the compounds that are exploding, correct?
Yes. The force definitely is affected by the shape of the nozzle, yes.
Yeah, wonderful. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, when the velocity of the explosion produces the expulsion, the velocity of that fluid coming out will push against the atmosphere, correct?
No.
Oh, it doesn't. Thank you for that answer. You're a fraud. Thank you.
Oh, whatever.
What does it push against?
Actually, let me explain something to you that you probably don't know. On a launch pad, underneath the launch pad is a huge amount of space under that launch pad.
You just admitted you're a fraud.
Can you just stop for a minute? You might learn something.
I can hold my hand.
Okay. So the burn. Okay, how does that create thrust? How does burning a fuel create thrust? Explain this physically to me, Phil. Explain how this rocket is getting off the ground. It's not magic. It's not pushing off nothing. So you're gonna give this to us.
Sure, no problems. It's a controlled explosion.
I'm aware.
When the fuel and the oxidizer combine together and burn, they create energy. They create an exothermic reaction.
Okay, but how does that move? Give me the physical mechanism. Is it pulling? Is it pushing off of the Earth?
Right,
is it pulling itself up on the sky? So is it pulling up? How does it move? Magic?
Okay, it moves. It moves because the energy in one direction is...
Phil, everything moves from a push or a pull. So is it pushing or is it pulling?
The site can't
Come on, Phil.
Come on, it's not magic, Phil. It's a push or a pull. What is the rocket doing?
Let me try.
Don't tell me if you. No. Push or pull. Those are the only two ways you can move an object. It's a push or it's a pull, Phil.
So in other words, what happens is the explosion happens, and in both directions...
It's both.
It's both. It's pushing and pulling.
Are you sure you're a rocket scientist, Bill?
Do you want to learn or not?
No, I want to know what it's pushing off of.
You need to shut up for a minute. If you were in my class, I'd probably have you outside now.
Yeah. I'd give you a hamburger.
You'd have to pay us to sit in your class.
People do pay me to sit in my class.
Because we'd be correcting everything.
Phil, explain how this rocket's moving. Phil, explain how the rocket is moving.
I'm trying to.
Is it pushing? No, you're just saying energy. Explain the physical mechanism. It's pushing off the Earth or it's pulling itself up in the sky. How is it moving? Tell me how this rocket's moving.
Okay.
So tell me how it is moving. Don't tell me how it's not.
The explosion causes momentum in both directions.
So how does it create the momentum?
How does it do that?
The exothermic reaction between the oxidizer and the fuel.
And how does that create motion? How does an endothermic reaction create?
Creates energy.
Explain the physical mechanism. How does so how does creating energy push a rocket?
Just like a bomb.
So how then does it know which direction to push the rocket?
An explosion from a bomb pushes things away.
The nozzle,
like a push.
The nozzles,
is that what you're saying?
The nozzles
so it's like a
control
push.
the explosion.
So it's like a push. So it pushes. The nozzle controls the explosion and pushes down and pushes out. It comes out with an outward force.
It doesn't push off the ground. Okay.
Bill,
it pushes off the air.
At the point,
they're saying the fuel gives itself its own.
Where the energy to move the rocket up happens. It's not pushing it off the ground.
How does it know to go up? How does the rocket know to go to up?
No, we're facing it in that direction.
Sideways.
No, but how does it know to go up? Why doesn't it go sideways? Okay, the nozzle must.
It would if it didn't have any nozzles and the frame of the rocket was not designed in such a way to contain the explosion. It would do that, and has happened many times.
So are you saying the explosion is an outward
launch pad?
So the explosion is an outward thrust, right?
Out of the nozzles, yes.
Okay, now can you have an outward thrust against nothing and still get momentum?
Any bomb will do that.
Okay,
put a bomb on the
bomb
ground.
has no. Hold on, no. But a bomb has air against it. So do you realize air has matter? So can you push off? Can you get an explosion with no air?
Does the bomb push off the air?
It does air. Okay, so if a bomb explodes 10 feet from me, a huge one, am I not going to move? Are you saying there's no air going to push me back? The bomb.
You bet you'll move.
Okay, so is this?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so what? So you do push off of air. A rocket does push off.
No, you don't.
So in a vacuum.
The bomb explodes.
Hold on, wait. Okay, is a rocket and an explosion the exact same chemical process? Okay, so a bomb pushes things away. Okay, so a bomb pushes things away from it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now don't interrupt, please, because I got you. Just listen to me. A bomb pushes things away from it. You said a bomb and a rocket letting off its fuel are the exact same thing. So if a bomb pushes things away from it, and a bomb is the exact same thing as a rocket exploding, then vis-a-vis Phil, professor, doctor, dumbass, the rocket is pushing off the Earth.
If you want me to remain, you need to be respectful, okay?
You could say that. You can right. You can say learn something right now.
To be disrespectful.
You can be respectful to the. You can be respectful to the
He's
person who
looking
just
for
taught
a
you how
way
a rocket
out.
works. Yeah,
No,
he's
dude, don't
because
freaking.
So,
I'm happy to stay here.
Professor Bill,
Phil, I
Professor
just
Bill,
told
may I
you
ask?
how to rocket
Professor Bill,
He's looking for a back
Professor
door to
Bill,
come
may
out
I
of.
ask?
You're insulting me. I'm gonna run away.
Listen. It's very difficult. Sorry, Paige. Let me interrupt for a second. Professor Bill, can I just direct this
Go for it.
conversation to an entirely different question? Look,
Sure.
Intellectual dishonesty is present here. At least that's my opinion. So, I'd like to ask you. I would like to ask you another question. What causes the apparent junction for an observer standing on the shore? He notices the clouds and ground are touching at a certain distance away, usually about 3 miles for a 6-foot observer.
Yeah.
What causes this apparent junction? Is it Earth curvature, or is it our eyesight?
Of course, the Earth curves before you, and everything in the distance seems to dip below the curvature of the Earth.
So your answer is what?
My answer is the Earth is curved, so therefore everything in the distance appears to fall, to go down beneath that curvature.
He's not asking what happens behind the horizon. He's saying, what is that horizon? Is it Earth curve, or is it just where your eyes see?
It's as far as you can see, basically. It's as far as you can see on the tangent of that sphere. Yes.
So it's your eyes. It's not Earth curve.
No, it's no matter how good your eyes were, you would not be able to see beyond that tangent.
So
it's Earth curve.
because the Earth is curving.
Okay, so you think the clouds touch the ground because of Earth curve? Is that correct?
They don't touch the ground, but they look as though they do.
They appear to, and that's a result of Earth curve.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so when I look down a hallway, Bill, there's the convergence of all the hallway into a center focal point position. Is that because of the walls are curving in on me, or is it because of my eyesight?
No, it's because of the perspective. Yeah.
Oh, great. So what's the difference again?
Difference for the Earth.
The difference is when the clouds and other things seem to go below the horizon, they don't get smaller and smaller and smaller like the things in your hallway. Okay, they just seem to just fall into behind the horizon. They don't appear to get smaller and smaller in the distance.
Things get smaller with distance. That's just a fact.
Yeah,
do you know what the definition of perspective is? Hey,
but
Bill,
that's not what happens in reality out there.
Listen, Bill. What's the definition? Bill, what is this? One of the synonyms for perspective? Do you know?
No, help me out. Go on.
Angle.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Angle is just one of the.
Where's the angle created? The angle is created in our eye, receiving the light, right, from whatever it's bouncing off of. Well, we have a limit to angles, Phil, because we have an aperture of an eye. I tried to educate you on this before, and for some reason you think that seeing the clouds apparently touch the ground is Earth curve, while in the same breath, disassociating your mind and your knowledge by looking down a hallway and seeing no correlation. You sir, are double bunked.
Dissonance.
You sir are double bunked here today by Flat Earth Data. Thanks for joining.
Would you like me to explain something to you?
Listen, bro.
Of course you don't.
No. I just debunked you, dude.
No, let
I
him
just debunked you.
Explain anything, do you?
Let him. This will be funny.
What is it? Know what's
Go ahead.
happening in reality. We don't want your fairy tale.
When you look out and you see only half of a wind turbine, where's the other half?
Because your eyes, when you're looking, the bottom half of your eyesight is looking from the angle is from the ground to the bottom half of your eyes. It's a very small angle, tight angle. But the angle from the top of your eyes, all encompassing the whole of the sky, is a massive, huge, big angle. So as things move further away, the bottom is going to be obstructed by the deck, the floor, the ground, before anything in, because of the size of the angle.
It doesn't happen in your hallway.
Okay, so Bill, you're not getting it. What causes? Listen. You're having difficulties here, Bill. If you're in a hallway? What makes the ground rise up into the center focal point position?
Perspective.
Thank you. So if you are looking at your eye is going to see angles of light, not the Earth curve.
But when you're looking in the hallway, if you get yourself a telescope.
Listen. We're not talking about telescopes. We're talking about the human eye, bro. So when we focus at our center focal point position, you will see a vanishing line. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
This is 101. You know this, right? This is due to the eye and what it's looking at, nothing else. And you're looking at a flat plane. Hence, while any artistic or architectural drawing in modern times, and you can go fact check it yourself, will always state the horizon is equated to eye level. Okay?
When you're looking down the hallway, right at the thing right at the other end of the hallway, and let's say you pick up a pair of binoculars, will you see the bottom of it or not?
So once again, focus on the eyesight. You will see whatever you want with binoculars.
That's good, Paige. Of course you'd see the bottom of it.
Can I finish though?
Well, when you do the same thing out at sea, you won't see the bottom of the windmill. Okay? That's my point.
It's much further away.
There you go.
I'm talking about a hallway that's only, a couple of meters long. If you zoom in on something, yeah. But if it's thousands or, a couple of 100 miles, then no.
But wait, Paige, just to make a point on that, it's not the zoom that matters. It's just the fact that it's possible to be obstructed across a flat surface, and we've proven that. So, okay.
You haven't proven anything.
Yeah.
There's a video called Wall Angel that shows how things can be obscured from bottom up on a flat plane.
No, there isn't.
Life is Short has
I beg your pardon? Yes.
I don't need to, you can ask for your pardon to be begged all you like. You will
No, life
never,
is short has
ever,
proven
ever
it.
change the fact that the windmill out there, half of the bottom of it's missing, and you can't
This
explain
is
it.
intellectual dishonesty
Hey,
at its
yeah.
best.
Hey, Phil,
That's bad.
To just,
why in the
bad,
Black
man.
Swan?
to
Phil,
dismiss
Phil.
other evidence and say it doesn't exist without even actually going and having a look at it, that is terrible. I am ashamed if you're a teacher. My goodness, if you ever told my son to not bother looking into other evidence that's around and you were his teacher, I'd come and deck you.
Hey, Phil.
Fucking oath I would, mate.
Sometimes we do see blockage on the bottom. That's true. When we look out, say, over the ocean, we see blockage. We can find that example.
Always.
We can also find examples where, no, not always, because we can
always.
find examples
not
where we
always
see
with the
much
Black
farther
Swan.
than we should, such as in the
Yeah.
Black Swan photo where we see past the furthest oil rig, which is 9 miles
aware of
away,
that
and the
photo,
horizon
yes.
is much further away in that photo
Yes,
than 9
I
miles
agree.
away. So it's
It appears that
inconclusive,
way.
isn't it, Phil?
No, the horizon is
But
there
bottom
simply because
up has been
you
proven
can see
on
you
a
can see
flat
the
Earth.
horizon beyond
Oh,
the
agreed.
rigs simply because that horizon it's loomed, but it
No,
actually
Prove it.
looming
Prove
is
it's loomed.
disrespect to
Prove
the
it's a
horizon.
mirage, Phil.
You
It's below
cannot
the
loom a
curve.
horizon
Prove
over
it.
a horizon. Phil,
Prove that
how
it's
do you
loomed.
loom
Actual
a
position
horizon
is below
over
the
a
curve.
horizon?
Why don't you
Dude,
just
you're
shut up for
gonna
a
tell
second and
us-
I'll explain it to you.
You're going to tell us that those oil platforms were loomed forward and then the horizon, the geometric one, was loomed
No,
back
I didn't
behind
say
them?
loomed forward.
No,
And
I'm
I
telling
wouldn't
you
say
that's
that.
what would need to happen for
Yeah,
you to
that's
live
what
on
would
a
need to
ball.
happen. They would need to come
No, that's
forward.
not what
The horizon
happens.
would need to go back behind it.
That's
No, that's
ridiculous
not
if you
And
what
believe
looming
that.
is with respect to the horizon.
Why
You
don't
can't
you just be
loom a
quiet,
horizon.
Paige, and I'll explain it to you.
All right, go for it.
Okay, good. Thank you. So what happens is that both the horizon and the rigs or those parts of the rigs that are usually beyond the horizon are loomed up, okay, because of the atmospheric conditions. Because there is such a thing as atmospheric refraction. This refraction causes light. No, I'm not stopping. You, when I'm finished, you can do your bit. No, just clarify after I've finished. Okay, so what's happening? I know you don't like what I'm saying, but what's happening is the light that's coming back. The light that's coming back. Paige, be quiet.
On with it.
Just be quiet. The light that's coming back to your eyes
It's taking so
is
long.
loomed up. In other
How do you,
words,
how, how have you substantiated that, Phil?
How is it being loomed
that
up?
light to bend.
How have you substantiated that light in that particular photo is a mirage and not actually there in the position that we see it? What have you done to substantiate that that's a mirage?
Right.
So much work has been done on this, and in particular, a lot of the work by Snell.
So you've done
a lot of the science has already been done.
And what is that science, Phil?
Atmospheric refraction.
How did you get?
It's actually extremely important. It's a very, very important science. Okay.
How did you get your equation for atmospheric refraction? How did they make that equation, Phil?
By doing tests. By formulating a hypothesis. By formulating a hypothesis and making experiments and then doing a lot of measurements. Came up with the equation.
What did they need to do?
Hold on, guys.
Things of different medium.
Right, so guys, okay, so the audience just wants to hear Professor Phil make his explanation for the Black Swan. So can you just give him a couple of minutes to just go through it, and if you want to bite your tongues for just a couple of minutes, just to let him get it all out there, get it on record exactly what it is that's happening in this particular image. And then you guys can get straight back into it. But yeah, let's hear him from start to finish, if you can.
Okay. So
Cheers.
Phil, no fill in the blanks. You got to go through a full, sentence. I know you struggle with that, but we're not going to be here to fill in the blanks. So go for it.
Thank you. Okay. So when you're looking at that image, you're looking at a horizon that's beyond the rigs, and that horizon is actually an illusion, if you like. It's apparent. It's not the actual horizon. The actual horizon is beyond the curve. And what's happening is that the light coming from the object and from the horizon is being bent. That light is bent as it comes towards your eyes. So you think that you're looking straight ahead. Okay, that's what your perception is, that you're looking straight ahead. But in fact, the light photons are coming from the object. The object is beyond the curve. It's loomed up. And the reason it's loomed up is because light bends as it goes through different temperature gradients of the atmosphere. So it bends more and more and more. It's because of this bent light that's coming from the object to your eye that's bent that allows you to see things that are beyond the curve. You think you're looking straight ahead.
Don't tell us what we think. Just get on with it.
But
right,
you're going to let me finish, as Renty asked.
You're repeating the same thing again. We already heard you say that before.
So the light is loomed. In other words, the objects are loomed up. Now, one of the reasons that you can tell that this is happening in the black swan image is because just about everything around it is distorted. In fact, everything around those rigs is distorted. So you can see that there's a lot of atmospheric things happening, light that's bending because of the atmospheric conditions. It's very, very obvious.
Always bending, Phil? Always?
If you just stop for a minute, Paige.
Yeah, please let him finish. Please let him finish.
If you look at this image on a different day, then you will see that the rigs, the straight lines are all straight. However, when you look at it, you will see that the rigs are actually behind the horizon. So you know that they're actually behind the horizon because when you look at it again on a day with refraction, it changes. So you've got to be asking yourself, why is it on some days you can see the horizon beyond the rigs and on some days you can't see
that's the question we asked.
You should be asking that question. Why is it?
We know that.
That's what we did do. And we know that. Oh, holy shit, it's always apparent. You never have a geometric horizon. You created your equation from a geometric horizon you need to draw straight lines to. You never have any straight lines. You say you need to remove the atmosphere to have straight lines. So you just picked a horizon and went, okay, this is the one we're going to extrapolate our equation from, when you had no straight lines to do that.
Before you interrupted, I hope the audience did get at least some of what I said.
You went on for 5 minutes. I'm sure they understood. I'm
okay.
Sure.
That's cool. Obviously, you didn't. You didn't.
No, we got it. We had Rumpus on here a little while ago, and we walked through their arguments. We understand the curvy rays and all that, but what we did actually trap Rumpus with, and I'm not trying to put these words in your mouth, but he's trying to show us curving light rays in layered flat strata. So we've never seen an example of rays curving in a curved atmosphere. Good luck giving us that. Why do you keep giving us curvy rays in a straight aquarium tank?
I'm just telling you what our model suggests, okay?
No, you're not. You're not.
And we're telling you what reality actually does.
No, you're not. You haven't said anything. You have not explained. You have not explained on one day why you can't see the bottom of the rig, and another day you can see a bit further off.
You haven't shown us curvy rays.
Why you have these?
You haven't shown us.
Hey, Bill. Isn't it reasonable? Listen, isn't it reasonable to understand how lenses work? In all fairness, all these observations are seen through cameras, correct? They're not actually seen through the MRI. These are using optics. So, are you familiar with how optics are when you zoom in? They actually refract upward, meaning they will rise the floor upward into the center focal point of the position of the lenses when you zoom in. That's why you have to tilt your camera up a little bit, eh? Don't know if you know that. So when you're looking over, because of the refractive index of the lens, you moron, the light going into the lens bends its incidence.
Is it
changes.
Okay for you to be? Did you not get taught manners?
Anyway, no, you're so disingenuous and intellectually dishonest.
No, did you not
I have contempt
manners?
for you. I have contempt for you. You are intellectually dishonest.
We don't like you liars, man.
Phil, can you please explain? Have you ever asked yourself why is it on one day you can see?
I was going to tell you. I was going to tell you.
Day.
I was going to tell you.
Yeah, we know that.
I was going to tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I'll tell you why. For an optical lens, let's say P900 for an 83 times zoom, you've got about 4 miles along the plane line, okay, that you can see out zoomed in. If you take
a week apart, 2 weeks apart, a couple days apart, the oceans are going to change. You're going to be, let's say, at 5 feet at a position. Sometimes you're going to have 5-foot waves one day. One day you might have 6-foot waves. If you're zoomed in at that optical point, due to the refractive index of your lens, you're actually going to pull the ocean up into the center bottom of your frame, blocking off the angle of any of the object behind it. It's something you can do for yourself. You can demonstrate it yourself over and over again. You know how you know? Because at 4 fucking miles, you're telling me the Earth is a ball? Get over it, Bill. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome. We're nice people, man. We allow people to ask questions.
That was just total gibberish. Okay.
Go back, Phil. Can I ask you? Go back and listen to it.
Okay, so on screen right now. So I've got 2 images from this location that you was talking about. There's actually a few different images that I've got. Let me just see if I can get the ones that you were talking about specifically, because you did mention a couple. So I think one of them was called
on a nice day.
So here we go. So this is the side by side. So what you were saying here was that the left-hand image, which is the black swan, the original black swan, and we got the bendy crane, and in your belief, same with the rest of the globers that have come on, they've said when they've seen these bendy cranes, that's evidence that there's this strong refraction going on. And yet on the right hand image, where we clearly have somewhat of the bottom of the platform at the back, at least, missing, we've got these straight lines. So
I love the way you say somewhat. Okay, go on.
So we've got these straight lines. So would you say that because of these straight lines, that's indicative of sort of like very little refraction, and it's more reality this way, whereas opposed to the one on the left with these bendy crane arms?
Much less refraction going on the one on the right. Yes.
Okay, so this one in the back that's hidden, that's sort of like, more akin to in your model, the geometry of the Earth, because part of it's missing.
Exactly.
Okay, so I have another image for you to look at. This one's side by side. So this is I've titled it Extreme Refraction, and what we have on the left hand side, again, we have on the crane arm, we have a very straight crane arm. In fact, we have none of the waviness of the original black swan, but we also have the horizon beyond the second platform in this particular image. So as you've just stated, which is that these bendiness of the platforms is indicative of refraction, then why do you think in this image, when we don't have any waviness, we're still seeing the platform behind it?
All right. Okay. The reason is because the amount of the gradient, if you like, that's causing that refraction is much higher up in the is much thicker, if you like, on the one on the right than on the one on the left. The one on the left-hand side, that refractive gradient is actually quite small. So in other words, may only reach about maybe a halfway through the rig, and much less distance beyond it, beyond the curve. So it's much closer to the ground, to the sea, and not as thick. On the one on the right-hand side, that is a huge amount of refraction. In other words, so thick that it causes not just a thing called looming, but it's also causing a phenomenon called towering. So it's actually making things seem to be taller than they actually are.
Okay,
that's the reason for those two images, the difference between those two.
Okay, so the image on the left that looks in proportion, there doesn't look to be any towering going on in this.
Yeah.
What we're certainly seeing is the bottom of the platform.
Yeah, because it's only a small amount. It's a much smaller amount, if you like.
Yeah.
But altitude, if you like, of the different gradients are apparent on that side, on the left-hand side, than it is on the right-hand side. So there's a lot more refraction going on, a much thicker band of refraction going on the right-hand side than it is on the left. So a lot of the stuff is spared the atmospheric distortion, if you like.
Okay, so you say it's a thin band on the left-hand one. Is that is that a thin band in general over everything, or just a thin band at the bottom?
Sometimes it's so thin that it's barely noticeable at all. Any kind of refraction is barely noticeable at all, And in this case, the horizon is very abrupt, and like the one that you showed me before, where everything looks to be perfectly straight. It's not, but it looks to be perfectly straight. And then you see a very abrupt horizon, whereas on both of these occasions you can see that the horizon is very distorted and blurred. You can't really make out an abrupt horizon. But if you have a look at in normal conditions with very little refraction, you'll see that the horizon is very abrupt. In other words, it seems to stop dead. Over here, it seems to go on and on and on. If the Earth was actually flat, let me point out that the image that's on the right hand side, without taking into account the fact that everything is all bent, but if it was all straight, if all those rigs were straight, and the horizon, it would keep going just like you see it. In fact, it's such a good representation of what it might look like on a flat Earth if you looked at this image on the right hand side. So, but for the fact that all the other things are all bent, so you can see that it's not right. But that's kind of how everything would always look on a flat Earth. If the Earth was flat, it would always look like that. You'd never get occasions where the horizon is abrupt. That would never happen.
That's ridiculous.
So Phil, bending of the crane is indicative of a refraction, and non-bending of the crane is indicative of a refraction, right? You said that both of these have refraction, but the platform is bent in one and not bent in the other one. So that's really doesn't have anything to do with refraction, does it?
No, it's got everything to do with refraction. So basically, the main layers that affect the refraction on the left-hand side are much thinner, right? Are much closer to the water and not as high up. In other words, not so high that they would have a marked effect on the beams that are on the rigs. Whereas on the other side, they are so thick that they actually affect they actually cause towering and looming of all of the beams. In fact, all the structures are all bent simply because that is so thick.
Show us the medium. That's fine. We'll give you that. Show us the medium that curves these light rays, and we've only seen curving light rays in flat strata. So that's the part that you need to help us walk us through. We haven't seen that.
So all of atmosphere will obviously refract light, but what happens is that as you have temperature gradients above the water, that causes the light to bend. But the atmosphere always has refraction.
So close to the surface of the water, the gradient would be, the density profile would be roughly constant, right? Let's say 1 or 2 or 3 feet off the surface of the water. Do you agree with that? There wouldn't be a...
No, I you can't say that. No.
It would be significant.
There's all sorts of other things that are happening. At the closer to the water you get, the more energy there is for water molecules to be leaving the actual liquid phase and turning into a gas phase. So that happens much more at the surface, and then gets less and less and less as it goes up. And on a day, for instance, like on the right hand side, where you would have lots of moisture heading up from the sea up into the atmosphere, which eventually will come down again as rain. That's happening quite a lot, and because that's happening quite a lot, it's a much thicker gradient, if you like, above the water over there than on the left-hand side.
Let's just quantify this. Let's say 1 foot above the water relative to 1.5 feet. Would the density characteristics be different?
They could be different from the first millimeter. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to give you a definitive answer without some actual tests.
Okay, can I just ask a couple of questions? Well, one question basically.
Sure.
If we look on the right hand side image, so I'm going to scroll into the right hand side image a little bit, and we're gonna pay a little bit of attention to the to this bendiness here, and this bendiness here, and this bendiness here. On the back platform, we have three areas of quite distortion, whereas on the right hand side we don't have it. We've got nice straight edges here. You know, everything seems to be very
it's much better. I agree.
The problem is the right hand platform, if I can remember correctly, wasn't in use at the time, and the back platform was still in use, and this is actually a flare boom. And if you know what a flare boon is it?
Yes, I do. I know. I've been to those rigs before. Yeah.
And I think I can see some flames here. I may be wrong, but it looks like there's some kind of flames in the middle. But for whatever reason, anyway, we're looking at the left-hand arm is the flare boon, and that heat that's emanating from that particular area. What sort of effect would you expect that to have in and around the air in this location if this is a very hot flare boon and we have a working oil platform in the background?
Okay, so basically the heat is really at the tip of it. It's there's the gas is pretty cool all the way up to the point where it's actually flared. So the only real heat is right at the tip where the flaring occurs, where it's the combustion is happening.
So
now,
hold on. So the heat that goes up the flare boon isn't in any effect.
There's no significant amount of heat in the actual tube.
Okay.
All the way up.
So when we look at the left hand, so I definitely know this. The oil rig in the background on this left hand side, because he's done this recently, and this is a discontinued oil rig now, so it's no longer in use. So we don't have that flare boon, that heat coming from this platform. Would it not be more sensible to say, okay, there's a different effect going on here that affects the way that the light moves through the atmosphere, as not refraction, but just distortion?
Well, it's still refraction, Randy. It's just that things might be refracted because of other conditions around it. But if you put back the Black Swan image, I'd just like to explain something that you brought up yourself. So if you bring that back up.
Well, I just want to say though that the left hand platform is out of commission and not working and very cool, and the right hand image of the original Black Swan is an active oil rig with a flare boon, and we have distortion in that particular area, and we don't have on the left hand area. There's a name.
It does look like flames there, Auntie.
Yeah,
it does look like you can actually see flames, and that would cause a hell of a lot of hot air just floating in that.
Yeah, the hot air would happen locally at the point that the flames are.
Yeah, and look at where all that.
Yeah, that's the point.
But not the actual boom.
That great big flame in there.
Yeah, but that's why the right hand rig is. That's why I specifically asked you and drew you across to this.
Yes, I understand, and I can explain to you why
this one isn't working.
Is less distorted. Let me explain to you why the right hand rig is less distorted.
Well, let's just finish. Let's just finish this point. Is that this one's just about 6 miles away. This is 9 miles away. So there's only an extra 3 miles beyond this, and this distortion is quite severe. And if you're going to claim that it's in a band of atmosphere, let's say where this distortion is going on in the middle, then it would also be having the same distortion on the platform to the right, because that would also be impacting that, because that would still be in the same band as the one on the left. In my opinion, the only difference between these two is that this is a working platform on the left, which is hot. This is a non-working platform on the right that's cold. We're seeing a constant heat or lack of heat from the one on the right, and we're getting all kinds of warm and cold air coming from the left, which is creating this waviness on the back one. And I can back that up by the image on the left, which is in its current state, which has still provided the horizon beyond the platform, but in this case the boon, the flare boon, is not bent. Nothing is distorted on the image, and to be honest, I don't know how you can argue against those particular points.
Are those two not? Aren't the rigs the same rigs in both those photographs?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Well, you said the one on the left is the working one. Is that correct?
The one in the background was the working one.
Yeah.
The only time it was. Hold on, let me finish. The only time it was working was in this image on the right, the original Black Swan. There's 4 platforms on screen, so the third from the left is the only time that one of them was working, which is the one with all the distortion on.
Exactly.
The one that's on the reason that the one on the right hand side, looking at the Black Swan image, the original one, okay, the one on the right hand side there. So the rig on the right hand side is less distorted because it's closer. There's a lot less atmosphere for the refraction to happen in. So obviously the closer you get, even when there is refraction, the less and less things are distorted. So the thing that's further away is going to be distorted more. There's a lot more.
So what role is the heat playing then, Phil?
Why isn't it distorted uniformly? That's his point. He's focusing on those two booms. Why is it not
no one said that it isn't.
Platform?
No one
are
said
the gradients vertical
just
or
the one that's
horizontal
closer
now?
seems less to be less distorted.
Okay.
Because there's
See
less
the distortion
to go through.
only locally on the left platform, not on the entire platform. So your distance argument is nonsense.
Well, that's your opinion. I'm just
look
telling
at
you.
the actual platform.
You asked my opinion. This is what it is.
Well, give us
Bill,
Haven't you ever
you're
looked at a
true.
hot
You're
rod,
true.
Phil, and
It's
seen
true that what you say is
waviness?
true. It's true that you say which is true, right? But are you understanding the point here? The point here is that it's the same platform. However, the fundamental issue that you're claiming to is not consistent here. Do you understand?
What I said is very consistent, actually.
It's consistent in
it's
the
not.
idea, but it's not consistent in this photograph.
It
So
is.
in other words, the
Which part
principle
is
is the principal idea is that more atmosphere, you're going to have more refraction. Okay,
Yes,
that's
correct.
essentially the principle of your point. But the idea here that you're missing, and somehow you got lost in translation for you, is the platform on the left is not doing it the way you say it's done all the time. What Ranty's saying is the other one is an operation, therefore it could produce more heat, therefore there would be more refraction, because that's what heat will do with moisture around, right? So the other one is not operational, therefore not producing as much heat, therefore it's not as much refraction.
You're welcome to speculate.
It's really that simple, dude. It's
Sure,
just really
whatever-
that simple.
whatever-
And the final
whatever
nail in the
floats your
coffin. The final nail in the coffin is the relative positions between the bottom of the platform on the right in the original Black Swan image and the bottom of the platform on the left. If you was to measure that as a ratio, as how obviously this one's further away, so it's slightly higher up, but you also see the same relative position between the two on the image on the right. So if this image on the left hand side, the original Black Swan was looming, then the bottom of the platform would be substantially higher than the one on the left. So if what we're looking at here is
it's
a
further
mirror
away.
image. We're looking at a mirror image, basically a mirror image, except for one platform that was working at the time had a working flare boom and was a working operational platform at the time, creating heat distortion, which affected the it's not Snell's law. There's another law. I forget the name of it right now. But there is a law that would describe this perfectly. And what we're seeing here is we're seeing the heat from the platform, and it's distorting the air around it, so it's warming it up, so it's giving you this waviness. It's like you're looking across the top of a hot car bonnet. You will see distortion in the background. So it's the exact same effect. The non-working platform on the right doesn't have that effect, and the two platforms on the left-hand side, which were a different day, a couple of years later, with no working platform on, they're exactly the same. And the bottom of the platforms in relation to each other match up perfectly in both images, which proves that the original Black Swan image cannot be looming. This platform here cannot be looming because the bottom of the platforms are in relation to each other exactly the same.
Randy, there's also the horizon,
Randy,
which is further on, which is also loomed. It's not everything gets loomed, there aren't bits that are loomed and
No,
bits that
Phil, looming is with respect to
Okay.
the horizon. It doesn't
So
include
the horizon beyond those rigs is also loomed, and that's why you can see the horizon beyond those. Otherwise, you wouldn't see it. What you'd see is the image that was there before, where you've got an abrupt horizon and you can't see anything beyond it. Now, Randy, look, you can speculate that the heat has some effect on it, and I'm not even going to say it doesn't. But
Fermat's principle. Sorry, somebody's just said it there.
It's refraction.
Yeah,
Fermat's principle. It escaped me for a moment. but it is Fermat's principle. And
It's
Fermat's
still
principle
reflection.
says that light will deviate from straight, and essentially that's what we're seeing. We're seeing it deviating
and
from
that's
straight.
diffraction.
Fermat's principle, no, it's not. It's Fermat's principle.
You need to do some reading on it. You go ahead and just look it up.
Phil, can I ask you a question, Phil?
Phil, I think
you tell me-
Randy's done a hell of a lot more reading on refraction and shit than anybody.
Really?
in
Yeah,
this debate.
exactly.
I wouldn't go
Really?
trying to. Yeah, you're being
Okay.
very.
We could teach you clowns
Phil-
about a lot of things, man. Chill out.
Phil, could you explain how looming works? Like, because I'm not in looming. You're telling me I'm not seeing the actual object. I'm seeing some kind of
You are seeing the
holographic
actual object.
image.
No,
Okay,
you are seeing the actual object.
Okay, so in the
what
Black
you-
Swan,
what's
So the
happening-
object is there.
I'm
No,
not seeing it where it is though.
The actual object isn't where you think it is. You think you're looking straight ahead, but the ray of light is actually coming from beyond the curve.
Okay, so how does that happen? Explain. Tell me how.
Okay.
If I'm hold on, let me phrase the question so you know. I'm looking very far, and there's a garbage can, but it's not where it should be. It's up higher in the air. Explain how
Sure.
that happens.
Okay, that happens because the ray of light that's coming from the garbage can is bent. It bends as it comes towards
what does that
your
mean?
eye.
Show me a bent ray. Like I don't. You're just saying words. Like I don't see light bending. I just see illumination.
It does.
Like when I go outside. Hold on.
It does bend through.
So show
different
me
media.
it. So show me.
Okay, so have you ever gone fishing and seen the fish in the water and
Okay,
believe
that's
the
in
fish
water.
is
First, hold on. Let me. You're creating a straw man. I said I want to see.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Don't interrupt me.
Yeah, it
Don't
is
interrupt
straw.
me. Don't interrupt me, and let me get it out. Be professional. So you're telling me look into water, which
Yeah.
first is not air. Okay, so that's your first problem. Okay. Second, when you say see that fish, you're not showing me a bent light ray. You're showing me a fish and water. So now, show me this bent light ray, Phil. Show it to me.
Okay, so you can do this yourself. Go get a glass of water and
Okay.
put a stick in it. All right.
Okay.
And you'll see that it will bend.
No. Hold on. What I'm seeing is water.
Same example, just
I'm seeing,
different things.
You just so you still haven't showed me a bent light ray. You're showing me objects. So
I have.
Hold on.
You're looking at it when you look at this black
No,
swan
that's
image.
your belief. I could say you're looking at God when you see the pen.
I'm
want
explaining to you what I.
No.
I'm explaining to you my opinion. Yes.
Okay. Yes, your opinion. So I don't give a shit about your opinion. Okay. So I want.
Well, my
facts.
opinion's based on science. So I'm
Okay,
not sure
but
what
no.
yours is.
Hold on. Don't. If it's fact, don't show me a cup of water and a pen. If it's fact, show me the bent light ray.
Look at the black swan image. You'll see it.
I'm seeing. I'm seeing water, and I'm seeing the oil rigs, and I'm seeing the atmosphere. Where is the bent light ray?
You're seeing an horizon that would not normally be there.
No. Okay,
therefore
hold on.
the light's bent.
Stop right there.
How do you know
Horizon-
it would not know?
Hold on. Horizon is not a thing. So when you look out into I've said this before, when you look out into the ocean, you don't see three things. You don't see the ocean, the sky, and a horizon. You just see the water and the sky. Now, eventually, they're going to meld into something that you call the horizon, but it's not a third object out there. You can't go swimming into the ocean, fly in the atmosphere, and land on the horizon. That is not something that happens. No. Right?
I agree.
Okay, so when you say the horizon, we don't look at a horizon, Phil. So I want to see this bent light ray, not
yes, you do.
Water. No, I want to see a bent light ray, not water and the air.
You hear on YouTube the best anyone can do here.
What do you mean the best? What do you mean the best? I want to see a bent light ray. I don't want to see objects. Because when you show me an object, you're just saying, look at this rock. And I'm going, I see the rock. And you're going, bent light rays. I'm going, what did you just say? And you're like, what? I said, well, you just said bent light rays. Yeah. That's why you see the rock. I could say God.
You're free to accept the science or not. It's up to you.
I don't. Science isn't accept. You accept beliefs. Okay, I accepted God.
Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Hold on, Phil, calm down. If I accept it, it's not fact, okay? I accepted God as the cause of everything. That is something I accepted. I don't accept that a rock falls. I know it does because I can see it. Now, if you accept that light can bend, that's a belief you have. If you cannot show me light bending or a light ray bent, then it is a belief you have.
Actually, I'm actually putting together a bunch of experiments because I have acquired quite a bit of stuff. In fact, I've got some very, very powerful lasers.
Okay, But lasers are okay.
A laser.
A laser is not.
And
I
I'm
don't
going to
see in
use
laser.
them to-
Phil,
Yeah.
do we see in laser beams? Do I see in a laser beam?
Well, wait. Let's let him finish that. What are you going to do with the laser beams? Just because, whatever. Let him talk.
Okay, so I'm going to do experiments to show you how light can bend. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to show us a
Okay,
laser
just
bouncing?
because you can show us that laser can bend doesn't mean that that's what's happening with the light that's coming from the sun. Like,
or that
No,
doesn't mean
that
doesn't mean that's how we look.
Happening.
Yeah, we don't see in the path of a laser beam.
you can
We see in
accept-
line of sight.
You can accept,
you can
or not
accept it.
accept
We
what
have
you
to
see
accept
is
it.
up to
So-
you.
So it's not science, it's what you accept.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it will be
Exactly.
science when I do it.
It
yes.
will. So it's
Yeah.
not yet though.
But
so,
no,
but
you're
it-
only going to
No,
show
well,
us
you wait.
things
You
that
wait and see the
say
experiment.
Oh yeah, I'll wait and see. Yeah, and I'll prove
It's gonna
God.
be.
You wait
It's
and
gonna
see.
be garbage. It's gonna be garbage.
It's going to be the same thing they have: laser
He's gonna-
beams and sugar solution.
It's gonna be a copy paste from Rumpus's PDF and slap it into a
But the-
PowerPoint.
Well, here's the
problem I
here's the
have-
thing we're looking for. We're looking for a difference between a laser light and ambient light. You understand the
Yeah.
difference there, don't you?
Well, I
Look,
can show you that ambient
Let me
light
just
does
make one
bend.
point. Let me make one point. If we don't see in the path of this bent light, then you have to. If you can't quantify that, then the black swan is a direct observation, and it is of an impossibility on the ball. Because
No.
if you can't, hold on, let me finish.
Your
Yes,
interpretation.
Yeah, but no, if you can't prove that light can bend, then you can only have direct line of sight, which means that thing is a.
I don't need to prove things. I can show you that light can bend.
No, you
and
can
then
show
you
me
can
a
make up
laser.
your own mind about the black swan.
You show me a laser bending in
No,
water.
I'll show you normal light bending.
No, you can't see normal light.
Watch
But
me.
the problem is they get their
Wait for it. I'll
equation
show
for
it
their
to you.
refraction.
You'll show me light. Okay.
I told you I
They
went
use straight
back
lines
to the
to do.
campus and I brought back some of the equipment so that I could do this for you.
Phil, let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question. What's the difference between a direct observation of a phenomenon, a test, and a scientific experiment? What's the difference between those three?
Well, a scientific experiment has some very specific milestones that it has to get over.
Criteria.
Such as what are these?
Well,
What
for
are these
instance,
milestones?
hypothesis, test the hypothesis.
Oh, no, I didn't ask. But fundamentally, what's the difference between me running a test, me running a scientific experiment, and me doing something that results in the direct observation of a phenomena, like, let's say, I strike a match or, do something similar? What are the difference between those three things?
If you strike a match, you've got to decide, well, what's the purpose of striking the match and what you're expecting from the observation. Yeah, striking a match can also be an experiment.
Oh, so what you're saying is, so an experiment there's really no difference between an experiment and an observation of an effect.
Now, it's the processes that you go through that describe.
But what process? What does that mean? What is what does this process do when you're just what kind of process are you going to inflict on a direct observation? I drop a rock, direct observation, it falls. Tell me what processes you can apply to that.
Sure. What size is the rock? How far? How high was it when you dropped it?
12
what was
feet,
the
12
conditions when you dropped it?
Okay. Yeah, and you know all these things.
Well, all of those things are part of the experimental control.
No, it's part of the direct observation.
No, they're part of the experimental control.
What's the difference?
You can call it what you like. All right?
So you can call it what you like.
What science is, that's all.
Okay, what's the difference then between watching a 12-inch diameter rock that weighs 14.2 pounds fall from 25 feet at a rate? What's the difference between that direct observation and a scientific experiment that did the same thing?
I'd like to, if I was doing a scientific experiment, I'd be very careful about its mass. I'd be very careful about
I told you its mass. I told you the weight, told you the height. That's a direct observation.
Then
there is no difference.
In this case, you've got some of the controls in place. Well done.
No, but
you're on your way to an experiment.
He's not understanding what you're getting.
Okay,
at.
Phil, do you understand that there are no controls? Okay, do you only have one thing? There are no controls. There's only one thing: the direct observation of an effect or phenomenon.
But you told me that it had a certain mass. There's a control.
Okay.
You told me it was
not a control.
certain height.
No.
There's another control.
No. Hold on. Let me explain. Because what you're saying control, that's just a word to describe in reality that you saw a rock that is this big fall from this height, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so all you're doing is using words to describe what you viewed in reality with your senses,
What do you expect me to do?
Okay.
I'm a human being.
Okay, so what you're saying is that what we have is the observed effect in reality, right? That's one, and then words to describe, right?
Of course.
Okay,
That's how we describe stuff.
Okay, so why are your words different than my words to describe the same thing?
Or why are his words more valid?
Do you want me to be kind?
Yeah. Well, tell me the truth.
Be an adult.
Someone hasn't taught you the difference. That's all.
Oh, so okay. How about this? I used to believe exactly what you did.
Hey, Phil.
Yeah, I used to believe exactly what you did. So when I believed that, what was that? Why did I do that?
Well, I don't know. I suppose because whoever told you something, you listened to them.
Oh, wait. Say that again. Somebody just told me something and I listened to it?
Yeah, obviously.
So that's
that's obvious.
I used to believe exactly what you believe now because somebody just told me something and I listened to it.
No, because it's plainly obvious that you didn't understand why you were looking at it.
And now we get back to how do you know I didn't understand it? Because I don't believe or accept it, right?
Because of your words right now. Okay.
What words? What words specifically signify that I don't understand?
You're about controls, for instance.
Oh, but you agreed that
at the time.
Didn't you agree that a control?
Think you understand it.
Hold on. Didn't you agree that a control had nothing different than the observation of? You would say a control is the size of the rock. I would say you observe the size of the rock. Would you not agree? That's just different words for the same thing.
Because observing the size of the rock is a bit different to measuring the size of the rock.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. You can put a number to the size of the rock. That's irrelevant to the size of the rock.
No, it's not.
Okay, so
he doesn't
Okay,
understand.
so tell me the difference between a rock that is 1 kilometer in diameter and one that's 1,000 meters in diameter, and one that's 2.24 miles in diameter. I'll tell you what, nothing. Do you know why there's nothing? Because you're just using words to describe an object, right?
Yep.
2.4 kilometers.
Look, I don't know the fucking. I don't know the mile conversion. You
1.6.
But do you understand my point?
Kilometers per mile.
Okay. Do you not understand that all three of those miles, kilometers, meters, inches, feet, they all describe an actual object, and you're just going to change the number, the arbitrary number, and the feet, the inches.
It's not arbitrary.
Darwin says, use a super chat so Ranty knows it's really you. Thank you very much, Darwin, for the super chat. But, to be honest, I kind of know who's who just by the way they talk. So, it is what it is. What can I say?
Didn't measure the rock.
So
if I drop a rock without measuring it, it's not a test.
Or it's not going to fall.
It's not any kind of useful scientific test. No.
What do you mean by useful scientific test?
Well, I'd like to know, for instance, if I wanted to, if I knew the size of the rock and perhaps knew the mass if I knew what it was made out of, I'd be able to deduce the mass of it. I would then be able to say that the mass of it times 9.8, which is what we are on Earth, would then give me the force that goes down. I might even be able to predict how long it would take to hit the ground. I would be able to predict how fast it would be going at the time that it does hit the ground.
Do you remember when we went over this?
Of things from that.
Didn't we go over all of this before when we said predictions aren't a guess about something you don't know, but knowledge based on events you've already seen?
They're not a guess.
Okay, so then it's not a prediction; it's knowledge.
Exactly.
So let's say, for instance, I take a ball and I throw it in the air. How would I know how long that it would take for that ball to go up, reach the point where it stops, how high that is, and then how long it would take to hit the ground? I can predict all of those things.
No, you don't predict.
No.
Yes, I do.
You did it.
No.
I can tell you in advance.
No, that's not a prediction. That's not a prediction. That's knowledge. That's not a prediction.
No.
Predictions are wrong.
Do you think there's some fairies going around?
No, I think
throwing
there's
balls in the air and writing down every millimeter happens.
Phil,
that's not a prediction, man. That's not a prediction.
What do you think it is?
Hold on, I'll explain. I'll use something, Paige. If you give me two numbers, okay, I can multiply them and tell you their product. Give me any numbers. I can tell you the product. Am I predicting the result, or do I just know the multiplication table?
It's still a prediction.
No. Oh my God. No, Phil, come on. This is why this is just
why
sad.
these conversations are pointless with ballers.
Yeah,
this guy's really bad.
Really, whatever floats your boat. It's
Bro,
okay.
are you going to tell me knowledge is a prediction, Phil? Really?
That's ridiculous.
Come on, man. You're just
They have to-
you're just
right the hand.
No,
they have to say that
what we do is we
advertising.
gather facts, we gather evidence, and we create a model.
What's the difference between facts
use
and
the
evidence?
model to make predictions.
What's the difference between facts and evidence? Because here's my here. Before you answer that, let me explain my claim. My claim is that there's only one thing you can do in reality, and that's directly observe an event with your senses somehow. That is the only way to get new. Hold on. The only way to get new information, right? The only way to get new information is through direct experience in your senses, through a direct observation. You either see, smell, taste, in some way. You're telling me that you can get information indirectly somehow, magically.
Yeah. Not magically, directly. Okay, so when you breathe oxygen, what happens to it?
You're not breathing oxygen. You've already assumed that you're already starting with the.
You're
I'm
not
breathing
oxygen.
I'm breathing air. I'm using words to describe what's happening.
Yeah, but
you want to use oxygen, fine.
What part of the air that you breathe in is useful to your
all of it?
Body?
I use the whole thing.
No,
That's
you don't.
I don't breathe it. Phil, come on, man. You can't tell me what is happening inside my lungs. You
Yes,
don't
I can.
know. No. You're God. You're God. So
and there's people who know even better than I do. Like you can ask Dr. Bob. He'll tell you even better than I do what's happening inside your lungs.
So you're telling me there's people that can explain. I could just keep asking why, and they'll always have an answer, right? Oh, they'll tell me.
Certainly for the stuff that he's learned,
learned. How did you learn
I'm a physicist. I'm not a doctor. So I'm a physicist.
Bob is a criminal.
I'm not that sort of doctor. Put it that way. But
how would you learn?
I'm a physicist, so I don't really know the intricacies about how the cells work, cells that exchange oxygen and the air. But I can tell you it happens.
How do you know?
One thing
he can tell us it happens, but he's not sure.
Yes, no, I can tell you it happens.
Phil,
I can tell you that when you breathe in the air and you breathe in oxygen, when you breathe out, carbon dioxide will come out. I can tell you absolutely. And I can even give you the explanation. I can tell you that C6H12O6 plus 6O2.
No, those are letters. You're just saying letters and numbers.
Plus 6H2O plus energy. I can tell you that.
You're chanting. You're chanting a fucking script. You just told me what you just said was a fucking prayer. You just chanted out a prayer. Yes, you did. Show me that.
I told you C14. Exactly what happens.
Show me CO2.
Accept it or not is your problem, not mine.
That's because it's your belief. You accept it because it's beliefs.
Whatever floats your boat. I can tell you why you breathe oxygen and why you release carbon dioxide. Okay.
You'll tell me your beliefs, Phil.
And I can tell you how you use the glucose in your body. But
what does this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
What
the hell does this have to do with the shape of the Earth? Look,
he has all the knowledge.
Nothing.
It's because he has all the knowledge. This is what it comes down to.
Bill, there's a quantification to what we observe. How we quantify that is way before you and I existed. You're coming into a system that was quantified by a group of men who ruled the world, who had all the money, and they had a system. Imperial metric, whatever you want to call it. They devised something from a fucking rock. We're going to quantify what this rock is and go from there.
The difference between what happened in the past and what happens now is that as time progresses, more and more understanding about how it works is gained.
Maybe you're getting less understanding.
And sometimes this knowledge is
different ways
discarded
of explaining all these things.
You ever think maybe you're getting further from the truth, Phil?
No.
In your quest for knowledge, you stop considering simplistic explanations in your desire to come up with a more complicated story and seem like the smartest individual. You've just discarded logic.
It doesn't work like that.
But it does.
The reason that I try to find out how things work is not to try and work to get to is not to try and work towards the truth. It's so that I can use the information that I've gained for some other purpose.
Okay,
Phil, the whole foundation for everything we're taught is wrong. Like, they've taken away...
Whatever age.
Phil, can you find out how something works if you can't see it happening?
Yes.
Okay, so you're telling me you can. Okay, so now this is my question. You're going to tell me. So remember, you just said you can tell how something happens without see it happening. Tell me how mass bends space-time.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Why
I told
not?
you that.
Why not? Why can't? So just go look at it. Just go look at it, and tell me.
No,
Why can't you just go look at it and tell me?
Looking at something will not give you an explanation for it. It'll take a lot more than that.
What more will you need to get an explanation of why the rock falls?
You need to look at all the different parts of the knowledge that's been gained and see how you can stitch them together.
Okay, let me. Oh wait, so you're stitching it together. Okay.
So if I stitch it together in a different way.
Yeah. What she did it wrong? If it doesn't, if her stitching doesn't agree with yours,
she can stitch the information in any way she likes. But it has to. Finally, it's got to make a coherent model that explains how all the things happen.
No, we don't need to make a model.
Which is what's wrong with the
flat happens in reality.
Well, okay, when you say model, hold on. Let's his whole hinge pin is a model. What kind of model are you talking about?
Okay, so this understanding about what a model is, an explanation. A model is if a group of explanations that cohesively work together that explain the observations that you see or the experiences that you have. That's what a model is. Okay. And you can change this
not
model.
necessarily reality, right, Phil?
Your model doesn't even work with more than one body in it. You have to change your maths and use a different math.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Your model doesn't even work cohesively together.
Yes, it does.
You have to look at everything separately.
There's absolutely no part of the model that doesn't work.
What comes first, the observation of the event or the explanation?
Obviously, the observation.
Okay, so could two people make the same observation of the same event and come to a different explanation?
Sure.
Now, how would you know who was right?
Okay, so what you do is you look at each of those explanations, you compare them to the evidence.
Hold on.
You compare them to their ability to make predictions.
Stop. No, you said evidence. We have one. Hold on. We have the one event that happened, okay? Mm-hmm. Both people saw the same event and they came up with an explanation. Now you're going to say compare it to the evidence. What are you comparing it to? They both observed the same event. What can you compare?
So compare it to see if they can both make the similar predictions.
Okay, here. Let me show you why this has an issue with it. Now, we can watch a rock fall. You'll say the earth pulls it down at this rate. Mm-hmm. I'll say the sky pushes it down at this rate. Sure. How do we prove who's right and who's wrong?
Okay. I would immediately do some other experiments to see.
Okay. Well, what would you do? How would you prove me wrong? Go ahead. What are you going to do?
Okay. I would, for instance, measure this rock. Mm-hmm. I'd measure how high I'm dropping it from. I'd get a similar size rock and see if they accelerate at the same time.
It's going to do the same thing.
I would try two different rocks of different sizes.
Okay, they all do the same thing.
They fall at the same time.
Yeah, you're still not telling me if the rocks are being pushed or pulled. You're just showing me that other rocks will get pushed and pulled.
I'm going to do these experiments to gather data. We
did that. Yeah, we know rocks fall.
You didn't, because you just dropped the rock. I'm measuring.
I dropped rocks of all sizes. I measured them too.
You're still not telling us whether it's being pushed or pulled.
Okay, good.
Okay, so how do we find out if the sky is pushing down or if the earth is pulling down? By watching the rock fall.
Okay, so there's other experiments that you can do.
Tell me, fill me in.
You can put two balls in together, two smaller ones next to it, and see if the smaller ones attract the larger ones. Okay. So if the larger ones attract the smaller ones.
That's still not telling you whether it's being pushed or pulled.
Yes, it is, because it's telling you whether attraction is a thing or not.
Phil,
you're just assuming it's attraction.
Yeah, you didn't show me.
You're not proving that the sky isn't pushing that.
We don't prove anything, Paige. We don't prove anything.
Demonstrate that the earth is pulling it down and not the sky pushing it. You need to demonstrate the earth is pushing it down, not the sky.
In my model, I accept.
Your model explains. Your model is words that explain. Fine. Okay,
yes, so I use my model to do things.
I can use my model to do things because I have the same effects you do. You have the same effects I do, Phil. So then what good is your model?
Then why are you arguing against us?
Well, I use my model to predictions. You use your model to predict how much fuel to put in a rocket.
Yes, I can.
Use your model to predict how much fuel and oxidizer to put in a rocket.
Do you know why my model will work?
Outer space, Phil.
Hold on. My model will work. Phil, my model will work because my model is based on the exact same thing your model is based on. Reality. So you don't get to, I don't drive my car with an explanation. I drive my car with gasoline in the gas tank. So your explanation is not going to move my car from New York to California. The gas in the gas tank will. Now, because our explanations are different, doesn't mean I can't drive to California just like you can.
Totally. No.
Okay, so then, that's the point.
I don't use your model to put.
You don't use your model. You use reality.
To put the rockets into space. I use my
reality.
Model.
No, you use reality, which you call your model.
You think you're putting those rockets into space?
Yeah, he's told me. He's told me he sits a mile away.
They're actually going there. They're actually going there.
Phil, you told me you're a mile away from the launch pad. So even if they, how the fuck do you know where they're going? You're a mile away in a building.
I can see from the launch pad where they're going.
See what up in the sky? You can see.
I have telemetry.
You can see the space.
Telemetry screen right in front of me.
You see a screen.
You can put any data on a screen. Phil. They can put any data they want on that screen.
Exactly.
Well, no, there's not. Who's they?
The people that put the data on your screen.
No, the data comes from the object that's going up into the sky. That's where the data comes from.
So
and you can't see it.
No, before the thing even leaves the launch pad, we check to see that the data is actually happening. That the signals are actually coming across.
Phil,
do you not see how much?
There's nobody frantically putting stuff on the screen that I don't know about. How silly is that?
Phil, you got to see how much stuff you're just taking on like belief that you haven't firsthand experienced or you can't explain. Like you can't explain why gravity works.
I have firsthand experienced that. Yes, I have. There's a rocket out there 1 kilometer away, and I'm over here with a telemetry screen. Yes, I have done that.
Nothing about what you said sounded first person.
On my computer screen, I've seen a unicorn on my computer screen.
Sure, okay.
I can tell you that the unicorn in my front yard eats 10 pounds of grass a day, so it's going to shit 8 pounds of shit a day. Does that make it real?
Yeah, and I've seen the telemetry data from the moon. That doesn't mean I believe it. The only difference is you believe that telemetry data. Because here's the other thing, Phil. Hold on. Well, then admit it's belief. Because I could sit in that room with you.
About so many things.
No. I just want to know why wouldn't I? I've got sensors on the machine that's going up there. Why wouldn't I believe the sensors?
Can have a computer program in them to tell you whatever they want.
But here's Phil. My point. Phil, my point is, if me and you,
space agencies.
Phil,
what are you talking about? I'm one of them. What are you talking about? I'm the they.
It all comes from
Phil,
I am the they.
No, you're sitting in a chair. They put the Phil. How come?
Who's they?
Phil, will you listen? Phil, if me and you were in this room,
me slapping my face.
Phil, calm down. If me and you were in the room and we both witnessed the whole thing, how come you would believe the rocket went to space and I wouldn't?
Because you obviously don't know what's happening.
Okay. So you don't think it has
the same thing.
Nothing to do with personal beliefs? It has nothing to do with personal beliefs. It's all just me not understanding, right?
True.
This guy's got no hope, Chris.
Well, hey, this is for the audience. Like, hey,
so tell me something. If I put enough oxidizer and fuel on the rocket to overcome gravity, why can't it go into space?
Because there's a container holding our atmosphere in.
What container?
The container that needs to be there to stop our atmosphere.
When did you see this container? And what experience have you got of this container?
Phil, you would need unlimited energy.
No. Just answer my question.
Yeah. No, it's an antecedent. You need a container.
What tests did you do to establish that there was a container?
When did you establish there was outer space, Phil?
The first time that we put a rocket up there, I most certainly knew that.
Or are you just going to keep talking over me? You are complaining this whole time that we talk over you, but yet you do it straight away to me, even after asking a question.
Go ahead.
Every experiment ever done with air pressure and a vacuum will show you that as soon as the container or membrane is opened or moved, the air pressure will equalize into the available space. Every experiment ever done shows that. You
No.
look at the sky. Yeah.
No, he said no. Which one doesn't,
Yeah, I
Phil?
know he said no. Amazing.
Yeah, which
you
one
look
doesn't?
at the sky and say, no, there's no container there.
What
But
if you
still
stop
not
for a
equalised.
second? I'll explain it to you.
No, don't explain us. Which
No,
experiment?
I'll prove it to you.
Show me an experiment of
Sure.
gas pressure next to a vacuum with no containment.
No, I'll show you a gas pressure next to another different gas pressure.
No, that's
No,
not Phil.
stand
No,
in
that's
the
not
face
it. Not
of
even
another
fucking
gas
close, bro.
pressure.
Not even fucking close.
What vacuum
bro.
are you talking about anyway?
I want to see
Exactly.
the same difference of what we've got in our atmosphere compared to space. I want to see the same difference.
Well, why would there
Why
would there be any difference? Let's say, for instance, we're talking about a meter into space and a meter below space. If you want to quantify that line, is no different. It's very, very little difference.
Bill, at some stage, your astronauts say that they pop through the atmosphere and start floating.
No, they don't.
Some magical point, they go from not floating to floating.
That's got nothing to do with the atmosphere.
Oh, holy shit!
That's nothing to do with the atmosphere. The floating is not. The floating's nothing to do with the atmosphere. That's all got to do with reaching, going fast enough so that you can overcome gravity. That's all. It's got nothing to do with the atmosphere.
Did they float on the way to the moon, Phil? Just out of curiosity.
Sorry, did they
float inside the space? Inside.
Yeah, even when they were supposedly
on
not
the moon,
moving.
No, because the moon
on the
has
way to the moon.
Gravitational force, have field.
On the way to the moon. I'm just trying to get what the story is now because it's changed.
It's 1.6, by the way, if you want to know what the number is.
Okay, and you subscribe to this. An orbit is an object falling towards the Earth, but it's falling in such a direction and a speed that it never hits.
Yes,
that right?
That's right. Yeah. Yep, that's it.
And that's what we're experiencing when people are floating. It's this continually falling around a ball, which I don't understand why it would continue falling around a ball. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because basically what happens is they're falling at the same at more than the actual gravitational force. So it
at the perfect rate for them to float.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice story.
Yeah, can you demonstrate this?
Whatever floats your boat, page. If you don't understand it, it's your problem.
Phil, do we need to?
We don't want to. We don't want to understand it.
Yeah,
why do you want to understand?
Of course, you don't want to understand it.
Well,
God,
okay,
I've worked that out.
Phil, let me ask you something. How would you know, Phil? How would you know if I understood orbits or not? If I accepted them as real?
No. Just simply by the way you asked me the questions and described.
But I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't even.
That was me asking. And I was just trying to
you did accurately describe that though. You said that the object was falling.
Phil, you make like we're fucking monkeys who can't understand an object that is falling and not hitting the ground. Yes, it's going fast. Yes, it's falling. Yes, the Earth is curving. Yes, it's going down in a trajectory that matches the Earth's curve, so it never hits it. I understand the fucking principle.
Perfect. Then
so
what's
can
your
you fucking
problem with that?
I don't accept it's real.
Why not?
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you why.
Never
Every time I've ever put an object or I've ever seen an object go up, it has came back down unless it has been powered. And then once the power stops being applied, it comes down. So you want me to believe that there can be something unpowered in the air forever. What? That's fucking ridiculous.
You mentioned, you said it very, very accurately. And that is
because I understand it, but I don't believe it.
You put it in orbit so that it goes fast enough so it never comes back.
But I don't accept that can happen.
I know you don't.
So then how can you prove
that? You understand it and yet you won't accept it because it doesn't suit you to accept it.
No, hold on. No.
It's rubbish. That it's never
because it doesn't
proven.
match what I see. Because what I see
is it does match what you see.
No, I see things land on the... Phil, do you see things... Do you see things falling perpetually or do you see things fall to the ground?
No, I can see things falling perpetually, yes.
I've got a follow-up question.
Oh, God.
Hey, Phil, Echo 1.
Sat on his rocket.
No, you can go.
Phil?
You personally can go at nighttime, Paige, and watch the thing yourself.
How do I know that that's what
Phil?
I'm seeing?
You can go night after night and watch and watch.
See, that's
Hey, Phil?
where it becomes a point where
Because I can
believe,
tell you when it's going to be there.
So I have to believe whoever's telling me that light in the sky.
Well, you go to a doctor, don't you?
No.
The doctor tells you that you got some ailment. You believe it, don't you? Because they're trained to work.
No, I don't trust doctors at all. I'll look up.
Well, you got to trust some people, Paige. You go in your car and you turn the key on and the car goes. Why does it go, Paige? You trust that?
But I can physically do that myself.
If the mechanic tells you not to do something, you don't do it, do you? You don't you don't put water in your petrol tank, do you?
Why not? Relax, man. Now you're preaching, dude.
Physically do myself and prove to myself. I can't physically prove to myself that light in the sky is a satellite or a rocket orbiting.
Of course you can't. But
Exactly,
if you ask me the question, I can tell you what it is because I'm personally involved in putting it there.
No, you're not.
You're not. No. That's the point.
Yeah, whatever. Believe what you want.
Phil, I've got a very specific question for you regarding Echo 1. You know, the 135-foot balloon, the sad balloon.
Yes.
Yeah, how fast do you have to go to be in orbit? Isn't it like 17,000 miles an hour?
Yeah,
depending on how high you are.
Yes.
So was Echo 1 that 135-foot balloon going 135 miles an hour around the Earth that it was perpetually
you understand that the Echo 1 and 2 were taken up there with a rocket, don't you?
Yeah, but once they got up there, they had to navigate. They had to be going at the speed that is required to stay in orbit, right, Phil?
Do you know what the purpose of the balloon is?
Hey, that's not his question, Phil.
We're talking about the balloon. I'm talking about the speed of the balloon.
All it is a satellite that's covered by a Mylar balloon. That's all it is.
Yeah, and filled with a gas, right? Just happens to be a balloon big enough to hold the weight filled with a gas.
The gas has nothing.
That's not what I'm asking about. That's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about the speed of Echo 1. Was it orbiting the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour, or what speed?
Like any satellite does.
Was that giant balloon going around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour?
It's not that giant, and it's only just big enough. It's only just
answer the question.
It's only just bigger than the satellite that's inside it.
No, it was 135 foot wide, Phil. You liar. Now, was it going 17,000 miles an hour so that it orbited the Earth by continually falling?
Yes. Anything will orbit the Earth if it goes fast enough.
So Echo 1, that 135-foot balloon, was orbiting the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour in the early 60s.
Of course.
He thinks a balloon.
Well, thank you. I wanted to get you on record for that one, Phil, because I find that hard to believe that 135-foot Mylar thin balloon could orbit at 17,000 miles an hour. Well, it's ridiculous, but I'll get back to that some other time, Phil.
Whatever.
I bet you they didn't say that back then. I bet you they didn't try to tell people that it was going 17,000 miles an hour back in 1963. No. Show me.
Critically, Phil. A balloon traveling at that.
Phil.
Are you serious?
Phil, are you an atheist?
Come on, man.
Hold on. I just got to say one thing. I got to say one thing on that Echo 1. Phil, do you know what height or altitude they said Echo 1 was at?
I can't recall.
Oh, because
I do know that it was I do know that it was far enough to be in orbit. Yes.
Yeah, it was 4 times the. So it can't. If it was going 17,000 miles an hour, that wouldn't be fast enough for the 4 times bigger diameter circle that this orbital thing would have to be.
The size of an object's got nothing to do with how fast.
No, the size of the orbit, because the circle of an orbit is
directly related to the distance away from.
So either Echo 1 either needs to be going much faster, right? It can't be going the same 17,000 miles that the ISS is going because it's much higher.
They don't necessarily all go at the same speed. The speed is proportional to the distance away that they are. The moon is far enough away that it takes 27 days to get around once.
But it's still going super fucking fast, isn't it?
Well, it's in 27 days. It's got a lot of ground to cover.
How fast is it going?
Is it
going faster than the ISS?
I've got other things to worry about without worrying about how fast.
This guy doesn't even know his own model.
No,
you're darn right you do.
There's a whole bunch of shit that I don't know.
Well, this is why you get fooled, bro.
Do you think that you might be wrong? Like you might be believing something that
No, it's not. It's not about being wrong or right, Paige. It's about
it's
it's about me having a model I can use.
Yes, it is.
Could I?
It's about me having a model I can use. That's all. It's nothing about being.
Randy wants to speak.
Yeah,
Randy wants to speak.
I just want to ask a question from Cleary. Actually, before I get to Cleary, I'll just shout out another couple of super chats. So Cleary did send a super chat saying support the truth. Amanda Young said that is so beautiful, Ranty, don't take it down please. That was some images that I was showing. But the question for Professor Phil is, Phil, gravity holds us down, but what holds everything laterally in lockstep with the spinning ball with varied velocities north to south?
Okay, what happens? What happens is that you've got a balance between gravity and centripetal force.
Say what now?
Okay, it's this balance between gravity and centripetal force.
No, you're explaining what is happening in the Bowl model. How does that work mathematically? Like, what are the forces involved? Draw a free body diagram if you need to.
Okay, so Kepler's equation ratio T cubed R cubed over T squared pretty much explains it. In other words, the cube of the distance away divided by the amount of time it takes to go around, the square of the time that it takes to go around once. That's effectively Kepler's ratio.
Do you agree there's a force acting on all of us laterally, first and foremost, because of the Earth's motion?
I'm not sure how to phrase that question.
What do you mean? The Earth is moving, right, in one particular...
Do you know what laterally means?
Yes, I do know what laterally means.
Well, then that's very simple.
Acting down.
So the atmosphere is pushing on us, even though you might say it's mild or subtle, but it's pushing on everything in one direction, correct? Laterally? That's what.
No. So what happens is the atmosphere is pushing on you. That's called pressure. Okay.
Good.
But it's unrelated to how the Earth is going around.
He's asking what's the counterbalance force to that to make it feel like we don't experience that, because we don't feel like we're shifting laterally.
Okay.
So
because you don't feel it because it's a constant velocity. With a constant velocity, there's no acceleration. So without acceleration, you can't feel movement.
Because the Earth has an elliptical orbit.
You don't think that we would feel a constant pressure?
It's extremely small compared to.
Doesn't
it's
matter.
extremely small compared
to
acceleration.
You'll feel it straight away.
We pretty much can answer all their questions. We know the way they're going to answer it. It has to be that answer. It's pretty much small.
Okay, hey, Phil. Back to the gravity holding things down and the centripetal lateral force. So the atmosphere. Your answer to why does the atmosphere move around the rotating Earth? Earth is essentially, in your model, in a cloud of gas that surrounds it, and that cloud of gas, for some reason, rotates with the solid around. Correct? Yeah. Okay. So what keeps that gas going sideways with the Earth?
Okay, so
gravity pulls it down. What keeps it going sideways?
For the same reason that the Earth is spinning, the rest of it's spinning as well.
But they're not connected, Phil.
Yes, they are.
And
not
how
the gas
does the air
cloud.
further?
They are connected.
Stupid answer.
The air that's higher
What a
up
stupid
go faster
answer.
than the air that's at the ground level.
Whatever floats your boat. If you want to call it stupid, that's your business.
All you're doing is saying that it does that. When somebody asks you something, you're just like, it does that.
No, I
That's
did.
all
It's
you're
gravity
answering.
that keeps it together.
Okay,
it's gravity that holds it
how does
down.
gravity-
What makes it go sideways and rotate with the Earth?
And what makes the top air go faster than the air at ground
it and
level?
the Earth. If you let me finish.
Distance to cover.
No, it and the Earth, all of it, is just spinning together. That's all.
But they're not connected, Phil. It's the Earth that's spinning, not the atmosphere.
They are connected.
Okay, let him answer that. How are they connected? Good.
They're connected by gravity.
Okay, so that's the answer. That's all we're gonna get.
So gravity holds it down. What makes it go sideways, Phil?
It's
Gravity.
circular reasoning.
Well, because it's all connected.
It's not
All right,
connected.
They're unbonded.
If you are in a train, doesn't the air move with the train?
Does the air on top of the train move with the train?
No, of course not.
Because that's what you're saying is happening.
No, I'm not.
We're
It's
not
a
an
totally
enclosed
different thing.
system in your model.
No,
Phil.
you're not.
Yes, it is. You're entitled to believe what you like, and that's your problem, not mine.
You believe otherwise, right, Phil? That's your belief, right?
That's your belief.
Sure.
That gravity does that.
So wait, he's saying it's a closed
I have a
system.
model that I can use to make predictions, that I can get a satellite up there and keep the satellite up there for 20 years. That works for me.
Hug that model tight, Phil.
If you've got something that does that as well, good for you.
Tight, mate.
But Phil, sorry, just to speak sort of a bit more technical on this issue. Here's the deal, right? The sphere is symmetric, so when it's rotating, there's no bias or any quote reason from a gravity perspective for the atmosphere to move, right? That would be
the
mathematical.
gravity is part of it. The atmosphere is a very, very, very thin layer above this sphere.
Let me rephrase my question. Earlier we talked about things being attracted to the center of the ball, right? And you said that's the focus. That's the main issue, that it's drawn to, right?
Yeah.
So if that is not changing, right, in terms of its position in 3 space, but the ball is moving, there would be no reason for the atmosphere to move, right? Because it only cares about the center of the Earth, right? And it's symmetric for the most part.
No, that's just gibberish. Sorry.
No, okay, well then reword that then, because that's what we would think.
Everything is affected by gravity. Everything with mass is affected
why is the
by
atmosphere motivated to move while the Earth is moving, even though it only is concerned
because
about
they form one system. They connected. They're connected by gravity.
Go deeper with that. How are they connected? Let's hear that.
Okay, so everything.
They're unbonded.
So everything that has mass is being pulled towards the center of the Earth.
We've agreed with that. The center's not moving though in this case. So
yes, it is. Who said the center's not moving?
Did you make relative to the Earth motion, the center is not changing its position.
Yes, it is. What makes you think it's not?
So you're saying the atmosphere follows the center of the Earth or the movement of the outside?
Of course it does. Of course it does. The whole thing. Do you know what angular velocity means?
Okay, so good. So now it's moving wherever the center of the Earth is moving, right? You're saying that's what happens when the atmosphere follows that? Okay. It's also rotating, right?
Well, both. It's going around the sun. Is that what you mean by?
Okay. So my question is, what is the fulcrum? Is it the center or the outer edge of the Earth rim moving? How does the atmosphere know to follow both of those? I get the center part.
The atmosphere doesn't need to know anything. The atmosphere is connected by gravity to the Earth.
Right, but you said it's focused on the center of the Earth. Where does the atmosphere know to follow the outer
gravity? Gravity is towards the center of the Earth. Yes.
Right, and that's what you reference as the reason why the atmosphere turns. So now take us deeper into that.
I didn't actually put it like that. No, that's not why it turns.
Okay, sorry. Explain that then. Why does it turn?
Okay.
The atmosphere.
All right. So the atmosphere turns with the Earth because it forms part of the Earth because the gravity causes all of the atmosphere plus all of the water to turn with the Earth.
Yeah, you just
said just gravity. That's the end of your argument then, Phil, right? Gravity. That's it.
It explains all of this.
That's the beginning and end.
No, not at all. But it certainly gives us an explanation, which we can use to make other useful predictions.
Your initial claim was that the center of the Earth is the thing that dictates gravity's direction of pull, which we'll give you that for now.
Correct.
You have not answered Cleary's super chat about the rotation of the Earth and how does gravity then understand to stay in lockstep with that, because it's two different movements, right?
No, there's no two different movements. I don't know why.
Yeah, it is. The center of the Earth is moving apparently, and then also the surface is rotating. How does the atmosphere
that's what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay.
That's what he asked. He paid money to hear the answer.
Okay, I misunderstood him. Yeah.
Okay, so so basically your broad answer with a big paintbrush is just gravity, right? Just to clarify. And Sean Hawkins in the chat.
So which movement would you like to discuss first?
The rotation of the Earth. We'll give you that it follows the center, even though that's voodoo.
Oh, sure. Okay, whatever you think. Yeah.
Right, but the turning.
So the Earth does rotate about a central.
How does the atmosphere know to turn in lockstep with the Earth's rotation? That's what the question is. Laterally.
It doesn't know stuff. It's just it's bound to the Earth by gravity, and all of them move as a unit.
Yeah, how? That's the part.
But it's not bound. It's not bonded to the Earth, Phil.
Just
gas cloud surrounding
for the same reason that
it pulls towards it by gravity.
Yes, it is. Well, that's your idea. You saying it's not.
No, that's
I'm
what we
saying
see in
it is.
reality.
You
Phil.
go with your explanation. I'll go with mine. Okay.
There you go. It's a belief, right, Phil?
Whatever you want to call it, it doesn't matter to me. I can use mine to make predictions, which is the only interest I have in it.
Great. I'll take
your
that as a
analogy
yes.
is a train, right?
If yours makes the same predictions, good luck to you.
I'm interested in reality, Phil, not models. I want to know
Whatever,
what's real.
whatever you want to call it, you can call it what you like. My only interest in wanting to know and accepting the way it works is because I can use it to make predictions. That's the only thing I have. I'm not wedded to it. I don't care if it changes. I don't care if it changes. All I care about is that whatever I accept, I can use to make predictions.
So you don't care what the world is really like. You don't care if your model matches what really is or reality. You just care that you can use it to do whatever you do with satellites and stuff. The reality doesn't matter, right, Phil?
Yeah. All he cares about is his paycheck.
In the end, I call it reality because it works for me.
Okay, so
you can call yours whatever you like.
Okay, so there's been a question from Cleary. So you might be able to answer this. For me, this is way above my head. Phil, how many FT/LBS of torque does it take to rotate the ball Earth at a 3,959 mile radius? How many feet per pound of torque does it take to rotate the ball Earth at a 3,959 mile radius?
If the Earth was stationary and then it required the energy for it to spin, that's an interesting question. I'll get my students to work that out and let you know.
They actually, the term horsepower. A lot of that is literally based on how much power a horse has. So
I like that. It's an interesting question. If the Earth was standing still, what energy would it take to spin it? The way it's going now.
Literally, think about how many horses it would need to take to turn the Earth. And these clowns think. 1 second, let me finish my point. These clowns believe that the Earth has been moving forever. And
yes, it has. Where? Yeah, ever since it was formed. Yes, it has.
Yeah, it has. Where did that energy come from?
Well, at the time that these things were created, there was a lot of energy around, and there is a propensity for things that are spherical to actually move.
Where did that energy come from?
Actually, nothing is still. Well, it came from that initial energy that was, if you like, the Big Bang. Well, that's the
when you
prevailing.
Say energy was around, what do you mean by that?
Sorry? You
said energy was around. Like where?
So the energy flung things, if you like, in every direction, and because of the way gravity works, things end up orbiting each other in ellipses. So everything moves.
I understand this is your position, but do you understand how unlikely?
Yeah, it is. It is my position.
No, 1 second. You didn't hear my question.
And not only it's my position, but I use it to make predictions with it.
That's fine. You didn't hear my question. Do you understand how unlikely
about a make-believe world?
However you think something is unlikely is irrelevant to me.
No, I'm just talking. I'm trying
Phil,
to.
Let me ask you.
Mind.
Phil, do you use the explanation or the observed effect to make your predictions?
I use the explanation. So before, let's say, for instance, I want to know. Let's say, for instance, I want to know.
He just can't admit it.
Can you just stop for a minute?
What comes first? The explanation.
Phil, you know this is all bullshit. Phil, come on.
Phil, what comes first? The explanation or the observation?
It's whatever you want to believe is your.
Phil, what comes first? Right? Explanation or observation? Does observation come before explanation?
Of course it does.
So what are predictions based on?
Well, it's predictions are based on a collection of all the evidence and then building models. So the model. You want to just stop for a second and let me explain it to you. So one of the models, okay? One of the models is that the cube of the range, the cube of the distance from Earth, divided by the square of the amount the amount of time that it takes to go around, That's r cubed over t squared. Okay, this is a model, and it works. So what happens is, if I want something to stay in to stay around in geostationary orbit, let's say, so it stays with the Earth, so it stays in the same position. So when I put my satellite dish up there and point at it, it'll keep staying there. I need to get it to be far enough away from the Earth so that it'll take 24 hours to go around once. Now, that distance happens to be 36,000 kilometers. Okay,
you need to prove you can be in space first.
What are you talking about? There's a satellite up there, Paige. What do you think the TV comes from?
Okay, listen. We have another super chat from the Plain Truth. Phil, perhaps you could answer this one. Was the atmosphere observed to be attached to the Earth, or was it explained to be so? Which came first, the observation or the explanation?
Well, that's a good question. I mean,
in their mind, the explanation comes first.
Yeah, look, put it this way: an expectation, and obviously, understanding how all this works gave the people, whoever's involved in that, the expectation that it would be, and then that was. You predict that it's going to be a certain thing, and then you go up there and observe it when you finally do get out of the atmosphere, and you look back at it and say, "Wow, that really did work."
Proof that we've ever been.
That is the saladiest word salad I have ever heard.
Whatever you think,
your mouth. And that's really saying something. I got to tell you.
Well, it's really saying something for you. It all it says for you is, you don't know, do you?
Proof
right?
we've ever.
It's not saying anything about me. Sorry.
Prove that we've ever been outside of the atmosphere.
Every time the rocket program at ISRO has been going on since 1975. I've been there for about 11 years, and every single time the rocket's gone
And
up.
have you ever got in one of those rockets and left the atmosphere?
No, don't need to.
No,
it's got cameras on board. It's got telemetry. Don't need to be inside one. It's a big deal to get a human being into a rocket.
You see data on a computer screen and you believe it's true. You've never actually physically.
Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I think that?
You're entitled, but what we're trying to say is that we don't believe that's happening.
Why wouldn't I?
Paige, can I finish?
No. Just listen to me first, and then you can add to it. Okay? Why wouldn't I believe the camera that's on the outside of it?
I was in the middle of a sentence.
Paige, why wouldn't I believe the camera that's on the outside of it? Why wouldn't I believe that?
Because we've shown you hundreds of examples of NASA and other agencies giving you augmented reality, CGI.
No, I'm talking about a camera there's three cameras, all right? Sometimes four, but usually three cameras. There's one on the outs. There's one looking at the nozzles so that we can see when the burns are off and on, and the other two are inside the payload to watch the satellite. Why can't I believe them?
CGI.
What do you mean CGI? They're cameras.
Yeah.
Don't you believe when you take a picture with your iPhone? Don't you believe it?
I can do anything I want to that picture, change it to make it look any way I want.
If I turn my camera on, you'll see my face. You're not going to believe that's my face?
Listen, if I take a picture of my dog and then I CGI it, shave all his fur off and make him a shaved dog, and then I send that picture to you, you don't know, you don't have first-hand knowledge of whether my dog has fur or not. You have to believe what I tell you.
Paige,
you can't prove it with that picture.
Paige, if I turn my camera on right now and you see my face, will you believe it's my face?
Just because I might believe something you tell me doesn't mean I'm going to believe the people who I found.
If I turn my camera on, right now, will you believe it's my face or not?
If I know you've lied to me before, then no, I might not believe you.
What? You think if I turn my camera on, someone else's face will turn up on it?
You could put somebody else's face and say it's yours.
You could ask. You could ask me to do something like wave 3 fingers in the air, and I could do that and prove it to you. You know that. Phil, you know when I'm giving a lecture, I put my board up there. People look at it.
Do you think Phil, listen to me for a second. Do you know they now have contact lenses that they can wear that show them the augmented reality? They actually see the objects with wearing contact lenses.
I don't know,
This is how advanced the technology for augmented reality's gotten.
Okay, cool. Whatever.
I don't believe a single thing I see from NASA or any of those space agencies.
Yeah, well, that's you,
look at
Paige.
movies like Gravity.
So, Paige, do you have a satellite dish on your house?
Because you people can't give us a physical demonstration of things like curvature or gas pressure without containment, we're saying, okay, the only thing you've got are these pictures from liars, and we don't believe these liars.
So Paige, have you got a satellite dish on your house?
No.
I do. I've had it for 12 years.
Yeah, I don't disagree that there are satelloons up in the sky.
They're not satelloons. This is something that's been up there for 12 years, Paige.
I don't believe
There's no balloon that can last for 12 years, Paige. They go from a few hours to, if you're lucky, to a month or so.
There's thousands of them. So what?
No, Paige, they aren't. You're misinformed, Paige. Paige, you're just talking nonsense. You're misinformed.
No, Phil, you just
balloons don't last long, okay?
You just believe
no, Paige, you're
pictures
wrong.
And video.
Paige, you can sprout off as much as you like. You're wrong.
That's your opinion. But you're becoming the minority now, Phil.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just curious, Paige, what do you think the end game is? Do you think that we're all just going to give up our jobs? Do you?
Why would you have to give up your job?
Exactly. What do you think all this is for? What do you think it's leading to? What do you think it matters?
What do I think? What's for?
Yeah, this flat Earth thing. What do you think all this is about? You don't believe that the Earth is round. You don't believe in space. What do you think we all do over there? Do you think we're just going around pretending that we?
Yes, I believe they have. Yes, I totally believe that they have financed companies like yours to have people working in an industry that's impossible to lend more credence to their lie. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you think you're that special? We would spend millions of dollars every month.
I think the human race.
You must be really, really up yourself if you think you're that special.
Listen, it's not just me. I think the human race is that special, that important, that powerful, that they would construct a lie like the ball model and tell us we've come from nowhere, because the whole of humanity, not just me, all of us are that special.
Paige, and every month we'd go around, people would bring from all around the world their satellites, which some of them have taken 10 years to construct. Not just, they didn't do it day before yesterday. It's taken them 10 years to construct. They put it in our hands. They put it in our hands. We put it on one of our rockets. We put it into space. It costs multi millions of dollars.
Rockets, and that's as far as you know.
Yeah, and you think, and then we go back to these people who spent 10 years on their satellite and tell them what?
I don't know.
What do we tell them? What do we tell those people who spent 10 years on their satellite?
Tell them.
Well, what do we tell them?
What you tell them.
Tell them don't spend another year.
You know what? You know what makes it worse? They come back again. They come back again. They give us another job. We booked till 2023.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm just laughing there because Phil got triggered. Thank you to JQ for the two awesome super chats. I am sure that Right the Hand is seeing this. Right the Hand, keep doing what you're doing. To the midwit Phil, and Phil, look up Google Loon, you utter fool. Awesome super chats. If I get an opportunity, Cleary, for sure I will ask that question.
Explained why.
And we put it on a rocket.
We are that special and that powerful that if the whole of humanity understood how powerful our minds and our thoughts and our intentions actually are, and we all banded together, knew we were created, knew how powerful we were, we wouldn't let them control us. So it's in their best interest to spend, a couple $100 million to keep the lie going.
Okay, one thing before
let me add to that. So Phil,
I'm on mute, aren't I?
Yeah.
No one is saying there's no utility in what you're doing. You mean the equipment you're working with is obviously real.
Yeah.
We're not saying that you
I'm not
can't
saying
get
that.
a signal in a satellite dish. We're saying it
Yes.
doesn't happen the way that you're explaining it happens.
It
or the way that
does.
you believe it happens.
Yeah,
No,
you just
it's
believe it happens
because
that
the
way,
stuff
Phil.
is actually on the rocket. I can actually
so
see
what?
the stuff
You
before they
can't
put the
prove where
fairings
it
together.
goes.
I can actually see it.
Yeah, so what? They got
Can't
Echo
where
1
it
up there on a
falls.
rocket too, and it was a balloon,
Yes, so
right?
So what?
Yeah. So
when you
why
talk
wouldn't
about
you launch
balloon
from a rocket
this is your
into higher
misunderstanding
orbit
about
a
it.
balloon?
It's not
If
a
you wanted it to get high
misunderstanding,
enough,
Phil.
a rocket would be a pretty good
It's
way
a
to do it,
difference
wouldn't
of
it, Phil?
opinion.
No, listen. A rocket would be a pretty good way to do it, and you're right. But see, this is. I don't know whether this is just disingenuousness on your or just lack of knowledge. But when you talk about Echo 1, you're talking about a satellite that happens to be covered by a mylar covering. That's why they call it a balloon, all right? And then they fill it with an inert gas. That's all it is. It's just another way of putting another satellite up there. It's nothing special. Okay, it is not some floating balloon.
Phil, if
Yes?
the most amount of fuel is used to get from ground to off ground, right? You would agree that the majority of fuel is spent moving the payload, getting the payload started and up off the ground, right?
That's most of the fuel is taken just in the first few minutes. Yes.
Okay, so why don't they put rockets on balloons and just lift them with balloons and then launch them like 10 miles up and
We
save
want
all that
we
fuel?
want the satellite to stay. The satellite costs millions and millions of dollars. We
Okay.
want it to stay up there for 20 years. We don't want it to go up there just for a couple of months.
Phil, whoa. Phil, no, you totally ignored what I said. Instead of using a rocket to take the payload from ground to orbit, why don't we use balloons to lift the rocket to a more better position, maybe 100 miles up or 5 miles up, and then let the rockets go to remove all of that initial drag. They'll even be moving up, so they don't have to go from a dead stop. It would save so much fuel.
No, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? You imagine what size of balloon you'd need to lift up 4,000 kilograms of payload plus when you're looking at 3 million kilograms of fuel and oxidizer. What kind of balloon would you need to do that? And what kind of gas would you need in that balloon? What would be the point?
Okay, listen, guys. Can I just?
The point is you're saving.
So you just keep breaking up right at the hand. I'm sorry, but you're sort of like in and out of signal at the minute. But so I just there's just a couple of points I wanted to bring in, and then I'll step out again. So JQ asks, it's a little bit of a dig here, so Phil. So just hang on because it is a super chat. So how long can Phil pretend he works for a space agency? But also we have from Cleary. So this is a relevant question. So Ranty, Phil, is there any other example of perpetual motion other than the ball Earth?
There's no such thing as perpetual motion while there's anything called friction. So that's the issue. So
there are demonstrations of things having perpetual motion. These are the kind of things they're hiding from us. Yes.
No.
Yes, I can
Not
show you.
Where does the Earth get the energy to continue to set the exact same rate, exact same speed for all of these, however many billions of years?
At the time that
energy come from?
Okay, at the time that the Earth was formed, there was sufficient momentum to make it spin, and because there's no friction to worry about, it'll just keep doing it. In fact, it's not going to be forever, but it's going to be long. It doesn't bother us.
I thought there was friction with the atmosphere, since it's dragging the atmosphere along.
No. There's no friction. The atmosphere and the Earth are like one unit.
There's a big difference between space and our atmosphere. There.
It is amazing. I'm always amazed.
It's unbelievably amazing.
So there's a big difference between space and our atmosphere, Phil.
What's that?
There's a big difference between space and our atmosphere. Then, if one
there
has
isn't.
friction and one
At the point where our atmosphere meets space, there's very little difference.
Phil, you see these holes in your model, don't you? In what you're saying, do you see these holes
from the bottom, from ground level or from sea level to where the atmosphere meets space is still very little, very little. It's only 14.7 pounds per square inch difference in pressure between practically nothing and everything. So,
hey Phil, can you just admit
small.
that there's some leaps of faith that you have to take in order to 100% buy the model that you've bought? I know you can use it for predictions, and you can you say you can do these things that you do on the space agency you work for, or whatever you work for. But can you just admit there's some leaps in logic and some assumptions that you have to accept that are pretty large leaps?
Do I accept some assumptions? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and they're pretty big assumptions, wouldn't you say? Like the energy
well,
from
considering
the Big Bang is still making
considering
the Earth spin
considering I don't have the considering I'm not going to start science from beginning to end. I've got a periodic table right in front of me over here because I also teach chemistry, and I accept totally that the periods and the groups that these things are in and the way they act with one another. And there's even, for instance, look at fluoride. Fluorine. Fluorine is a gas which is a halogen, pretty much like chlorine. I know what chlorine smells like, but I'm not
sure you're answering
my
question.
I don't know what fluorine smells like, but I can have a pretty good idea what fluorine smells like. But I'm never going to try to smell it to find out.
Okay, so Phil,
you're just
which came
accepting
first?
what you've been given, then, Phil, right?
Which came
Sorry,
first?
one question at a time.
Okay,
you're accepting what you've been given. Oh, sorry.
So
if I could just ask him this last question, Ranty.
Yeah, I'll just ask him this
Phil,
question. All right, so...
Oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay, so which came first, the observation of perpetual motion or the explanation?
Well, obviously the observation is because somebody's observed something that's happening and said, well, gee, I wonder how that happens. And then they've observed it even more, they've gathered evidence, and then they put together an equation and they say, well, I wonder if this works. Let's just check. So they check it over and over and again, and guess what? It never fails. So they go, what? Okay, that's a pretty good explanation. I think we'll just go with that.
Okay, so Brandon...
It's over and over.
Brandon, you had a question to lead on from then. I just needed to get that one out.
Let me try to remember. So, Phil, you just accept what you've been given then, right? That's what you're saying. You rely on the work that's been done previous to you. You don't question it. You accept it because it works for your purposes.
Yes, exactly.
And it doesn't matter to you whether or not it matches actual reality. Whether or not the Earth is a sphere in reality doesn't really matter because it works for you and you accept what you've been told, right?
Well, of course, I have to accept the Earth's a sphere because it needs to be a sphere. Otherwise, my job...
But it doesn't really matter, right?
No,
because your model works.
No, I don't actually care, except for the fact that my job works because it's a sphere.
So you don't care about
and not only because it's a sphere, because it spins.
That's our problem. It sounds like you're saying...
It's not my problem.
I don't really care what the actual truth is.
I'm happy with my
I just
lot.
care that these equations work for me.
No, he said that's our problem.
Yeah, of course it's your problem.
Yeah,
because it's not my problem. I need to
that you don't care about
it. In December we put 39 satellites into polar orbit. Okay, so
no, you believe
one of the reasons that you do a polar orbit. Just be quiet. One of the reasons that you do a polar orbit is because it allows the Earth to spin underneath the satellite, and this allows the satellite to take pictures of the Earth. And now with that good, we can actually take pictures of the Earth, a 300 by 300 millimeter picture of the Earth in 4K. It's just amazingly good. And this happens every 12 hours.
So is that satellite orbiting?
Yeah, of course it's orbiting.
Okay.
It orbits. It's a polar orbit, so it goes around, about 5 degrees off the north and the south pole. So it's about 5 degrees off, a tilt, 5 degrees off. And it takes.
I don't know
and
what
the
that
Earth
had to do with
spins
my
below
question,
it.
but I think I made my point.
It doesn't have anything to do with it. He's just rambling.
No, I'm just telling you why it's necessary for the Earth to be a sphere, and not only that, to also spin.
Phil, all that's necessary
in your
is
model.
The program in your computer.
No, it wouldn't. The satellite wouldn't work.
Things are working.
No,
That's
the satellite
not
wouldn't work if it
necessary.
wasn't.
They're not even there, Phil. It's just in your computer.
Look, you can, Paige, I feel sorry for you. You're missing out on so much.
No, seriously, I feel sorry for you because
No,
literally
please don't. Please don't. They pay me quite well to do what I do, and I really, really enjoy it.
Even Einstein admitted that you could never disprove a geocentric Earth. You could only dismiss it on philosophical grounds.
Einstein wouldn't say that today while there's satellites up there.
God.
Einstein, I guarantee he would not say that today.
You do not know that. You can't read his mind. That is so disingenuous to say that.
He would not say that today. You know why? Because there's satellites up there, and the only reason they work is because Earth is a sphere and it spins.
Phil, people like you are literally holding humanity back by not letting...
Really? Holding you back? What?
Yes.
How?
But yes.
How?
Okay, listen. Okay. Listen, right, so you've just, essentially, from what I've just listened to there, is thrown Einstein under the bus. That's what I've just heard. Is that right?
No, Ranty. I'm just saying that Einstein said that at his time, because he couldn't have known that there would finally be ways to show that Earth is moving and not the other stuff.
No, he said that because he knew it was true.
No, he wasn't anticipating the fact where would be today. Einstein couldn't possibly have dreamt that we have an iPhone. Einstein could never have dreamt that you and I would be talking to each other like this.
How the fuck do you know that?
Because Einstein wrote his stuff down. We could see what he thought.
Oh my God. You have no idea what his imagination or what he thought.
Mind you,
we didn't find. Oh, I hope I have an iPhone someday, or there'll be iPhones in the future that Apple will produce. It means that he couldn't have imagined a technology such as that happening today. Is that what you're talking about?
I doubt he would have imagined that. Yeah.
You don't know that for sure,
right?
Phil.
Of course, I don't know it's for sure, but I'm just saying, based on what he wrote, I doubt he would have imagined that where we be today.
He said that there was no way to disprove a geocentric model except on philosophical grounds.
Based on what he knew in 1905.
Yeah, a fact that he said you can't disprove.
Based on what he knew in 1905, Paige.
And nothing has changed except for the
a lot's changed,
you see on your telly.
Sorry, Paige, but a lot has changed. We have satellites now.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
On your computer screen.
A lot's changed, and Einstein would never been able to.
Stop saying what he could
how far we could get.
You have no way of knowing that.
Yes, I do, because he wrote down his stuff.
I have a question from Travis from the Plain Truth Phil. So I hate to keep doing this, guys, but what was the first observation of perpetual motion?
Well, obviously planets and stars and stuff like that, people will look at that and say, wow, they keep coming back. 76 years later, whoa, Halley's Comet's back again.
Yeah, perfect.
Where did that come from?
Amazing.
Which, by the way, under your dome, where the hell does Halley's Comet come from every 76 years? And how come I know it comes every 76 years?
Controlled by the creator. He's made it, the sky's a clock. It will literally do the same thing over and over. Every 19 years, the moon will be in the same spot it was 19 years ago.
I've got a different explanation. It's a comet that's in orbit and keeps coming back, and I can make a prediction about when it's going to be there. In fact, I can make
hold on.
When any object in the sky is going to be there.
Okay, so hold on, guys. So listen, hang on, wait before you get into this argument. If you was to actually just say, in your family lineage, right? So obviously, if you trust people, you're going to trust people that's in your family. I would imagine. Yes. If there was anybody you were going to trust, it would be your family. How far back would you say that you could trust your family lineage? With documented history. How far back could you date that? How far back could you go physically? in your
Just
family.
In my case, just a few generations. Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, I think my case is about 1600s or something. I think my dad got back to.
I know, but could you actually see written word from the 1600s so page?
No.
No, that's what I'm saying. So there's no diary, there's no documentation from, I would imagine, anybody here, even in the chat, that could perhaps go back more than a couple of hundred years, at the most, maybe 200
At
years.
the most, yeah.
And unless you were related to Newton or someone like that, then you could go back to the Royal Academy and see what your relative wrote.
Yeah, but then you're relying on Newton, a third person, somebody that's not in your family, because it's not in your family. The question
no, but
was,
it doesn't matter. But what?
Hold on, hold on.
If you were
Let him
related
finish,
to you,
Phil, for fuck's sake.
If you were related to Newton, Ranty, wouldn't you believe what Newton said?
Yeah, but you're not related to Newton.
I know I'm not, but
So-
why have I got any reason to doubt what he said?
But-
Considering I use what he said.
Exactly, because as
Well,
soon
my
as you
identity-
do that, you take things on trust.
Yep.
No, I don't have to trust it because I can use it to make predictions.
Yeah, but so can we.
they work.
Exactly. So
in a different way.
Exactly. So Paige could make up an example, the same as Newton. She could say, I have family that goes back to the 1600s. And yeah, we have documentation that goes back to the 1600s, and it's a perfect clock. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what she could say. And
Yeah, but
you could say,
if she
oh,
could-
I believe Newton. Now, at what point does the cutoff come? Because we are told that, we have hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands of years of this actually happening, right? Where is the history for that? How far can you trace it back personally to verify that?
Well, I don't need to, Ranty. Newton said Newton make a claim, and he said that if you that v squared equals u squared plus 2as. In other words, I can be able to decide whether the velocity of something, where it's going to be, based on its acceleration and the distance. Now, Newton says that. I don't have to believe that, but then I go, you know what? I'm going to test it to see if he's right, and bingo, he is. What am I
But the
supposed to
reason
do?
why he says that happens is just an explanation.
It doesn't matter why he said it happens. It works.
But yeah, because you say things like that happen because of bendy space-time or
No,
mass
but it
attracting
works,
mass.
Paige. Paige,
Sorry?
it works. If I want to hit
Yeah, but
something
how
with a
far back-
missile,
but
I'll
my-
know exactly how to do it.
Yes, but
It works.
hold on.
Explanation and
Hold
use
on.
the same math.
Hold on.
Sorry,
My point is this, right? On one side we have a clock. On one side we have some kind of friction that will slow this clock down by, I don't know, a couple of seconds every 10,000 years or something. Something ridiculous.
But the universe is expanding.
Yeah, but the problem being, how can anybody
faster, not slower?
How can anybody verify that? How can I say to Professor Phil Bell what you've said, and you've quoted some people here, you've quoted Newton. How can you verify? How can you go back far enough to get a steady timeline of events and documentation proving exactly what you're saying?
Okay, so Ranty, I don't need to. I read what he wrote, and then I test what he said. And if it works, good. If it doesn't, I throw it away.
Okay, so how did he time things? How far? Forgive me. How long ago was Newton alive?
In the 1600s, yeah.
Okay, so
1700s.
So how was he timing his observations back then?
Well, he would have had his instruments, his clock, or whatever he had. I didn't. I've never actually followed what he did with on particular experiments.
Okay, so how accurate do you think his timing would have been back then?
Whatever it was pretty good because I can use it now, and it works perfectly.
Okay, so if the Earth is slowly spinning, as we're told, let's say a couple of seconds every
once a day. Once a day, to be exact.
Yeah, once a day, but at what rate per day? It's like a tenth of a millisecond or a hundredth of a millisecond every day. Something almost impossible to detect.
Yeah, you're right. You're quite right. Yeah, it could change it.
So, at what point in the 1600s or 1700s, was Newton able? What technology did he have then to make those
measure something so small?
Yeah, to measure those minuscule changes.
Not much. What's remarkable is he didn't have much at all.
So was it more like a guesstimation back then?
Even if it was, Ranty, the guesstimation works.
Okay, I rest my case, and guys, carry on.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes. Any more?
What came first when after the Big Bang? Was it gravity pulling things together into spheres, or was it the bending of space-time? So what was there to bend the space-time?
Well, I would say all of that would have happened simultaneously. So I don't think there was a this or that and the other thing. I'm pretty sure it all happened like in an instant. So I mean that's the idea.
What we're saying, that you have to believe. You just have to believe that this explosion happened.
Look at the evidence. I look at the evidence around me.
What evidence is there of a massive explosion?
Oh, well, for instance, the Doppler effect when you're looking at stars, redshift, blueshift, stuff like that.
What's that got to do with the explosion?
Well, things are moving away from each other.
How does
and
that
because they're moving away,
an explosion?
Because they're moving away, you can speculate.
No, that's your explanation for
it. Yes,
of
course.
He said speculate, Paige. He said you can speculate.
Yeah, of course you can speculate. Yeah. What do you think?
So can you just understand that we have a different explanation?
Sure, by all means.
Yeah.
What do you use your explanation? Tell me one good thing you've managed to predict with your explanation.
There's a channel if you want to see a flat Earth model with all the continents and everything mapped using NASA's coordinates. There's a channel called Not for the Weak-Minded. He's mapped the entire thing using NASA's coordinates and is now mapping the moon cycles above it.
I'll be very happy to have a look at that.
Go and have a look at it then.
I'm just going to write that down on my board. So it's called Not for the Weak-Minded. I'll just write that on my board. Okay.
The moon, the fact that the moon is in the same position every 19 years, I could now say to you, okay, I'm going to make a prediction. On the flat Earth, in 19 years' time, the moon on today's date is going to be right there in the sky. And it will be.
Yeah, which equation will you be using to do that with?
I don't need an equation. It's going to be right there. Exact same spot it was last night. In 19 years' time, it's going to be in the exact same spot.
You can't.
Well, we also don't need the heliocentric model in order to predict eclipses, do we, Phil? In fact, NASA
yes, you do.
Use it.
I think the point of all this is that in the 1600s, when Newton made his observations and blah 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 blah, and he used to say, okay, the moon is going to be in this position at this particular time. We're looking at probably a tenth of a second difference in slowing rate.
Possibly, yes. Yeah. Actually, the moon's moving away about 4 centimeters a year.
Yeah.
So it is.
From the 1600s till now, maybe a tenth of a second or something. How is that quantified? How are we able to determine that has indeed actually changed or slowed down by 1/10 of a second from somebody in the 1600s with their technology back then to the technology we have now? And how are we even able to determine if that is accurate? Were they even looking in the same exact place at the exact same time? What technology did they use to line up the moon or whatever with the compass?
It was pretty crude. It was pretty crude.
In other words, we could say that it's irrelevant.
Was there more? It's not irrelevant because these people gave us equations what we used and models that we use that we can make predictions now, and very, very important ones. For instance,
but I can make the same
how we get a satellite in orbit.
I can make the same predictions, but say it's happening over a flat plane.
You just tell me on your flat plane how you would get a satellite to orbit.
I'd blow up a balloon and let it go.
With a rocket, yeah. So you'd send the rocket up, and then what would you'd have it orbit your flat disk in what way?
Well,
To have the balloon pop out of the nose cone and expand.
What balloon? It has to be. It's got to be. It's got to be way out of the atmosphere in order for it to happen.
So says you.
Why?
I don't believe the distances you tell us.
I don't think it needs to be that far away.
Of course,
all the satellites are all within our firmament.
Yeah.
Because I think you've reverse engineered those distances. So
why am I not?
I don't have any evidence for those distances.
Of course you don't. You can just blabber away without any evidence. I have evidence.
So can you.
Can just blabber away without any evidence.
No, you don't. You've got computer models.
The satellites are out there. That's my evidence.
No, you've
Where's
got
yours?
computer. You've got computer.
No,
models.
Paige.
Yes.
Paige, when a satellite goes into orbit, we have to hand the controls over to the owners. What do we tell the owners?
Here's your
satellite. They paid millions and millions and millions of dollars to get their satellite
in Phil.
What do we tell the owners?
What do you mean? What do you tell the owners?
What
What
should
can't
I
you
know
tell the
what
owners
you tell them?
Our job is to put their satellite into orbit, and then once we've got it in there, we've got to give the controls back to the people who own it. What do we tell them?
They've got to,
Here's your satellite that is floating around in the atmosphere.
No. We say we send a rocket up there, and your satellite is 36,000 kilometers away.
Yeah,
and it's going to last for 20 years.
It's really only a couple of 100 miles away. They put
Yes, Paige, it's 36,000 kilometers away, and it's got to last 20 years, Paige.
Meters, more like it.
And Paige, it's got to stay up there in the same spot so everybody can point their dishes at it. It can't move, Paige. It can't move.
We have a question for the...
You've got a balloon up there, Paige. What's holding it still so that it doesn't move, Paige?
Phil, we know that there's balloons that they can put into the atmosphere that will not move, or will move around the Earth. We know that that's possible, Phil. They do.
No, but you're just saying what you know. You're just saying what your opinion is, okay?
No!
But where's your evidence, Paige, for the thousands of balloons out there? Where's your evidence, Paige?
The tethering they use, you can look this up, Phil.
What, they hang it to the ground somewhere, do they? Long string?
If you would shut the fuck up for a minute, maybe somebody could answer you.
Go ahead. Go on, how do they tether it up there? I'm curious. Go on, Paige. The floor's yours. How do they tether a balloon up there?
Phil, I don't need you to tell me the floor's mine. I just need you to shut the fuck up so I can talk.
20 years, Paige. You've got to hold it up there for 20 years, Paige. How do you do that?
The electromagnetic atmosphere doesn't change, Phil. It's always the same. They use a tethering system that uses the Earth's electromagnetism, and it can be steered, held still, moved around, whatever they need to do. You know, you really have not looked into much at all.
Paige, I'm the one who put it there. I didn't use any electrical system.
I'm not saying you did. I'm saying they have the ability.
Well, who's they, Paige? I am the one who put it. It's the one who put it there, Paige. There was no electrical system, Paige. It was just orbiting because of gravity, Paige.
Well, Phil, you do all this, and you're firsthand, you're hands-on. Can you show us some evidence that you have personally from your firsthand experience and prove to us that the satellites work exactly as you say? You should have access to it, right?
Sure, anytime.
Okay.
Hey, listen, guys, before we go any further, there's a couple of super chats. So there's one for the Flat Earthers, so here we go, from Hugo Perez. When will FE go to a university lab to see the Cavendish experiment, or when will they fly to Antarctica? So that's from for the Flat Earthers there. And Darwin just says Paige is ace. There we go. 2 super chats.
Does anybody want to come to Antarctica, by the way? Does anybody want to come?
Yes, I want to come to Antarctica.
I want to be able to go to Antarctica and go where I want to go.
The main thing is you can't just go wherever you want to go. But you can go to McMurdo. Paige, you can go to McMurdo and take the McMurdo South Pole Highway. There's actually a highway. You can travel on this highway.
I know that.
From McMurdo to the South Pole.
Nobody denies that there's a base called McMurdo.
Okay, but why can't we go where we want?
Because there's no one going to be out there to save your bloody life. That's why.
So if I don't want to be saved, and nobody owns the land, and it's free land for people to just, because nobody's claiming that land for themselves. So essentially, there's no, there should be no rules or regulations.
No one's going to let you go there and commit suicide.
Why? Why not? They'll let me commit suicide here.
No, they won't.
Yes, they will.
What?
No.
You can have euthanasia. You can go when you can go to
stop me.
You can go to Europe and you can euthanize yourself.
You get lost out there. Human beings are going to look for you, and it's going to cost a lot of money.
Why would they if you say that you don't? Listen,
because
here
we
you
care
can
about
sign.
Every life.
Right, listen, here you can sign "Do not resuscitate" orders, so you can, so you can sign.
Do not rescue
it's
orders.
different.
So
if you get lost out in the wilderness, humans are going to come look for you.
No,
And it's
no. If you sign a "Do not follow," "Do not find," "Do not check up on me," nothing. Just leave me to be me. I'm an explorer. I will be back when I'm back. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
we don't want that. They're not going to want your dead body contaminating the place either.
Have you seen how big Antarctica is? How much contamination will we give?
Enough. Who knows?
How much contamination will we give?
Your excuses are.
Whatever it is, whatever you think. Paige,
so whales don't die there. Sharks don't die there. Sea lions aren't being half-eaten and staggering to the shoreline as a great white attacks them, then just dying on the shoreline. So that's contamination. That's contamination.
I've actually seen the dead ones. Yes.
Yes, that's contamination. So
that's contamination.
So what's a sick human being dying there too?
The sea lions are part of the environment, the perpetual environment. You go out there, you go out there and you do some dying, and you'll be contaminating the place.
How?
Actually, when you're out there, you're not allowed to leave any waste. You're not allowed to leave any waste behind.
Well, what if we promise to put our shit in a bag and bring it back?
You have to promise to do that.
What's it going to do?
You have to promise to do that.
Yes, you do.
What's it going to do?
Okay, if we promise, can we go?
No, you still
because you can't promise to put your dead body in a bag. That's the problem.
Doesn't that concern you, though? Are you that worried? No. Just think about it, right? So you talk about the lockdown that's going on with a lot of people talking about this lockdown as being too heavy-handed, right? So don't you think it's been a little bit too heavy-handed? The case that one person may want to go to the most extreme parts of the world to explore, a bit like our ancestors used to, the first man to ever climb Mount Everest, etc., first man to go to the North Pole, South Pole, proper explorers, people, heroes. Why can't we be our own hero too and go and explore?
Look, you can if you've got, you can. You got to give them a plan. You got to give them a plan. You got to take the right equipment. You got to be able to prove that you can bring back your waste. But you can't just go there and people come look for you because you got lost. If you can show that you've got there's people who've walked right across the continent. There's people who have.
No, they haven't gone right across. They've gone across about a third of it.
Just a couple of years ago, a 17-year-old girl did.
You went across the bottom third of it.
She went where she was allowed to go.
Yes.
No, she went where she planned to go. She went where she planned to go, Paige.
Okay, so how did she get that? Who was going to recover her body?
You're being dishonest, though.
Who was going to recover her body?
Because she put in all the contingencies in place, so that people would know exactly where she was. If you did that, you could do that too.
No, you still can't go where you want to go.
Yes, you can. You can if you put all the contingencies in place.
Oh my
yes,
God.
you can.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
Don't tell me what you can't do. I know what you can do.
Will you help me? Will you help me then? Will you help me, Phil?
Hey, stop bullshit.
Hold on, Phil.
Don't bullshit to another flatty. Don't bullshit to me, okay?
Phil.
I know what you can do, what you can't.
Phil, will you help me? Will you help me fill in a form? Fill in a form to go and travel in Antarctica. Will you do that?
Why not?
Okay, there you go. So you're going to fill in all the forms, and you will make it so that I can travel anywhere in Antarctica unaided, and just go ahead and just travel and explore. I don't have to worry about anything. You're going to do that for me, yeah?
You do. You're going to need to have all the equipment to do that with. Okay.
Okay.
And you're going to need to be able to demonstrate adequately that you can follow the rules. In other words, you can bring back everything.
So I have
all
to
of your
follow the
How do you
rules.
demonstrate adequacy when you're not even there?
What happens if I have a shit?
The requirements,
Hang on, wait a minute. What happens if I have a shit and I don't register it and I come back without my shit?
You made a commitment to you made a commitment to bring back all your stuff.
Yeah, but if I miss one shit, let's suppose I'm really ill one day and I shit.
That would be a very sad day for humanity and for the environment.
And then
oh my God, Phil! The environment literally needs our dead bodies.
Hang on, wait a minute.
Stuff.
China are pumping out hundreds of millions of tons of shit into the atmosphere every single day when they're working, right? And you're talking about one little decomposing body to add to the millions of other decomposing, rotting bodies and sea fish around that particular region. And this is just one more. What is one more body? What I mean, why would you go to these extents to criminalize or to
it's not a criminal.
To make it.
It is.
You literally have criminalized it with what you just said.
It's not.
It is. If you went to Antarctica without all of those things being in place first, you would be a criminal.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
You wouldn't. You just wouldn't be.
Oh my God, get arrested, Phil.
You can get arrested and be put in jail. That's
rubbish. There's no law that'll do that to you.
Oh my God!
It is.
Stop making up stuff, Paige. I told you that.
Literally done no research.
Paige, stop making up stuff. If you want to read the treaty,
somebody else
read
explain to him that that's not made up.
Read the treaty, Paige.
Yeah.
Don't make it up. Just read it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh, your God. Yeah.
You just said we have to have a plan to go there.
If you
Phil.
don't follow exactly what they
law,
say,
right?
they will arrest you.
Why don't you just read the rules? You're wrong, Paige. They won't.
There's a very good video out.
So you can just go anywhere you want.
When you go there, where do you think you're going to arrive?
So can you just go anywhere you want?
No, just to answer my question. Where do you think you're going to arrive when you go there?
No,
what do you think happens?
You said it's not criminal. It's not a criminal act to go there and just walk around on your own wherever you want.
Paige, if you want to get in a ship and go somewhere where there is no Antarctic base, who's going to stop you? But if you want to go there and you want to see other humans there and you want to be able to interact with them and you want to get the equipment to go out there and you want people to help you, you're going to have to go to a base, Paige. All right? Otherwise, it's a very, very big continent, Paige. You can get in a ship and go where the hell you like.
No,
there won't be anybody there.
I might be able to sneak past them, but the point is...
What do you mean sneak past who? You're talking about a huge continent. You can go anywhere, Paige.
God,
there's just not that many bases. There's not that many bases, Paige. There's a whole big continent.
Okay, so 60 degrees... Hold on.
Under the law, you're not allowed.
So 60 degrees south latitude. We're looking at that sort of region. Essentially, we are forbidden to go there without permission. Without permission.
Rubbish.
Yes, that's true.
No.
60 degrees south latitude.
No.
60 degrees within 1,000. Hold on.
No, don't make it up. You can go there if you want. I'm telling you right now, you can go there if you want.
No, Phil, you need to.
You just won't be able to go to a base and expect to get any help.
Okay, follow their instructions.
So so let's assume that I'm right, Phil. I want you to assume that I'm right. Okay.
Okay.
And if it was 60 degrees south latitude, that's the perimeter, let's say, where you can no longer go beyond without permission, would you say that would give you a circular, like pen from the North Pole?
If I seriously wanted to go there, I couldn't give a damn what that was at, because I know they couldn't patrol 60 degrees around that much space. I know there's no army, no air force, no nothing that can patrol it. If I wanted to go, I'd go. Nothing would scare me.
There's no satellites that can patrol it, though? No satellites?
Okay.
It doesn't change the fact that under the law you're not allowed to, is what we're saying.
Which law?
Like, if you want to break the law and go there anyway...
Which law?
No worries.
Which statute or which law? No, read the treaty, Paige. I asked you to read it.
Yes.
There's nothing here that says anything about any law.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Read
Yes,
it,
you
Paige.
have to follow.
Don't owe your God. Read it.
I have.
Stop owing your God and read it.
I
Do your
have
God a favor and
read
read it. No, you haven't, because otherwise you wouldn't be saying this bullshit.
Phil, you have to fill out all their forms and stick to the places.
If you want to go to a base page, you can go anywhere else where there's no people.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can, Paige. You can get in a bloody boat, Paige.
It's still against the law.
Paige, how is anybody even going to know you went there, Paige?
You can break the law if you want to. Yes, I'm not disagreeing
No,
with that.
Paige, there's no law. Read the treaty. It's nothing to do with the law.
You really are an absolute fuckwit.
No, Paige, you are the one, because you and your God can't be bothered bloody reading.
You are absolutely delusional.
Shoot, I'm the delusional one. You don't want to read the thing. Mouth off what you think is there without... No, you haven't, Paige.
Oh, my God. Gee, you can read Einstein's
The contempt
mind,
that you say your God
You're
with
a
is
real
pretty
wizard, aren't
interesting,
you?
Phil.
She's the one who keeps saying, oh, my God, not me.
So what? Now you're going to tell me what I can and can't say?
Why does that bother you,
fucking
Phil?
high horse.
It doesn't bother me. It only bothers me that she's saying stuff that's not true.
Then stop saying, don't say, oh my God. I can say it as much as I want.
Okay, well you're invoking your God in the rubbish that you're saying. Why are you doing that?
Oh my God, it's a word.
You did it again.
So what?
It's okay, Paige. I'm just having a lend.
What does it matter if I say, oh
Paige,
my God,
I'm just having a lend of you. Don't worry about it.
Just because I say that.
Don't worry about it. I'm just having a lend of you.
Exactly. It doesn't matter at all, does it?
No, it doesn't, Paige. I'm just having a lend of you.
You are an absolute...
Paige, you just walked right into it. That's all. I can't help it.
What?
Sorry.
Oh my God. Wow.
Okay, so here we go. So you wanted some rules and regulations, etc., about the Antarctic Treaty. So here we go. Essentially, the treaty sets aside Antarctica as a scientific preserve. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Bend over. He's about to rape you with your Antarctic Treaty.
So.
Get ready, Phil. Spread those ass cheeks. Lube up.
And.
Shame on you, Paige.
Lube up, mate. Bite that pillow.
Shame on you, Paige. I thought that you were a lady. I thought you were a lady, Paige.
It's gonna hurt.
Here we go. For the purposes of the treaty system, Antarctica is defined as all the land and ice shelves south of 60 degrees south latitude.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Good.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm not arguing with that.
Yes, so all the ice shelves and all the land south of 60 degrees south latitude is a scientific preserve. So, as I said to you before, the pen, 60 degrees south latitude, obviously from the North Pole, would that give you a circular pen with which we are not allowed to explore beyond?
Who said you're not allowed to explore?
It just said scientific preserve.
Confine your exploration to scientific purposes. That's exactly what it said.
Okay, we can
That's
carry
what
on.
it said.
Yeah, which is what we're saying.
Don't explore. It just said confine it to scientific purposes. What's that?
You can't just go off on your own and do whatever you want. It has to be.
If it's for science, you can, Paige.
So with it being hold on.
Exactly.
So with it being science, you can. So does that mean you have to get some kind of permission, being a scientist, or to perform science, to go beyond that, to do that?
If you wanted to use one of the bases that are there,
no. That's just a very general question, because you just said if it's for science you can. But do you not need to still prove that you're doing it for science to go there?
That's the commitment that you would make. Yes.
So who to?
Whichever base you decide to go to.
And who would you apply that to? Who would you send off to say
I'd
that
probably
I'm going
go to
do?
Davis. I'd go to Davis or McMurdo.
So what would they do? Would they respond back to you and say, thank you for your interest, seeing as you're doing this on a scientific mission, we will allow you to come down here and do this?
And not only that, we'll let you use our facilities.
So not only that, so that means that's a yes.
Well, if you're using their base.
So that would be that. So then you would be legal. Then you would be allowed to come down there and do that. Yeah.
It isn't a function of law. It's just a function of commitment to a particular edict, which says that what you're going to do there is only going to be scientific.
No, but then you would be given permission to come there and do something.
From the people at Davies.
You're still not getting it, are you?
No, he's not.
I am getting it. If you go somewhere else, Ranty, where there's nobody, no one's going to care.
Do you know I have the briefest.
If they didn't care, the treaty wouldn't be there at all. I have
the briefest of research in this, and I still understand it more than you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. And
sorry, that's your opinion, Ranty, and you don't. You
do.
don't understand it. Actually, I would suggest that you don't understand it at all.
Hey, Phil, what is the Antarctic specially protected area?
The ballers do is amazing.
The area is the 60 degrees area. Yeah, from 60 degrees towards the South Pole.
And you need a permit is required for entry into that area, correct?
You would, if you wanted to go to a base, yes.
No. That's not what it says. That's not.
If you wanted to go to anywhere that's controlled by some country, like a base, you would have to ask permission, and for very good reasons. But they would not stop you if you had a good reason and the resources to do it. No one would stop you.
Okay, well, you already agreed to help us.
Hang on, hold on. So. We got this. Flat Earth Data just smashed it out of the park. Thank you very much. Who literally just smashed it out of the park with the Madrid Protocol. Have you heard of that?
I don't know it specifically, no.
The Protocol of Environmental Protection of the Antarctic Treaty, known as the Madrid Protocol, provides for comprehensive protection of Antarctica, the last great wilderness on Earth. The protocol was adopted in 1991. Blah, 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 blah. The area south of 60 degrees south latitude. Blah, de, blah, de, blah, de, blah, de, blah. The protocol requires that all proposed activities must be subject to a prior assessment of their environmental impacts. Ba-ba-bum! And much more. So, just the fact that you need to have a prior assessment means that you have to get permission, does it not?
Yeah, it means you can't just go there and do whatever you want. So you're wrong, Phil.
So who's going to stop you from going where there's nobody?
It doesn't matter. The point is that's what they are saying. This is.
Of course they're saying that. Why not?
Well, you just told me I was wrong.
No, I didn't say you were wrong for that reason, Paige.
Oh, fuck me.
What law, Paige?
You absolute
Is a protocol a law?
Just gave you the specific laws.
Paige, is there a specific law? Which law, Paige?
You just give it you.
Which statute? Which law? And what's the penalties for the law?
Protocol.
You will be penalised.
No, Ranty. Protocol doesn't mean law. Okay.
The Madrid Protocol.
Protocol just means a way of behaving. It does not mean law. Okay.
The Madrid
Is the treaty a law?
Protocol.
It's an agreement, Ranty. That's all. It doesn't say law.
The Madrid
and under which jurisdiction?
The Madrid Protocol.
Which jurisdiction would prosecute you in which court?
Well, I'd need to read through all of it.
Yeah, you'll find that.
Randy, let me read this. A treaty is an agreement between sovereign states and in some cases international organization which is binding at international law. That's what a treaty is.
Which
Thank
court are you
you.
going to be? You're going to end up in?
International law.
Which court are you going to end up in?
What does it matter what court you're going to end up in?
Into the little slice of pie that's owned by Australia in Antarctica,
we're just going around in circles. Have you got any other questions about flat Earth?
No, I think we'll stick on this for a little bit.
Yeah, okay, I was right.
I think no, you're not, Paige. You couldn't be further from. You couldn't be further wrong. You came, Paige. You came stating that you couldn't get there at all. Now at least you acknowledge that you can at least go there, right?
I said, oh my God, go back and listen to what I said.
No, I'm not going to invoke your God again.
Hey, Phil, how about the International Court of Justice?
You are such a disingenuous fucking asshole, my God.
Whatever, Paige. That's your problem, not mine.
Yeah, and it's the whole of humanity.
Paige, ask me a question then about physics or something like that. Useful.
Shot all of you.
Paige, ask me some useful question about flat Earth. Nothing?
I got a question.
Okay.
What causes mass to bend space-time?
I'm a globe skeptic, Phil, not a flat earther. Different.
I'll come back with your answer about space-time. Yeah. Next.
You haven't been able to answer any of our questions, really, Phil.
I've answered all of your questions except this one.
Not satisfactorily.
Well, satisfactory as far as I can tell, and probably most people on this planet.
And you've already stated that this is a belief system you have, that it doesn't matter what is reality. So I don't know why I would ask you questions.
Whatever floats your boat is fine with me.
I'm not that interested in your what is it called, religion.
Whatever floats your boat is fine with me. I use what I know to make predictions so that I can get my job done.
Yep.
So why are you always hanging around flat Earth? Why do you care what we think?
Because I'm interested and I like to be entertained by you. And I find it interesting.
So you're a troll. You just admitted basically you're a troll.
Whatever whatever floats your boat.
That's the definition. Yeah, you're a troll.
No, I'm just an interesting. I'm just an interested party. I'm here talking to you, educating you.
No.
Sure you are, troll. I seriously don't expect to change your mind, Paige. It would take. I think you would need your God to be able to do that. So that's not going to be changing your mind anytime soon. But hopefully other people listen to this and come across it.
No,
say, well,
I'll never go back.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right, there's something new I've learned.
I think you've been badly exposed, but I do have a question for you. Why have we not been back to the moon since, 1972? All that time. Why is technology going in reverse for space travel?
It's not going in reverse at all. First of all, they're preparing to go back to the moon. And second of all,
they've been saying that for 40 years.
So much money. It's not worth it. What's the point?
Why is it taking them 40 years to prepare to go back to the moon this time? Or 50?
Because when they first went there,
until now, there's been no need to.
No need to? What was the need to go in the first place?
Money. What's that?
The need to go in the first place?
Okay, well, there was this race going on between the Russians and the Americans. So and a president who was there who wanted to say this is how good we are. So
hey,
all of
Phil,
that.
What's the purpose of going to the top of Mount Everest?
Because it's there.
Yeah, and they wanted to see if they could get to the top, right? And then when the first person got top, guess what happened? Every year, more and more and more people go to the top of Mount Everest.
Yeah, this is
nobody but the United States has been to the moon and landed. And
because it costs billions and billions of dollars and millions of people put together to get that done.
No, it doesn't. They didn't have billions and billions.
Here we go again, Paige, with you. Paige, there you go, mouthing off again stuff you don't know. It costs billions of people. It costs billions of dollars to go to the moon.
You said
millions. We spend billions every year. Billions is nothing.
Millions of people.
No, Paige. It costs too much money. There was no justification.
Billions and billions of dollars.
Then why are they getting ready to go back?
People.
Because there is a justification now.
What's the justification now that there hasn't been the last 50 years?
Security.
Security of what? What are we securing?
Well, it's a pretty good place to be at if you want some to be able to have some security. If you're up there, you can see what's down here pretty much all the time.
Don't we have satellites that we can already do?
You can, but a permanent view of it's pretty good.
Aren't the satellites in permanent orbit for?
And of course, it's also a stepping stone to be able to get into Mars, which is another reason.
Well, that's a whole different story, but
no, it's not. It's the same story.
I just find it interesting.
Yeah,
that with
same
1960s
bullshit story.
technology.
Well, everybody finds it interesting. Way to go! Way to go! Of course, it's interesting.
I don't believe it.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
so why
that's
have they taken so long to go back?
Bill, you think that you went to the moon, right? You went
Phil,
6 times, was it? Phil, sorry, what I call you Bill all the time.
Yeah.
So you believe the reason why they don't go now is because there's no point.
There's
right?
no point.
No
What-
point,
what-
and it's too expensive, right?
Yeah.
So what would be the point of going to Mars then? Wouldn't it be too expensive and no point as well?
There's lots of people want to explore. They want to find out more about Mars. That's why.
Okay, but
they didn't want to.
We already know what we need to know about the moon. We want to find out what's there going on with Mars.
Right.
I thought we already had a car driving around Mars. Don't we know?
Well, not enough.
Isn't the moon a good stepping stone to go to make the journey shorter to Mars? Wouldn't it help? Wouldn't you think that they would be able to do more?
No, it's only
practical.
No, it's the vast differences makes no difference at all.
The vast difference makes no difference at all.
Yeah, in other words, what's the difference? If it's 200, it's what is it?
238,000
400,000 kilometers. 400,000 kilometers. That's all.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so they can't go now because of why? They don't have the technology to go.
So no, it takes a while to put all of this together again.
Hold on.
Yeah, they destroyed
Hold
that
on.
technology,
Hold
and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah, so
Sure.
I'm just asking right now, can we go to the moon, or can we right now in 2020
I've got a Game Boy, I can get us to the moon.
Can we do that right now?
You can get a probe to the moon, but to get humans to the moon is quite a different thing.
Why is that?
Well, because we care about humans and we care about their safety. That's why.
Okay, explain.
Well, yeah, I mean,
we
getting
didn't
somebody to
in
the
the
moon is
time
one
that we
thing.
went.
Making sure that you can get them back is another.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with
Why
any
not
of the.
just use the same technology we used before?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the radiation field or anything like that they could be exposed to. None of that stuff.
They would be shielded from that, from cosmic radiation. That's what you're talking about.
They'd be shielded from it. Yeah. Do you ever see the interview with Alan Bean?
We're talking about alpha and beta particles, by the way, which couldn't even get through.
Do you know who Alan Bean is? Speaking of those particles, do you know who Alan Bean is?
Yeah.
So do you see the interview where he was asked about that particular subject?
Yes.
So it wasn't deemed a threat to them, right? These particles or the radiation.
It was a threat, but it was a threat that it was a risk that they were prepared to get to assume.
So it wasn't a threat; it was just a risk. So what
The
changed?
astronauts
What changed?
didn't even
What changed?
know they went through the Van Allen belts.
Yeah, exactly. What changed? What changed from a risk to a threat? Because now it appears to be a threat to human safety.
No, it's still a risk to not just the astronauts, but it's also a risk to their equipment. It's totally different type of equipment now that it is now, and more at risk from that cosmic radiation. So
More at risk.
Yeah.
So there's no point. So we're talking about the military industrial complex, right? We're talking about the military warhead here. You're telling me that they don't have a benefit to be on the moon first compared to any country in the world?
I don't want to speculate about military stuff. Ask me something.
You don't want to speculate about military stuff?
No.
Well,
Why not?
there's how many military bases across the United States and
don't
across the world?
I don't want to speculate about military stuff on the moon. So ask me something else.
Well, let me ask you a question. What's the difference between a missile and a Saturn V rocket, or the new LSS, or whatever you call it? The what's the new one they have? They're designing the SLS?
Size, guidance systems, all sorts of different things.
So really, but what's the difference between a missile and a rocket?
Not a lot.
Right. So do you possibly think that it's maybe a ruse for military might, and it is really just warheads they're playing with and missiles they're playing with the illusion that they can leave Earth?
No.
With the illusion? Well
no, because I'm telling you this right now. Get this into your heads. All right? The rocket underneath those fairings, get underneath those fairings are satellites. You know what? They owned by other people.
But we're kind of going into Narnian when you just throw the word around satellites, right? Because here's the problem.
No, we're not. It's you.
Here's the problem.
It's your delusional mind who won't accept the fact of the reality.
Here's the problem.
Okay?
Here's the problem. There's no evidence of your orbits for satellites.
Yes, there is.
Watching an object fly by in the sky is not evidence.
That's one piece of evidence.
No, you just see a light in the sky.
One piece of evidence.
Now, the evidence I can tell you that I've seen are projects like Google Loom, and of course, any of the balloon satellites that NASA's admitted to, which are on their website. You can go look at the balloon launches.
That's bullshit. That's just rubbish.
So now again, you're being disingenuous. Anybody listening?
No, I'm not.
This disingenuous Phil guy.
No, you either bullshitting or you just flat out don't know.
So you don't know what Google Loom is?
So no, look. As far as I'm concerned, the only satellite possible.
Do you know what Google Loom is? Do you know what Google Loom is?
No.
Okay, well maybe
I don't think he's allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, I know. I think there's a little hang up on Phil, and he should be grilled about the military side of stuff. I think it's really interesting, Phil, to have you.
I'm not going to talk about the military.
To have you approach it this way, right? It's a little touchy subject for you.
Ask me any question you like, but I'm not going to talk.
Operation Fishbowl and Operation Dominic was done by Werner von Braun, right?
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, this is very relevant to satellites, bro. So Werner von Braun did Operation Fishbowl and Operation Dominic, correct?
What the hell is Operation Fishbowl about?
Yes,
exactly
he did.
To you.
How can you not be aware of those?
Page, I know this stuff, so just wait a second. So listen, in World War II, right? There was how many scientists in Operation Paperclip got divided between Russia and the United States? Do you know?
During the wartime, as far as I know, von Braun was working on the V2 rockets.
So Werner von Braun
as much as the history of that as I know.
Well, Werner von Braun is the mastermind behind one of the world's deadliest weapons. He was an SS Nazi German scientist that when World War II.
He's just a normal scientist. He
was an SS Nazi.
He wasn't an SS anything. He would just happen to belong to the Nazi party. That's all.
So he's
yeah, laugh your stupid heads off as much as you like.
He was a Nazi. He was an admitted Nazi.
He belonged to the Nazi party, and if he didn't, he wouldn't have the funds to do what he did. He was not any kind of.
Was he just following orders, Phil? Was he just following orders?
Well, in the times when he was told that you better do this and you better do that, help us with this, help us with that, then yes, I guess you can call that
following orders, guys.
So, just out of curiosity, do you know what happened to him in his later years?
I know he became the head of NASA. Yeah.
Well, he was the head of all the moon missions.
Yes.
He was the head. He was the guy who was the head of Operation.
Why wouldn't he? He was an expert rocketeer.
So he was the head of Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic.
I don't know about Fishbowl. I don't know what that is.
So this particular gentleman died, and he became an evangelist, a Christian, at the end of his life. 3 years before he died. And on his tombstone, he left a nice little reference to
he wrote on his own tombstone.
So on his tombstone, he left a Bible quote. Yeah. I'm just curious.
How do you know someone else didn't do it? How do you know it wasn't someone else's idea? What makes you think it was his idea?
So you can go fact check it if you like, if you're struggling right now.
No. You tell me. You the one making the claim. How do you know it was not someone else's idea?
So he converted to Christianity, I think 2-3 years before he died.
Okay.
And on his tombstone, he had requested Psalms 19:1 on there.
How do you know that he requested anything?
Well, I don't know. Your tombstone is
Let's
probably.
just assume he's correct, Phil.
My parents died not long ago. I'm the one who decided what went on their tombstone, not them.
Okay. Well, whatever you want. The point is that on his tombstone there is a biblical quote there, and it's in reference to the firmament, and it's in reference to God and His handiwork. Right?
Well, so it's your interpretation of it.
So, well, no, I'm just reporting what I see and looking up. I see a tombstone with his name on it. I see that he converted to Christianity 3 years before he died, or 2 years before he died.
Okay.
He was head of all the moon missions. He was head of Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic.
Yep.
He's on record stating that it would take the.
I still don't know what this fishbowl is.
He's on record stating. Listen,
nuclear weapons being detonated high in the atmosphere.
When?
1962 to 1965.
No,
if you want
no such thing.
If you want to
I'm reasonably okay with.
If you want to understand the SALT Treaty, it was started in 1963.
I know quite well, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, you do you? Well, then it expires January 1st, 2021.
So
it allows all states, Japan, China, U.S., not that they've been doing it already, but it allows all of them now. They don't have to sign no treaty. They don't have to agree to no military practice of any weapon. Any EMP weapon, any of that stuff becomes free use 2021, January 1st.
What has that got to do with this fishbowl thing?
Well, you were talking about Operation Fishbowl. We're talking about
I don't know what that is.
Military.
I told you what it was.
You said something about firing high detonating.
Yes, that's how.
No such thing.
It's one of the reasons why they discovered the EMP attacks were bad. It's because they were exploding nuclear bombs.
You could just make things up,
buddy. Shut up,
you
bud.
just make things
Google
up.
it.
Shut up,
Google
buddy.
it right now.
So in
Google it
1963,
while you're actually talking
there was
to
a base in Hawaii that got exploded with bombs. That the whole town was shut down with electricity. It was done. Go look at it. It's in history, dude.
No.
So they banned. Yes, they did. They were experimenting with rockets and exploding.
The Americans, you're
just a dumb asshole. You're just a dumb asshole. It is the fundamental purpose of the SALT Treaty.
It's the fundamental purpose of flat Earth to make stuff up.
It's the fundamental treaty of EMP attacks was designed by the SALT. SALT Treaty was purposely designed for the EMP attacks, not using them anymore.
Show me where, which documentation and above which place did they explode?
Why don't you do yourself a favor and learn about detonations?
I know about the nuclear explosions. All right,
you can do an electromagnetic charge. You can do an electromagnetic charge from an explosion from rockets. This is how they shut down the grid in Hawaii. One of the reasons why the 1963 EMP treaty, the SALT treaty.
Can you just go through that gibberish again? What about the electromagnetic charge?
The explosion.
Clear to me.
The explosion can cause an electromagnetic charge, shut down I don't know exactly what did they call it? I can't remember the name at the moment. It's slipping me. But it's the
rocket in between that.
Rocket, missile, the same thing you just said, brother. There's no difference, right? You just said it. The whole point is all this guys for space is just an espionage spy game. That's all this is. That's all this ever was, dude, is who can tell the grandest story and make the other people believe it. That's all we're dealing with here, dude.
I'm surprised how you get anybody to believe what you just said.
Because you've never done a day's research by the sounds of it.
They can look at it.
I've just been wasting my time the last 46 years, of course.
Yes, you have.
So
that's the sad reality. Hit head on.
There's a link in chat
I got another question for you along the same lines. Do you know how many scientists that were Nazis or Germans that the U.S. brought over during?
I know there were quite a few.
Yeah,
it was
Operation
like 600. Do you know how many the USSR swooped up and took to Russia?
I'd imagine there were quite a few of them too.
2,200. Do you think those guys ever talk to each other?
You bet.
Do you think it might be an illusion that we're actually in a space race?
Why wouldn't they? Scientists, we like talking to each other.
Yeah. Do you think that might have built an illusion that we were in a space race?
Why would they do that? For what reason?
To disguise, just as
no, that's not how we work. We don't care about it.
rocket and missile technology for war purposes.
What for?
What do you mean, what
for? Ruling the world.
You think scientists want to rule the world?
No, but people who pay the scientists.
Exactly.
No, that doesn't work like that. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't work like that, buddy. You get a clue. Who pays your job? Not you. You don't pay yourself, do you?
No, I'm contracted. I do my work, and then I get paid for it.
No shit, Sherlock. It was.
Yeah, you need to look into things like Operation Mockingbird and shit like that.
Oh, you can just make up so much stuff, Paige. You are incredible.
Yeah. So Operation Fishbowl is made up.
I just made that
Everybody
up.
out there, if you haven't heard about Mockingbird, you haven't heard about Fishbowl and Dominic, go look them up.
I definitely haven't heard about this fishbowl nonsense. What is it?
Well, then you really haven't been looking into it too deeply because it's like 101.
I've heard Flat Earth say it, but I'm talking about. I need a scientific paper, something like that.
Curiosity for a scientist, don't you think?
There's a link in chat, Phil.
I want to see a scientific paper that talks about.
There's a link in chat.
Fishbowl.
Yep, there's a link in chat from you.
Is there?
Go and click on that. Yep.
All right, and that was going to take me where?
Look at it.
To bed. To bed. It might take you to bed.
It's amazing how they want us to give
my God,
stuff,
it's 12:40 already.
They want us to explain it as well.
How long have we been here?
It's amazing how many facts you can deny, Phil.
Isn't it?
God, you got that so upside down, it's not funny.
Yeah, that's what you say.
Sure, yeah.
You live in your own little world, buddy.
No, I live in a wider world in which most people live, and you
see that's another thing. You're in your
little cult.
You think Flat Earth is small, buddy. That's the problem with you and your thinking.
No, it is. It's tiny.
Earth is 10 times bigger than we've ever been told, bud. That's the thing. It's humongous. It's not overpopulated. It's underpopulated. It's so abundant and full of riches. It could feed the whole world a million times over.
That's why we're saying people are
when is some Flat Earther going to explore it?
Your world is all about debt. Resources scarce. You need to have social appeal to be anything. You need materialism crap. Flat Earth is none of that shit, dude. Flat Earth is about family, about eating healthy and enjoying everything that's made around you. Your materialistic ball model. Your materialistic ball model has a fucking monkey as a mascot.
They're all about nihilism.
It's a dead end, Phil.
We're about love.
I work with many Hindus, and most of them are vegetarians, believe in really healthy eating, wash their hands umpteen times a day. These are very healthy, So and they have about 1,000 gods, by the way, as well. So I don't know. I don't
what
think
does that
so.
matter? What does that have anything to do with, Phil? What's your
well,
point?
in other words, when you say that it's my materialistic world, well, there's lots of these scientists that I work with who are not materialistic at all.
It's the world, Phil, not the individual. We're talking about the world.
Look, I'm not saying everybody. I'm not saying everybody lives like that. I'm saying what it represents. It represents a form of Narnia that is meaningless. There's no point to it really because there's no meaning at the end of it all, right? This is the narrative.
That's how no,
that's nonsense. I give meaning to what I do and how I live because it's my life.
I'm not talking about you, buddy. I'm talking about.
But everybody, why doesn't everybody? Most people would think that they give meaning to their life.
The model that you guys teach, the science that you guys teach, that we come from nothing, we're headed towards nothing.
No one said we come from nothing. You made that up.
No,
that was a page.
Do you know what the Kabbalah is? Do you know what the Kabbalah is? Do you know the Book of Zohar?
No, I don't.
Oh, he won't know any of this stuff.
Do you know the singularity? Right? It's the singularity. Right?
Yes.
Okay. This is the origins of the Big Bang.
Is that nothing?
It's what is it? What law does it break now? Is it the first law of thermodynamics that nothing could be created nothing could be created as some? What's the first law?
Yeah,
of thermodynamics.
Energy can't be created.
Who said that it was created from nothing?
The point is the Big Bang, the singularity.
No, but the Big Bang started from something, didn't it?
Not according to the George Lemaitre. What's the cause of it?
What's the cause of it? That I disagree with. It started from something.
So you're saying that so what started it? Gravity?
What? It was a singularity. Probably probably some sort of collapsed universe.
So you don't know, right? So you have to.
No,
what?
of course I don't know. I
Okay.
all I can do is speculate.
And you speculate there's no God, right? You can speculate.
I didn't say that either.
You believe you evolved, though, right? You believe you come from a sub-ape that upbred to a human somehow?
Even if I could simultaneously believe in God and evolution at the same time. What's wrong with that?
So you claiming the process of evolution is the way God did things. That's what you're saying.
Why not? I mean, if I did believe in God, why wouldn't I accept that?
Because evolution is about it's about natural selection, not design.
So no, who said that? Who said that?
I've never heard evolution. I've never heard evolution.
Different subconscious foundation to build your belief system on is what we're saying. You know, if for generations now, kids have been, you know, having their subconscious foundation being that they come from, you know, stardust. They weren't created. They were, you know, natural selection. This kind of thing. What Flat Earth shows you is that, yes, you are special. We were created, you know, that it's important. We need to get back to the land. You know, if you treat the land well, then humans become healthy. You know, and we've gotten away from the land. We do everything with machines and, you know, everything's artificial.
It's a globalization idea. Everything is this global entity. You got to be a part of this global system.
I told you, I know thousands of people who believe in God and still believe in science. Who still do their science.
Do you think I don't believe in science?
What you're talking about?
Do you think I don't believe in science? Is that what you just?
No, you just got some warped view about what scientists do.
No, I look at the scientific method, the hypothesis, the independent variable.
No, you've got a warped view of what scientists do. That's what I'm saying.
No, I know the difference between pseudoscience and science, applied science versus metaphysics.
You're mouthing that off. It means nothing to you. Because all of these scientists who did all of this work, like Newton and Kepler, you just waved away.
So listen,
would
Newton's work be affected by the concept of alchemy? Do you think he would have changed his views on life, trying to turn something into gold via alchemy? The guy wrote 169 books on a pseudoscience.
What's that got to do with anything?
He wrote 169 books on pseudoscience, my friend. So there's a little science.
Just because he tried out this, tried out that, didn't work. So what? That happens in science. My God, I've done thousands of experiments that never worked.
How do you turn the difference between pseudoscience and science? There's a method, Phil.
Yeah, so?
Exactly. So flat earthers love science. We love that.
No, you don't.
Don't use it.
Yes, no, you don't. Why are you dismissing Newton and Kepler? Why are you dismissing them?
So why does Newton himself in a letter dismiss and want no attachment to the concept?
I say no hypothesis.
To a concept.
What he said.
To a magical force that would attract a mass to a mass. He wanted no association to that concept. Why would he write that in a letter?
You didn't use the word magic. Why are you making that up?
So it might be the wrong adjective.
We're not making it up. He actually said...
You are making it up, Paige. You said magic.
So he didn't use that word. He didn't use that adjective. He probably used a different word. I'm paraphrasing. But the point is...
Well, don't paraphrase with garbage.
No, I'm telling you, the paraphrase is untrue still. He didn't want to be associated with the concept of a mysterious, an unknown force.
He didn't want any attachment to it. He was what you call a scientist who's honest, who says, I don't know.
Yeah. So then it ended up to be attributed to him only years later to have it changed. Where he was proven wrong.
He said from the outset, he said, look, I can tell you how
he was
gravity
proven
works.
Wrong. Do you know how Newton was proved wrong?
No, he wasn't proved wrong.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Do you know what the planet Vulcan is?
What planet Vulcan?
Do you know what the planet Vulcan is?
What planet Vulcan? I'm pretty sure I know.
I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to spank your little bum there, boy, because I'm telling you, you act so intelligent and you're not.
Yeah, you don't know anything.
Newton.
Where is the planet Vulcan?
Newton was dispelled. Newton's theories are dispelled in two facts. One fact, the retrograde of Mercury didn't explain his gravitational equations. So they presupposed that there was a hidden planet named Vulcan, and Vulcan was the cause. Okay?
No,
that's the one issue.
That was the one issue.
It was the one issue.
Neptune.
That was the one issue that proved Newton wrong. The second one is that his formula of gravitation, there's no equation for the speed of light in it. So it's useless in modern science.
What's that got to do with it?
My God.
It explains why the planets
You
move.
are so far indoctrinated, bro. You're so far indoctrinated.
You are so far indoctrinated. You don't understand what's happening.
You don't know how to look at the facts. You don't look at the facts.
You should become a fiction writer, mate.
At the end of the day, are you telling me that Newton wasn't proved wrong with the retrograde of Mercury? In his mathematics, he was proved wrong, okay?
No, he just didn't understand something that
was proved wrong.
But in the end, it's still correct.
They had to come up with something else. So
no, it's still correct.
No, it's not.
F equals G M1 M2 over R squared is correct. It's never been falsified.
To the retrograde of Mercury, dude, it doesn't work. They had to come up with another solution for it, right? Do you understand? It may work on the macrocosm, but it doesn't work on the microcosm, right? Because Newton and quantum physics don't.
Do you even understand what that retrograde means? Do you even understand what it means?
The motion, it doesn't go in its pattern that it's predicted.
You don't really get it, do you?
It goes back instead of forwards, dude.
Do you understand that it doesn't actually go back? It's how it's perceived.
There you go. Now you're coming up with the conclusions they had to come up with.
There you go.
They had to go, well, no, it didn't work out. I
knew that you would say this stuff and you didn't.
Shut up, dude. You're just terrible,
bullshit.
Dude.
You're
just terrible.
Rubbish.
You don't.
You just utter words from science and you actually don't know what it means.
Is there a name Planet Vulcan there? Is there a planet Vulcan there? Yes or no?
What?
Go Google where.
Go
Google it. Go Google the planet Vulcan. They literally. And you know what's the funny thing is? Vulcan, the planet Vulcan, comes from the Kabbalah too. It was the Book of Zohar. Sorry. This is Newton studied the Kabbalah, right?
He's slapping my forehead again.
Yeah, you're clueless, dude. You really are.
It's funny how you just deny facts that don't fit into the model, and then you call everybody else.
He's literally
clueless. One single fact.
We've given you plenty
of
facts.
Just because you've never looked
Phil, do you want me to tell you my source where I got that information about Newton?
Yes, go ahead. Give me one fact.
Do you want me to tell you the source?
Well,
there's a site called 66.
I'm interested.
Hold on. Okay, that's fine. So what I'm going to do is I am going to round up, but I'm going to give you guys a couple of minutes to say your final goodbyes. So if in that time you want to give your sources and stuff, by all means, have free interrupted reign to go ahead and say what you need to say. So it's getting on a bit here now. It's nearly 4 a.m. in the morning, so it's time for me to go to bed. But yeah, you got a couple of minutes here each, so go ahead. So let's say Flat Earth Data, you go ahead now and make your closing statement.
I think there's a strong misconception about flat earthers and what they stand for, globe deniers. We are actually passionate, I believe, about seeking out. I mean, I can speak for myself. I'm passionate about seeking out the truth and answers and debating things. The fact that people like yourself, or in general, I'm going to call them white coats, they can come in with the understanding that we're not anti-science, that we're actually looking for the math, looking for the real scientific methods, real debates, real honest, genuine conversation. You come in with that attitude, you're going to realize the game is over for your globe model, because it's hypothesization, reification fallacies, and presuppositional, metaphysical. It's all this a glorious story. Flat earthers want to bring it back a notch, start over from the ground up.
Thank you very much. And Paige, your closing statements here.
Yeah, I'm actually just speechless at the moment. All I can say is that there is a generational underlying subconscious thought pattern happening now with the amount of generations that have been born believing this Bohr model, believing the science's explanation for things. And all I'm suggesting is that you look at it from a different perspective. You know, maybe these people don't have our best interests at heart. You know, maybe they are hiding things that are benefiting them and stopping it from benefiting us. You know, if you don't want to look at the evidence, fine, but don't then come into shows like this and tell us that we're lying and that the information doesn't exist just because you haven't looked at it. So, yeah, that's all I've got to say.
Professor Phil.
Okay, so I don't think you're lying, and I don't even think that you're stupid. I just think that you're misinformed. You want to be in this place that you call flat Earth. Nothing will shift you from it. No amount of evidence. It doesn't matter how many satellites fly around your head in space. That won't change you. Doesn't matter what I show you. That will not change you. Okay, so you've set your mind to this. So don't tell me, by the way, that you're out for truth, because you're not. Because you just simply repeat stuff. You don't even follow it up, like this Antarctic thing. Okay, so I'm just saying that I'm here because I have a good time, and I'm a born educator, and I love to educate. So, you know, I'll come here. Ranty, thank you very much for having me on, and it's 12:55, and I'm stuck at home, and I might as well speak to some people, and you are it. Thank you very much.
That was the biggest amount of projection I've ever heard.
And we still have Brandon Toy. Brandon Toy, are you still there, my friend?
I'm still here, and I would say I think tonight was pretty illuminating for anybody that was listening. I think Professor Phil kind of exposed a few things, including the fact that his globe model is something that he relies on for his job, and he doesn't necessarily believe that it reflects the reality of the world, and furthermore, he doesn't really care if it reflects the reality, which is an interesting position to take about the world around you. I also think if you listen closely to ballers, and this is one of the things that tipped me off in the beginning, that I had to dig deeper and look more into it, because really no one wanted to be on the flat Earth. I think that claim is ridiculous. It was a shock to anybody that has come to this conclusion that the globe is not real. If you listen to them, they are like a perpetual logical fallacy machine. They spit out insults. They spit out every kind of logical fallacy that they can come up with, especially when they're cornered with logic. So pay attention. You know, I think everybody knows that, but you'll see. And it was good talking to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you everybody that joined this evening. I want to give some shout outs to some of the panelists that left earlier on. So in total, we had this evening, so we had Flat Earth Data, who stayed till the end. We had Mind of God, who had to leave. Right at the Hand, who had to leave as well, but Brandon Toy stayed from beginning till end. Paige joined. We've got Professor Phil Bell, who literally debated 4 or 5 flat earthers for a good 3.5 hours there. So thank you very much for staying around. No rage quitting, but you stuck to the end, so absolutely well done there. And we also had Music Man, who tried to join, but unfortunately his mic wouldn't work very well. So all in all, just a great evening. I appreciate every single person that showed up this evening. Everybody put on a great performance. They held their arguments well, and I hope that the people were illuminated to both sides of this argument. We have obviously Professor Phil here, who is by all accounts quite an educated person from the globe side, and we also have equally educated people on the flat earth side who gave him more than a run for his money, I would say, this evening. Anyway, I will hopefully be back tomorrow night, but if not tomorrow, the night after. But I'll try and get another show going tomorrow. Thank you everybody that hit the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Everybody listened to what we said at the start of the show about actually doing your own gardens, etc., and trying to prepare for the worst, because I have a feeling that things are going to get pretty desperate later on in the year. And if you've been following my streams, you'll know that that's literally what I'm trying to say. Is I'm looking out for you guys. Please, please, please think ahead. Think of how your family and everything is going to get by if your food runs out. So you can plant your own. And just plan ahead, just be sensible. As for me, I'm going to go to bed, and that's been a 5-hour ranty show, and I'll see you all in the next one.